Mic check. Morning, everybody. We're going to be getting started very shortly.
Good morning, everyone. It is now 10:14 a.m. We're getting started a little bit later than normal today, but we are within our window here. I do apologize for the late start. It is my fault. I was stuck at a presser in New Haven this morning, and wanted to get up here as quick as I possibly could, was a little behind. But with that, we have a long agenda this afternoon. This morning that will lead us into the afternoon. We're going to kick off with the Commissioner of Transportation first on our agenda. We're going to proceed for about an hour with public officials and then move on to the general public. We have over 50 people registered to speak today, so we're going to try to move as quickly and efficiently as possible. Again, if folks have questions for the commissioner, of any of our guests, if they need to happen in the committee room, that's fine. But if it's something that can happen offline, we will collect questions through our clerk and forward them to the relevant staff at the Department of Transportation if necessary. With that, I'll turn it over to my Senate co-chair, who I really appreciate you holding down the fort while I was running a little late this morning.
Difficult job, but somebody's got to do it. Good morning, everybody. Love seeing a full room here with us today and so many of the members around the table, as well as joining us on Zoom. We have a robust agenda today and some items that are near and dear to my heart in particular as a legislator on the shoreline. But we do have a lot of folks signed up to testify today, so we're going to try and be as efficient as we possibly can. And we will get started in just a minute, but just wanted to see if our ranking members had any opening comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to be quick. I look forward to this meeting, and I think our public hearing is a critical element of our democracy and giving people a voice. So look forward to hearing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. Thank you for coming out. I look forward to your testimony, and let's get started. Thank you.
And with that, I'd like to call up our Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, Garrett Ucalito. Welcome.
Okay, good morning, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Garrett Ucalito. I serve as Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Transportation, or as I'll summarize today, CONDOT. We've submitted testimony today on multiple pieces of legislation, so I'm going to try and summarize our positions on just a few of them and then reserve time for questions. HB 5330 includes many of CONDOT's legislative proposals submitted this session to this committee. Sections 1 through 4 include a proposal to streamline the adjudicated hearing process in Connecticut for instances where we have already held federal participation. This will save taxpayer dollars, reduce project delivery time, and protect the environment and the rights of individuals to weigh in on individual projects. Too often, we are found pulled into duplicative hearings brought by individuals with no standing and who cannot show any impact. This proposal places a burden of proof on those petitioners that at least one petitioner must demonstrate that the project may affect their legal rights or that it may cause an environmental harm. If that burden is not satisfied and the applicant can demonstrate that it has provided opportunities for meaningful public engagement outside of the adjudicated hearing process, the hearing would not be required. The department expects these minimal changes to save dollars, including staff resources from both DOT and DEP, while still providing meaningful public input opportunities for projects. Sections 5 through 9 of this bill are related to the Office of the State Traffic Administration. One component is to increase the fine for ignoring an order of OSTA trying to keep up with inflationary costs. The last time the fine dollar value was adjusted was 34 years ago, when it was adjusted to $5,000. The other piece would allow OSTA to issue orders to local building officials to revoke building permits or certificates of occupancy if approvals for major traffic generators are not previously granted by OSTA. This would allow for the problems to be resolved before a project is completed. Sections 19 and 20 are a new proposal from CONDOT. This would institute a helmet law for individuals in solely the first 3 years of holding their motorcycle endorsement. While roadways in Connecticut have seen increased deaths and injuries, more so than at any other time in our recent history, it's even more true for motorcycles. In 2021, a total of 65 motorcycle operators and passengers were killed on our roadways, the highest number since 1987. I understand the strong feelings held by many that they do not want any mandate for helmet use in Connecticut. Just last year, Delaware passed a similar law that would require helmet use in your first few years of owning or holding your motorcycle endorsement. This is important because it's when you're first learning to ride a motorcycle, you're more at risk of getting into a crash. Looking at the data from 2015 to 2023, 70% of motorcycle crashes occurred within your first 3 years of earning your motorcycle endorsement. Sections 21 and 22 relate to a new proposal from ConnDOT to define the use of a handheld device while traveling on a limited access highway as reckless driving. Currently, the use of this of a handheld cell phone or electronic device while driving is legally prohibited in Connecticut. However, due to the risk of injury and death, including to others, while traveling at very high speeds on limited access highways, we are proposing to call this reckless driving, similar to when you drive over 85 miles per hour on our roadways. No text, no call is worth killing yourself or others. One final bill to touch on is 5328, which would make permanent the successful pilot program that allowed the use of automated speed cameras in highway work zones. The data collected during the pilot program that the legislature authorized demonstrated a trend of reduced speeds throughout the enforcement period. Drivers in a work zone on average drove slower when the warning signs and cameras were in effect compared to the period before the pilot started. Of the 5 pilot locations analyzed, all showed reductions in driver speeds, with 4 locations showing significant reductions when compared to the data collected prior to the enforcement. Speeding was reduced at 2 work zones on I-95 by 17 to 18%. With this legislation, we're proposing to make permanent this life-saving program. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. We have submitted all of our written testimony on all the other bills as well, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that and your complete testimony. I have some questions with respect to the department bill and the public hearing process. I wonder if, I know the intention is to eliminate redundancies. I wonder if you could touch upon whether or not we have some testimony with some concerns with respect to the environment. And I wonder if you could share with us what happens at the DOT public hearings and if there'd be an opportunity for those with specific environmental concerns that may have otherwise been brought up at DEEP hearings or other local hearings with respect to environmental concerns, how those would then be heard through the DOT process.
Absolutely. I'm going to call up Kimberly Lassay, our Bureau Chief for Policy and Planning, who oversees all environmental issues as well as all of our permitting issues. While she's getting set up, I'll point out this is referring to any project with a federal process, which is under the National Environmental Policy Act, which is extremely protective. It also, there's specific carve-outs in our proposed legislation for individuals that show to DEEP whether there would be any potential environmental. I'll let Kim go into details.
Good morning, everyone. Kim Lassay, Bureau Chief of Policy and Planning at ConnDOT. Thank you for that question. There are numerous steps that happen for our applications that involve regulated areas. Each one is a little bit different for each permit type, but I'll try to speak in generalities. As far as opportunities, even when we submit an application to DEP, those are noticed in the newspaper. They are also sent to the first elected official of the town. A copy of that notice is sent along with a copy of our actual permit application. At any time, copies of the application can be provided upon request from the department. In particular, for coastal applications, ConnDOT is also required to directly notify property owners who are within 500 feet of the regulated activity to know that we filed for a permit application. As we move into design, there are opportunities for involvement. Our projects have public informational meetings. Those public informational meetings are also noticed to the town. They're noticed in the newspaper, and those also have press releases. Those press releases have critical information where folks can register for the public informational meeting. They can see materials ahead of time regarding the project. We also have a YouTube channel. All of these outreach efforts are readily accessible. We provide language translation if needed. All of our meetings, we ensure that they are ADA compliant. And since COVID, almost all of our meetings are at least hybrid in nature, if not virtual. We've seen an incredible increase in our participation since COVID with our public informational meetings. And we continue to make sure that those are robust. We have a dedicated Conduct YouTube channel that keeps an archive of all of our public informational meetings. So folks can go back and actually see those. We have a set comment period where people can submit comments. And our projects also have websites set up so that people can go and look for information, contact our project managers, and certainly interact with us at any time during the planning, design, or construction phase even. If projects require further review under SEPA or NEPA, there's also additional public informational meetings that are held just because of those processes. But even if those don't occur, we always have at least one public informational meeting.
Thank you for that. So can you walk me through, because I'm just trying to understand, can you walk me through sort of what the process is now? So there'd be a number of hearings now for a federal project, correct? That there'd be, I guess, first, is there always a DOT hearing for federal funding?
Thank you for that question again. Kim Lassay, Bureau Chief of Policy and Planning. As far as a hearing versus a public informational meeting, I just want to try to distinguish between those. We have hearings when we have either an environmental assessment or an environmental impact statement under NEPA, or if we have a environmental impact evaluation under SEPA. Other than that, those are public informational meetings. There's some slight nuances between a hearing and an informational meeting. Hearings are recorded, they have a transcript, they're set times. But the public informational meetings are a presentation of our project materials, and there's also time for question and answer during those meetings.
And is there an opportunity in both hearings or informational meetings for public input?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And is that taken under consideration by the department?
It most certainly is. All comments are reviewed, and under NEPA and under SEPA, we actually have to respond to all of those comments.
Okay. And I see laid out in the bill, there's an opportunity for folks to petition for a public hearing, but that those who do so need to prove that they're directly impacted. Who sort of reviews that to determine, perhaps it's not necessarily a neighbor, but it's somebody that's impacted by something else. Maybe they drive that route. What are the determinations to decide whether an individual on that petition would be directly impacted?
So again, thank you for that question. Perhaps it's helpful to review what happens right now. So what happens right now is we will have gone through our planning and design phases. We may have had, again, at least one public informational meeting in the case of some of our larger projects, almost countless sets of meetings and opportunities for input. This legislation that we're proposing impacts the DEP adjudicated hearing process, which does not occur until after DEP has reviewed our application and has agreed that they are willing to waive the hearing process. So I think that there's some confusion there. It's quite the process. So this is DEP's adjudicated hearing process. Normally, under normal circumstances, those public notices go out. Those are published by DEP. And as long as there is no request for a hearing, one is not held. What we are asking for is that right now it states that just a petition from 25 persons can request a hearing. What we're asking for is consideration that at least one of those people on that petition show that there's some sort of environmental impact or impact to themselves.
And is there a risk of losing federal funding if the process takes too long? Because I see that this is a specific request with regard to projects with federal funding. Is there a concern that we could lose federal funding if, we have hearing after hearing after hearing, and it's this drawn out process, and suddenly, there, maybe the funds are earmarked for a certain timeline, or is that not a concern?
That can be a concern, and I might turn it back to the commissioner for that specific question, but I would like to make a point of, oftentimes this is a duplicative process. We have been drawn into adjudicated hearings where the concern that is stated does not fall under the statutes that the permit application covers. We've had hearings in the past over concerns about how guide rail looks. We've had concerns in the past, from neighborhoods that were not at all impacted by the project. So again, this is a very costly process, both for DEP and DOT. We've just recently started tracking how much these adjudicated hearings cost us just at the DOT, and we are in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for each of these, and we typically do lose a year in the process. As far as federal funding, obviously, I think everyone is aware of the inflationary costs that we're seeing. So as projects are delayed, the costs go up. As far as risk to federal funding, I'll turn it back over to the commissioner.
So in terms of risk to federal funds, we generally would not risk losing any of our formula funds because we would reprogram those. If it's a competitive discretionary grant, there is a risk to losing that because they have definitive timelines in statute by which those funds have to be spent. The big risk is the cost, inflationary costs. A project delay of a year could add tens of millions of dollars to a project, in this case for no substantial reason.
Appreciate that. I just moving on, I wondered if, Commissioner, you wanted to comment on some of the other bills that are not department bills on our agenda, such as SB 280 with respect to the train crew size and installation of hot box detectors, or Shoreline East, perhaps.
Sure. So we did submit testimony on SB 277, which is Shoreline East, restoration of service on Shoreline East. With respect to that one, Connecticut DOT operates within our existing budget. The one thing I would note in this is that if this bill were to pass, the date of July 1st, 2024 would not be possible as a result of the federal Title VI process, which we'd have to follow in order to hold hearings on changes to the service. We'd have to conduct a federal hearing process before instituting any changes. In addition, Amtrak would need to hire new train crews. We do have enough equipment to provide the service, but Amtrak would need to hire new train crews to institute any additional service on Shoreline East.
So do you know from Amtrak how many folks were, I don't want to say repurposed when I talk about humans, but were moved to another line or let go as a result of the cuts to Shoreline East?
I don't think we have that. We can follow up with you after this hearing.
Okay, yeah, I would assume that we're insinuating that maybe jobs were lost if we need to ensure that.
Yeah, jobs were definitely not lost. Amtrak across the country is suffering from a lack of train crews, both conductors and engineers. They don't have enough conductors or engineers to provide the service today, both in the Northeast Corridor and in a state-supported route, which is what Shoreline East is.
Okay, and does the department have any comments on SB 280?
Yeah, so in that we're still finalizing the written testimony that will be submitted today or tomorrow. My understanding of federal law is that the federal government defers train crew sizes to between the FRA and the labor unions and the rail providers. It's not something that states have the ability to dictate with respect to the hot boxes, as they're called. The dates provided in that bill, as well as the mandate to install them at certain locations, would essentially cause us to shut down our entire rail capital program. That requires significant engineering and design work to mandate that they be installed at every 20 miles, would essentially force us to suspend all work on the rail line while redesigning all of our projects and programs to incorporate that. We are still talking to Metro North about what those costs would be. but we're looking at tens of millions of dollars to do that. Federal Railroad Administration also has come out with guidance specifically on those types of safety tools. And we think it's most appropriate for the Federal Railroad Administration to set guidelines on that rather than our state alone.
Have these been installed elsewhere, like in other states that we're seeing sort of them perform this work and needing to suspend service in order to do so?
Yeah, this is not a new technology. They are installed, but the Federal Railroad Administration is the one that advises operators or rail owners as to how frequently to have them installed. And they're not currently mandating that 20 miles be the location. There also is the interaction between existing technology. You have to ensure it's working with the specific types of trains. What we're seeing on our rails in Connecticut is that we have some of the best safety performance on the Northeast Corridor is the best safety performance in the country. So we're a little, we're asking that this not proceed, but we'll submit the written testimony.
Okay, and with that, I just want to commend the department. We've been seeing federal funds, the likes of which we haven't seen in many years, and the implementation of programs to make our roadways better throughout the state has been really phenomenal. So I'd be remiss in not mentioning that. Also, just in working with the committee to improve roadway safety, really just so appreciative of all the work that you've done on your own and in coordination with the legislature to make sure that our roadways are in fact safer throughout the state of Connecticut. So thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to my co-chair.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony here today. And I'll start where my co-chair left off. Again, over 300 fatalities on Connecticut roadways last year, following year after year of continued tragedy on our roadways, the likes we haven't seen in Connecticut in decades. Thank you for your leadership in helping us address that issue. We've confronted it with a number of proposals over the last few years. Your implementation of a number of our priorities as a legislature has been commendable and well received and very appreciated. Your leadership, the Vision Zero campaign that we've enacted, and your willingness to put forward some controversial and sometimes deeply unpopular ideas is laudable. And I appreciate that you really taken a leadership role at the agency and focused on this as a priority. I appreciate that that commitment is held throughout every member of your team. And it's something that you make a point to bring up at every event I've seen you at. It's much easier to be the Commissioner of Transportation who talks about huge transportation projects and look at this shiny new bridge. I know you love that too. We all love that. We all love that part of the job. It's much harder to be a commissioner who's willing to confront what we're seeing on our roadways and our highways and say, we need to do better. We need to do more. We need to hold our drivers accountable, and we need to be a safer state for all users. And I know I've said this publicly to you before, but I deeply appreciate your commitment to that, your leadership in that role. So thank you again, Commissioner. With that, there's some questions about some of the proposals that we have before us. I'm going to focus a few of them that my colleague did not touch on. I'm certain you're going to hear from some of my colleagues about other ones that are impactful and personal to them. I want to focus a little bit on variable speed limits, which is, for most of us who drive outside of the state of Connecticut, it's a pretty common occurrence for us to see flashing signs indicating that due to roadway conditions or changes in roadway design, temporary changes in roadway design, the operable speed limit on the highway might not be 65 like it normally is. It may actually be 45. Can you explain how this would play out in Connecticut? What drivers would be likely to see on our roadway as they're encountering a variable speed limit zone?
Yeah, so today, as you're driving on our state's highways, or any road, you have the speed limit signs, and as you're driving, it's the duty of the driver to notice when that speed changes. You're in a 25 mile per hour zone, and then you're driving and it moves up to 35 miles per hour. On the highway, there'll frequently be locations where you're in a 55 mile per hour zone, and it changes based on conditions to then changed to 65. And it's the signage on the side of the road that indicates that. In other states with variable speed limits, what this does is essentially have dynamic signs that will change based on conditions, whether it's congestion, weather, or construction, or a crash ahead. So instead of drivers assuming the speed is 65 still, despite that, conditions on the roadway, essentially will indicate in real time to the drivers, no, it's not safe ahead, slow down, based on the conditions on the roadway. The Federal Highway Administration recommends this because it's been shown to reduce crashes on those highways that use variable speed limits by up to 34%. This is not something that we could do immediately. We would need to do a lot of work on our end to install those variable signs across the state on specific roadways. We'd have to go through a process to make sure it's appropriate to do so there, make sure there's power. But this legislation would allow us to begin that process to copy what other states in the country, as well as other countries across Europe, all do today.
Terrific. And again, folks who travel out of state probably routinely encounter these and are familiar with it. But it's amazing to me, a lot of times I'll talk to folks who aren't, frankly, leaving the state of Connecticut. Their daily travels don't take them out, their weekly travels, their vacation plans. Folks who are staying in Connecticut will not have seen these in the past. So I do think there is an informative campaign that we need to do before enactment. We may need to touch on some of the interplay between this and highway safety zones and construction zones. And like, I think there's a sense that, hey, is this a gotcha opportunity? And like, that's couldn't be further again from the truth. This is safety based. This is recognizing the stats that exist in other states, ensuring that we're reducing that overall number. Again, 300 fatalities on our roadways last year. And this is another attempt that you're undertaking to try to get to that number. And I appreciate that. Another thing with respect to bus station advertisements, this is sometimes a locally controversial issue. And it doesn't usually come back to Department of Transportation, but boy, I hear it all the time. If folks don't like the advertisement they see on the buses themselves, you can see and envision a world in which people are complaining about advertisements on bus shelters. Locally in New Haven, we started a bike share program and required advertisements on some of the locations. And like, people love the idea of the bike share program, but they hated the advertisements. Again, this is something you see in other states. You go there, people take it, like, utilize the public transportation system with ad revenue as a maintenance tool, so ensuring that we are able to continue to provide the level of service that we want and the safety and cleanliness of the shelters. We have, I think you've mentioned to me in past, close to 15,000 bus shelters across the state of Connecticut.
Bus stops, but
Bus
not
stops.
15,000. I wish we had 15,000 shelters, but we have 15,000 bus stops.
15,000 bus
Close.
stops across the state of Connecticut. You're undertaking a $20 million bus station improvement plan. How do these advertisements correspond with the federal investment that we're able to take advantage of in our bus shelters and the long-term maintenance of these? Is this a tool to generate more money so we can get to even more bus shelters and potentially improve in bus stops as well? What's the long-term vision on this and how's it play out?
Yeah, so we are undertaking a $20 million investment in upgrading bus shelters across Connecticut, both where we have existing bus shelters or where there's a dire need for bus shelters to be installed. And as part of that process, we're working to partner with the municipalities as well as the councils of governments. The state, using our funds, is paying to install these shelters. We have already solicited the vendor to provide the type of shelter. We've solicited a vendor to do the installation, so it's a turnkey operation for the locals. The moment it's installed, it becomes essentially the responsibility of the municipality to then maintain those. So what we heard from the councils of governments and from municipalities is, in some cases, those municipalities may want advertising on those shelters in order to support the cost of maintaining the infrastructure, because by using federal funds, it's our duty as stewards of federal funds to ensure that it's maintained in good repair under the Federal Transit Administration guidelines. So this would give the municipality the option of, within the state right-of-way, they can already do this on their local roads today. They can have ads today, but the statute change would just say within the state right of way, they can have an ad on a shelter in a state right of way if that's how they want to, then pay for the maintenance of those shelters. So it's not a mandate.
Do we envision limitations on the types of ads local community can put in there, or is it just we're just going to let local communities define their own rules?
I'm going to ask Ben Limmer, our Bureau Chief of Public Transportation. He probably has advice from or ideas from when he previously worked in PT in other states, but I'll just turn on your button.
Thank you, Ben, and just introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, Ben Limmer, Bureau Chief of Public Transportation. Good to see you all. So as far as how the advertisings work or the types of, we would obviously coordinate with the local COGs, municipalities, transit districts on an overall advertising policy. So it's typically how these are strategized throughout the country. So, just making sure that the types of advertisements that are reflective of the community and what their individual priorities are. So we would just work on a case by case basis.
Great, that's good to know. And so thank you. I appreciate that, Ben. Back to you, Commissioner. With the recommendation with respect to the motorcycle helmets, the graduated responsibility, again, you provided great data analytics and justification for this. As you know, this becomes a pretty controversial topic here in this building on a year-to-year basis. But I do appreciate the new approach that you're taking to this. It's similar to other approaches you're taking at some safety measures you're recommending. Hey, look at it from this perspective as well. I like the idea of a 3-year period of time, recognizing that that is when the overwhelming majority of accidents occur, is in that 3-year window. Requiring motorcycle riders during the 3 years after receiving their license to wear a helmet, I think is a creative approach to this based upon data, based upon what other states have now come to pass. I think it warrants a robust conversation, which you're going to hear later on today from a number of folks who feel impacted by this. But I do appreciate the nuanced look that you're taking at this. And maybe we don't need to require every motorcycle rider to wear a helmet, but let's use data to really pinpoint where the problem lies. How do we provide the most safety with the least impact on riders who maybe don't need it? So I, again, want to thank you for taking that look and providing both state, national data to back up that choice. So again, thank you for that. And with that, Mr. Commissioner, I have probably 100 other questions that we can talk about offline. We have 55 people on here, and I have a number of questions from my committee members, so I'm going to move it along to them.
And with that, Senator Wong, followed by Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair. Welcome, Commissioner. And I want to echo the sentiments offered by the chair of your exemplary work with this committee in regards to safety on the roads. Safety and safety and safety has been a repeated mantra. And I'm proud for us as a bipartisan legislative committee and the body to be supportive of those endeavors. And sadly, unfortunately, it is pressed into urgency with the startling numbers that we have seen and the tragedies that are potentially preventable. I want to go through some of the legislative bills that's proposed, particularly on the Department of Transportation bill on 5333, particularly on the sections 1 through 4. I think your testimony shared the frustration and the time lag and the bureaucracy in regards to expediting permitting processes. But in reading the language, I found that it is potentially overriding some of the local entities in regards to these kind of project permitting. But also, I think there's significant environmental impact, watershed protection areas. Can you articulate how you can balance some of the concerns that have been raised toward the expedition of projects? Time is money, but also we've built in checks and balances in our legislative process and a public interaction process, as I mentioned in the beginning of this meeting. Public input, public involvement is critical to government operations. So can you articulate some of your thoughts relating to addressing some of the concerns and bypassing legislative as well as public input process?
Absolutely. So with respect to our proposal, it does not bypass any public involvement. What it is doing is saying in a case where there's already been federal mandated public involvement, and it essentially it's not for every project. It's only those where it says the federal government requires public participation regarding such regulated activity. So there's a narrow band of our specific projects. Today, all you need is 25 people, any random 25 signatures, to pursue an attempt at an adjudicated hearing process through DEEP. What we're asking is that instead, in a case where there's already been federally mandated public participation, you have at least one of those people, one of the 25 can show impact or make a case to DEEP that there may be environmental issue tied to that. And then it's up to DEEP to review that proposal from those individuals who have petitioned for that. It essentially is saying in a case where there has already been robust public involvement and participation, I don't think it's overriding locals at all. In fact, it's pushing it more and saying locals should be involved rather than 25 people from out of state who could request it today. So I think it's more narrowly focused on the local impact is what we're asking for.
I appreciate that explanation and I understand the rationale for it. I think you articulated very effectively in your hearing, but I'll bring up a hypothetical, not even a hypothetical, but a real life circumstance in which this proposed language could impact public input and public concern. Case in point, in the town of Bridgeport, in the city of Bridgeport, in Fairfield, there is a UI electrical proposal of monopoles. It has significant watershed concerns, environmental impact. It involves the DOT, and we've just went through an exercise with the Siting Council that was a bit tremendous frustration for the community. So if this was to be implemented as policy, the potential pathway of local residents that felt as though their quality of life, environmental impact, and issues related to this kind of project, they would have no recourse other than at the discretion of DOT to determine, and particularly, and I love to get the clarification because, you know, the Siting Council has already granted some aspect of its approval. Then the reality is if those community residents, and an overwhelming number, thought that it was a concern in regards to environmental, watershed, and private property encroachments, would they have a recourse through this legislation language? And I saw you nodding yes, and I'm encouraged by it. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
So that is not a DOT project, so it would not fall under this. But let's say hypothetically you're talking about a DOT project in Bridgeport and Fairfield. In that case, individuals who are abutting the project, they submit their petition to DEEP for an adjudicated hearing. It's not up to DOT. The language does not say DOT makes a determination. The language says the commissioner of DEEP, as she does today, would make that determination whether they have standing to move forward with that petition to request the adjudicated hearing. So DOT is not making that determination.
Okay, so DOT does make the decision, but DEEP does. My concern is, where is the public viewpoint? The petitioners that raise the point of concern that they may not agree with some of the governmental policy decisions. That is my concern in some of the language of this bill. You're deferring to governmental agencies to hold a hearing and adjudicate the issues at hand. You're not allowing the local governance, the local petitioners to have that viewpoint. So again, in reading through the testimony of many of the people that oppose this language, they raise that concern that local entities, local advocates, and maybe even people that are not within that specific impacted community, that have a broader macro perspective, may want to oppose, may want to have a hearing and adjudication. Under this language, it would be at the point, if it's a DOT project, strictly at the jurisdiction of the Department of Transportation. Would that be correct?
No, sir. It would be at the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to make that determination. In our proposal, DEP would review the petition and if at least one person who signed that petition will be or may be reasonably be expected to be affected by such regulated activity, or alleges that the regulated activity involves conduct which has or which is reasonably likely to have effect of unreasonably polluting. So it's not up to DOT, it's up to DEP. As today, DEP would make a determination on the permit anyway.
And I appreciate that. I think you pointed out quite clearly, this example I gave is not a DOT project, but you've proven my point by saying it has to go to DEEP, a governmental agency, to make that determination. Okay. And that's the part of the language that is a concern for advocates and local constituents and petitioners, as you would say, to say this is taken out of their hand and given to a governmental agency, not DOT, as you clarified, but to DEEP. The struggle and the frustration is you potentially, through this language, could be creating a pathway of removing local input and local advocacy in regards for the good intention of expedited projects. But I wanted to share that with you. I hear you that, it's not a DOT project, the example I brought up, but should there be additional DOT projects, such as increasing speed along our rail lines that border private property and watershed areas, then this bill and its language would give that authority and adjudication to DOT, not to the potential petitioners and local entities that are extremely concerned. So I share that with you. The example I gave is not related to DOT, but should any project related to rail line and roadways that impact community and watershed and conservation concerns, environmental impact, we're taking that process away and allowing it to be adjudicated in the Department of Transportation. So
Senator,
that's my thought and
I
concern.
just need to correct the record, though. Nothing in here is taking local input away. It is saying if we already followed a federal process for local input, public input in a regulated area, we just don't have to go through an additional process where no one withstanding is asking for an adjudicated hearing. In any case where we conduct a project following federal guidelines in a regulated area, there is extensive public involvement, working with local governments, working with all abutters, public hearings. There's no asking for public not to be engaged. And DOT never determines the outcome of any permitting. It is entirely in the hands of the Army Corps of Engineers, Fish and Wildlife Service, DEP. DOT does not make those determinations.
Thank you, and I appreciate the chair's indulgence of time. I'm sure we're going to have more conversations on this issue, a couple other issues related to this bill, and I think in regards to the bike helmet law, there's important data points. NHTSA has shared that, and the good chair of this committee has been a strong and passionate advocate of this. But I ask of you in this in regards, you cited one of the states that has now recently adopted the plans. Could you share with this committee the number of states that had existing plans and revoked it or reversed it and removed the bike helmet requirements? There are a number of them, are there not?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. I believe the total number of states that have motorcycle helmet laws in place today are 17, I believe. Universal helmet laws. Delaware is now, last year, after multiple years of attempting to have universal helmet laws, became the first state that I know of to move towards a graduated helmet law just in your first few years of having your endorsement, because they did what we did. We looked at the data and showed 70% of crashes for motorcyclists are occurring in your first 3 years of your endorsement in Connecticut.
I just got shared some information. There are 18 United States and 1 district that currently have the full helmet law for adult motorcycle riders, and 32 other states allow for the freedom of choice in respect. I'm reading this note here, thank you. But 32 other states allow that flexibility. That is not to say that people who want to wear it And I would encourage from me publicly that you should wear helmets when you're operating a motor vehicle or even a bicycle. But that being said, 32 other states have made that decision. The other point that I want to make is we talked about the incredible increase in regards to fatalities and incidents on our roads. Do you have a demonstration that helmet and bicycle and motorcycle riders have a disproportionate increase relative to the current numbers?
Are you asking if?
Clarify. I'll
Yeah.
clarify. Has there been an increase in motorcycle incidences, accidents, and fatalities in light of the current data of the increases? Is motorcycle fatalities and incidences dramatically increased in light of all the other ones related to automobile vehicles?
Yes, so 2021, we had our worst year on our roads for motorcyclists since 1987. We had 65 fatalities for motorcyclists and their passengers.
Thank you for that number, and it is important, as we emphasized earlier, safety, safety, safety on the roads. But obviously, it's also a choice from a standpoint of that you'll hear from many advocates in regards to bike helmets and their individual choice. They can give anecdotal evidence that it reduces their line of sight. It creates some challenges in regards to their ability to operate the vehicle. What do you say to that? I mean, look, I want safety to be paramount, but what do you say to those advocates and those that value in a libertarian perspective choice? Because this is, unlike a motor vehicle, a car or a truck or SUV, where it has significant potential collateral impact. You're talking about motorcycle, and the only potential impact person on a serious injury is that rider, and it's their choice. And I'm not condoning it one way or the other. And for me, let me repeat again, I support that anyone who's riding a motorcycle, anyone who's riding a bicycle should wear protective head helmets. But that being said, what do you say to those people that, in a libertarian perspective, that says, look, it's my choice?
So it's not just them necessarily. They also sometimes have passengers on their bike with them. I would say there are many other things in society that we mandate for the protection of the individual, such as wearing your seatbelt in the front seat of your car. But the fact is that I don't believe any data exists at the federal level showing that helmets are making you less safe. If anything, it makes you safer on your bike. I understand the strongly held views on this issue. I have plenty of friends who ride and feel very strongly about this, including people I work with. And the fact that is why we use the data, and we wanted to tailor something very narrowly limited just for when you're first learning how to ride. It's similar to a graduated driver's license. You have many restrictions when you first get your driver's license and you're learning how to drive, and then you grow out of that restrictions. So that's what we tried to tailor here as a proposal. I understand there's going to be a lot of concerns raised about this, but I felt, looking at the data, that 70% of those crashes are from people in their first 3 years of their endorsement. That's not targeting all riders in this state, but it's trying to just follow the data there.
Thank you. I'm sure other people will ask the questions. I have one last related question related to Senate Bill 278. It's a proposal from the Senate Republicans that is asking for a updated project basis. Now, I know as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act, there is that a cache of federal funds to the tune of $5 billion. But the frustration has obviously been on a workforce shortage challenge, but also some of the permitting things that I think you are trying to address in 5333. But we don't have any clear articulated report from OPM as it relates to the project. And thank you for your extensive testimony related to that. And there is a language in the proposed bill because this is October 1st, 2022. This bill has been raised since then, to get better transparency and better accountability for the incredibly important and time-sensitive projects that we need to undertake. But it's also a benefit to municipalities and my legislative colleagues that want to advocate and initiate these projects for their communities. We're asking for a report, and I think you articulated some of the federal obstacles to that, but explain to me why we can't, through OPM, create a list of projects that can be transparent, but also inform our community leaders that they need to be able to create permitting and truly project-ready initiatives. I'm looking for that kind of report. We've been looking for it since 2022. I know you have, through CT Built, a website in regards to the projects that are ongoing. I know that you've, through the DOT, have created some projects, but we have not seen real numbers, dollars in requesting for this kind of report. And I'll say this because this legislative committee had made requests for reports to the DOT. One such example was a past legislation last year in regards to the tree cutting program. It was a bill that was passed and a study that was requested to allow this legislative committee to address a very critical community impact issue. And the report was supposed to be in front of this committee to the cognizance to review and potentially propose legislation. And to date, I don't think we've gotten that report, and has really hampered our ability to complement and work with you to solve critical issues that we as legislative representatives have a duty to fulfill. So again, I'm asking for reporting, but I'm also asking that reports that have been requested and legislatively approved be given to the committee of cognizance so we can do the work and complement the priorities that we all share.
Thank you, Senator. With respect to Senate Bill 278, we already provide dozens of reports. With respect to specific projects, we produce numerous reports detailing every single capital project in the entire state of Connecticut. To make it easier for the public and for legislators and for municipal officials, we produced a map on our website where you can click on every single project. They're all displayed, and it tells you exactly which project it is, how much federal funds, how many state funds, what it's doing, where it's located. I'm not sure how much more transparency we can provide there. We've also produced a capital plan, a 5-year capital plan, which comes to the legislature and is posted online and is posted in a press release shared with every council of government. And that is 5 years looking out. Our 5 years moving forward, every single project we're going to spend federal funds on. In addition, the council of governments, our metropolitan planning organizations, have their CEOs of their local governments sitting on their boards where they vote on how to distribute every single federal dollar and what those projects will be spent, what projects those will be used for. And that occurs, and then it's rolled up into our state transportation improvement plan, which is then publicly noticed and shared. We have public hearings on that. We also undergo numerous audits at the federal level. And so, you know, I'm unclear exactly what other types of reports we can do there. With respect to the tree cutting bill, the department spent most of this past off session working on numerous reports for the legislature. We conducted a report on the Idaho stop, on the no turn on red. We did an Eastern transportation study bill. We also staffed the Vision Zero Council. We did a study on sound and noise barriers for the legislature. The tree cutting bill is near completion. That is something that in a perfect world, we would have had 1.5 years to do. We tried to get it done within 6 months, and we are doing our best. Within the same staff that worked on all those reports I just listed are the same staff working on the tree and vegetation management plan. So we are doing our best to adhere to the requests of the legislature, and I hope to have that to you in the next couple of weeks.
I appreciate that. And as the chair has mentioned earlier, I want to echo, I appreciate the hard work of your staff and also our road crews that had to handle the snow plows that we had and roadway safety. It is something that deserves mention and credit given. And I appreciate your analysis and explanation of the delay. In regards to the report on 278, you articulated a plethora of proposals to COG, to public hearings, to this. And then therefore, if I may, it would be very simple to pull all that information in working with OPM and submit such a report to the Transportation Committee, which this bill is requesting. So if you have indeed, and I believe you, a plethora of reports to all the various agencies, then perhaps the language of this bill is very easily replicated to work through OPM and to submit a report based upon your initiatives and proposals that you've shared already and you articulated with this committee of cognizance and with the legislative branch, so that we can go back to our communities and advocate in concert with our municipal leaders to be able to create project-ready initiatives when they may not realize they have an opportunity to. So again, you have the data points, it seems. You have the reporting. We're asking that you replicate the data, work with OPM, and then submit that report to the Transportation Committee legislative process. So again, I appreciate all your work. I don't want to take up a lot of the time of other colleagues that want your insight and expertise. And I want to thank the good chairs for the indulgence of time. But I want to close by thanking you and your your department for their good work as well. We may challenge on some things, but overall, we're grateful to have you in the state of Connecticut.
You're welcome, Senator. Thank you. Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative Berger Javallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I appreciate all of your efforts and your work. You stated something earlier that really resonated with me as mom, when you indicated that when a 16-year-old gets their driver's license to drive a vehicle, there are certain restrictions. So it sort of aligns with what you're trying to achieve with the motorcycle with the first 3 years. My question is, with the endorsement information, how will that be on the license? Will there be a marking to denote when that person got that endorsement?
I'm going to call up Joe Cristalli, our Director of Highway Safety, as he works to manage our motorcycle education program in the state.
Good morning, Joe Cristalli, Connecticut Department of Transportation, and I oversee the Highway Safety Office.
Good morning, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response. How will the motorcycle, for a first-time motorcycle driver that's 16 years old, how will that be noted on the license? Specifically, I'm just looking to understand if law enforcement were to pull over someone riding a motorcycle, how would they know if that person is within a 3-year window?
The individual have an endorsement card when they receive their endorsement. We would have to work with the DMV if we were to get it put on the license to assist law enforcement for the dates on that.
Thank you very much for that. And so then once the period is over, then they would get a different license?
I think it's just the date. The date.
Just
you-
the
you
date.
have the date, so you have the 3 years from the date. of
Okay,
the
thank you for that
license.
clarification. I appreciate that. And then just a quick question, one last question on it, because I know it's a very sensitive topic and choice and everything. For me personally, I would wear a helmet, but that's just my personal, that's not anyone's. If someone moves to the state of Connecticut and has to get a driver's license or gets a motorcycle license and they've only been driving for a couple of years, they still are under this same enforcement?
I believe so, but I
Okay.
know we have some rules with other states where we allow the crossover.
Mhm.
So I'd have to check with the Department of Motor Vehicles, see if what states we cross over.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. Commissioner, thank you to you and your staff. Safety on our roadways, we're talking about it a lot, but I think, and I've said it before, it stems from each and every one of us. We just have to be more aware and mindful when we travel the roadways. And honestly, it's every day coming up here is a different story, quite honestly. I think that someone passed me today that had to at least been going 96 miles an hour, weaving in and out. And it's like, it's just frustrating, but it's, it just starts with all of us. So I applaud you for all your efforts, all the media that you've put out, reminding people to be safe, put the cell phone down and everything. Your staff is wonderful and always accessible when I've reached out to them. So I thank you very much for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Berger Javallo, followed by Representative Carney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Commissioner, well, first of all, being here for as long as you have been. So I will be brief. I recall some of the words that you shared at the World Day of Remembrance on reckless driving and fatalities. And I was actually quite moved by your passion behind that. So I would just like to see if maybe you had some information on roadway fatality data, specifically how is it broken down in terms of alcohol versus other substance versus use of device, and what data may or may not exist there. And then secondarily, are other states making changes to reckless driving with regard to use of device?
Thank you, Representative Berger Chabala. So in Connecticut, 40% of our fatalities are caused by impaired drivers. We are one of the highest numbers in the nation. With respect to distracted driving, it is an extremely underreported statistic. So, in my testimony, we pulled data from the Yukon Crash Data Repository showing that between 2015 2024, distracted driving crashes caused by texting, typing, dialing accounted for 10% of crashes. But it is extremely difficult for law enforcement to necessarily prove or indicate that someone was using that phone or that device at the time of the incident. As if it was in their hand, it oftentimes would go flying out of their hand in the event of such an incident. So it is extremely underreported. I think anytime anyone who is traveling on our highways, if you're a passenger in a car and you look to the side, you will see people with their phone up to their face texting while they're driving at 65, but in reality, they're probably going 75 or 80. I've also seen, as my job, as many of you travel all day, every day, I'm on the road seeing people watching YouTube videos or FaceTiming while they're driving. So that number of 10% of crashes caused by distracted driving is extremely underreported, but it is the official number that we have to use as a result of the crash reports that are submitted.
Thank you for that. And just to follow up, are other states making any changes?
So a few other states, Delaware again, has been making efforts to make distracted driving a higher penalty. Some other states do not have distracted driving or hands-free laws on the books. Missouri DOT and state of Missouri is making this their big push to outlaw the use of devices on the roads. I know Connecticut has been a leader in this front, thanks to the General Assembly. We were one of the first states to work to ban the use of handheld devices on our roadways. So our proposal here would, continue that progress that we have here in Connecticut and show the risk. Reckless driving statutes are focused on the most risky and deadly behaviors on the roads. And we believe that using that device on a limited access highway at that high speed is something that should be treated as reckless.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. We will skip Representative Carney. He just had to step out for a minute, so we'll go to Senator Austin.
Thank you. Apparently, I'm not only clumsy in person, I am clumsy behind my back. So, I guess it's still morning, Commissioner. And I think that we're supposed to be on a meeting at 11:30, give or take. If I take time, then we can both be late for the same meeting. So, exactly. So I have a couple questions. One, I would just like to say relative to the motorcycle helmet, I've said this every year. I've been opposed to it every year. I really think that this is a choice issue. And I think when 32 other states say that it's a choice issue, we can leave it as a choice issue for Connecticut. That is just, has been my opinion on helmets, I think for the last 12 years. And I think every year, people have said, when are we going to change this? Why are we doing this? And I think that we need to leave it alone. I also think that we made a promise to people that we would raise helmets to 21 and that we would not deal with it after that for a certain period of time. And so I don't know how anybody is ever going to trust us when we say that we're going to do something, when each year we have gone after the same issue when we said we were not going to go after the same issue over and over again. You know, now we're saying it's just the endorsement and don't worry about it. For the first 3 years, we'll enforce this. And after that, we won't enforce it. But we all know what will happen on the 4th year. We'll be in front of this body again saying we want to change it. So I think that that's a little bit of a difficulty for me when we made a promise and we're not keeping to the promise that was made. So that's just a statement. You don't need to comment on the helmets. I'd like to talk a little bit about Shoreline East and rail in particular. So I sat in a room with folks to talk about Shoreline East in the last legislative session as the chair of appropriations. And in the appropriations committee, we increased the funding for Shoreline East and New Haven, the New Haven lines broadly. And then ultimately, the Shoreline East was pulled back. Everybody else got rail, Shoreline East. Rail was no longer important. And not only that, we had no ability to really fight for our particular part of the state. And I say this because DOT, and not you in particular, but the administration made it their thing to take away Shoreline East. They used to have some 30 trains, and now we're down to 16. We're never going to build it back up if we can't get standard rail service. People can't count on it, so they find another way to travel. You know, everybody talked about affordable housing. We're going to have affordable housing. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And the 9% competitive grants are not given to New London, Holland, and Windham County, all taken away. And they said, well, we'll give you the 4% tax credits for affordable housing. And then we'll write that you're not a very good part of the state participating in our goals for affordable housing. And then, so now we can't get transportation. We can't get affordable housing. You know, it seems to me that there is a direct attack on the eastern part of the state. You know, it's just very frustrating to me to watch it over and over and over again. You know, we don't have good public transportation. Many of our towns have no public transportation at all, and there's no reports being done to say how we're going to get public transportation. There's nothing that's happening. And we want to have less accidents. I've been reading a lot about other states' ways of doing accidents, New Jersey in particular. And I live out in the country, in theory. And I live on a state road, and we don't have sidewalks. We're never going to have sidewalks. Our roads are very narrow. And so we pass a lot of policy that says, this is how we're going to deal with accidents. We're gonna make sure that you have a 3-foot bike lane. Well, when you have a 3-foot bike lane on Route 138, which thank you to DOT for fixing the road during one of our last storms, which led to an open gas line there, still needing to see work, but that highway is not 20 feet across. But we have the 3 feet on either side. That's not even enough room for a car to go in the middle if you have bikes going both ways. So I'd really like to understand, what is the department's policy going to be on moving some things forward in Eastern Connecticut? What are we doing? Are you saying to me, pass all these policies because we're going to make it safer for every other part of the state, but we're not going to make it safe for your part of the state? Because that's how it's starting to really feel. You know, and I'm completely frustrated with this practice of ignoring fully a third of the land mass of the state.
Thank you, Senator. So with respect to Eastern Connecticut, I will say on the Shoreline East issue, I understand some of the concerns that were brought up when the budget was finalized. Our team at with the Bureau of Public Transportation did work with advocacy groups and riders specifically to talk to them about can we make adjustments to the schedule that was produced to make it easier for those living within the resources that we have. So we made some changes to specific trains that would allow them to make certain connections or to get home. We also worked with Amtrak to add a few keep some cross honoring trains on there to add 2 in each direction for cross honoring. So an individual with a Shoreline East ticket could take an Amtrak train. I know that's not ideal, but we wanted to ensure to maintain that. For public transportation in Eastern Connecticut, the budget that you all passed last session did include over $9 million a year for bus service expansions. And in southeastern Connecticut, SEAT is having an expansion of bus routes to serve a large number of job sectors and job markets there, including electric boat. So in the coming months, they're currently looking to hire more bus operators, which they're having difficulty finding. But the intent is to begin to serve more bus routes to those employment sectors. And we're really excited by that potential. And I don't think is a trade-off of either or, but we know that there's a huge demand for bus service in southeastern Connecticut and Norwich. We're working with SEAT to build a brand new bus facility there to allow growth and expansion. For roads, not all roads are the same across the state. You know, in many cases, you're not going to have sidewalks or you're not going to have protected bike lanes. But we have roads where what we call high-risk rural roads. So we do receive some funds from the federal government to address high-risk rural roads, where if there's a lot of tight turns, narrow lanes, we can help clear and make safer sight lines so that they can see what's coming around the corner, which in many cases, there may be trees or vegetation blocking that. And we see many crashes occurring at those curves. And we're also installing things which are called high friction surface treatment in certain locations, where if there are frequent spinouts or people who lose traction on certain roads, we can apply a treatment that essentially gives your tires better pull on the pavement to allow you to stay on the roadway. And there are other things we can do to improve lighting in certain locations as well to make it safer for individuals in rural roads, and looking at intersections. If there are a high number of crashes occurring at intersections, some changes to signage can make it safer as well. And that's what our team is currently working on. But a lot of it comes down to we are making a concerted effort to meet with local governments and local elected officials to hear directly from them what their concerns are on the roadways. So we formed a new municipal intergovernmental unit at DOT to begin to have a better relationship and better knowledge transfer there.
So thank you for that. And I know that you met with the town of Franklin, where we've had not just 1 or 2 deaths on Route 32. We've had multiple deaths on Route 32, a very heavily traveled road between Willimantic and Norwich, where there just doesn't seem to be an end in sight. Now, we're going to set up another meeting, and I just talked to the first selectman again today. He appreciated the fact that your folks, A and DESP, met with him. But we have to have some action on the road and not just a meeting. And, you know, that we have to find some results to that. So that's something that I think that we have to not always have a conversation. Sometimes it's time to move it along. So I do think that we have to do more for public transportation in Eastern Connecticut. And we have more than half of the distressed municipalities are in Eastern Connecticut on the 395 corridor. And many of them have very little in public transportation. Some of them have no public transportation at all. And so when we have towns that show that there is a clear need based on the population that lives there, that's something that I think we need to address. I also met with some housing developers in New London, and they were just 2 blocks away from being considered part of transit-oriented development in order to get tax credits relative to housing. I think that if we're going to recognize the differences in our communities, that we need to recognize that a block or 2 away is something that we should be looking at when we're talking transit-oriented development. So, so those are a couple of the things. I could go spot by spot, but I'm hoping that back to the helmets, that we recognize that people have a right to choose. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Kennedy. Sorry, not Kennedy, Carney. Sorry about that. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's nice to see you, Commissioner. Thank you for your testimony. So I have a few questions on a few different issues. So the first one is regarding the variable speed limits. I guess I'm wondering, how would you envision citations would work? You know, if it goes down from, I don't know, 65 to 55, let's say, and somebody is driving 75. So how would that work when they get a speeding ticket?
So the department would have a record of when those speed limits were changed, and law enforcement would also know, based on their being out there, what the speed limit was. So, you know, they would be enforcing whatever is the posted speed limit at that time, based on the variable speed limit. And, you know, and just to clarify too, so what we're proposing is the legislature has already given us this authority in certain circumstances for weather events. We're asking to expand it a little bit more for congestion or construction projects. We have not implemented this yet, but the intent would be law enforcement would be enforcing the laws based on whatever the posted speed limit is at that time.
Okay. Would you envision any type of a variable speed limit? I know you said congestion at maybe certain times of the year. I mean, just for example, in the district I represent, there are oftentimes accidents on I-95, and it creates a whole host of problems. So would you see that as an option at all?
I don't think it would be necessarily good practice to just 24/7 during certain times. Like if you're thinking like summertime, right? 24/7, a lowered speed limit, even if it was not congested on the roadways at that time, it should be based on like conditions. If, you know, traffic is moving at 35 miles per hour due to severe congestion on I-95, you know, northbound, then, you know, that's in a situation where we would propose lowering it down instead of keeping it at the level it was at, but not to do a 24/7 all summer long type operation. It should be based on conditions at that time.
Okay. And I guess going along this topic, oftentimes if there is an accident on I-95, between Old Lyme and Waterford, cars do get off in Old Lyme, and it creates, a ton of issues, whether it's, kids getting out of school, public safety, stuff like that. Would you be, I guess one of the things that they've talked to me about is having almost a similar type of a thing, not speed limit necessarily, but being able to have, I guess, an easier way to get drivers to detour when that happens. And I'm just wondering if working with DOT, the DOT might, be willing to give the town some authority on those state roads like 156 to have similar type of signage to either divert people or to reduce speed limits there.
So we could definitely talk to the town in terms of, trying to install variable speed limit on local roads. That's something that we want the Office of State Traffic Administration to meet with the local governments to talk about. The detour issue is certainly a concern. I think, many of us are realizing that the advancement of technology, everyone using Google or Waze or Apple Maps, that's just going to push people whichever direction the algorithm thinks is going to take you there the fastest, which may not necessarily benefit local communities. There's very little outside of our control in our control to impact that. And I know it's frustrating for everyone. But one thing we are doing in your district in Eastern Connecticut in general, I-95 from basically Branford all the way to the border is a study to be able to identify capital projects that could reduce a lot of that diversionary traffic. It's called a Project Environmental Linkage for I-95 East. And so that process has begun. We're beginning to work with local elected officials and police and public meeting process, so we can start identifying what's the problem in each specific location, and let's start working collectively to identify capital solutions, operational solutions that can solve the problems.
Okay. All right. That sounds great. Thank you very much for that. And regarding the work zone, this is not, I don't believe this is in your testimony, but it is a separate bill regarding automated traffic enforcement in work zones. One of the issues I've heard from a few constituents, and I'm wondering if there's any way, and honestly, off the top of my head, I can't really think of, a way to do it other than through the appeals process, is for rental cars. I've heard some concern about rental car companies. They rent a car out to somebody, that person speeds through a work zone. Who gets stuck with the citation? The rental car company does. So I'm just wondering if there's any talk of a process that would allow those companies a way to either pass on that citation or just get rid of it based on the fact that they are a rental company.
So I'll ask Liz Keys to come up and she can introduce herself. But I mean, today rental cars, if they go through, if they travel on the Mass Pike or go to New York and they go through some of the electronic tolling that's in place, that is tied to the owner of the vehicle. It's then the rental car companies will then pass on those costs to whoever was renting the vehicle at that time. I'm not sure what would prohibit a rental car company from doing that today if they were to go through one of our work zones, but I'll let Liz introduce herself and talk about that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Elizabeth Keys, Chief of Legal and Regulatory Affairs at DOT. I would simply reiterate what the Commissioner said. I am not aware of anything that would prohibit a rental car company from recovering the cost of a fine like that from the operator of the vehicle. And perhaps it's something that some of these companies could work into their contracts with the public to ensure that they are not on the hook for these costs when someone goes through automated one of the work zone cameras or and potentially going forward some of the municipal automated enforcement programs.
Yeah, and Representative, I'll add to, I think, The other option would be to change the program, but to tie it to the individual operating the vehicle, which I think, throughout numerous times when we've come before the legislature, the decision was not to do that and to instill some measure of privacy where we're not taking pictures of the individuals operating the vehicles.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. And I think that's definitely something that, either, we need to have a conversation about with the companies about how they're going to do it if we need to change laws regarding that. And then just my final question is about Shoreline East. So I'm looking at your testimony regarding the rail line. And I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously, I see the chart that shows a huge decline from ridership in 2019 to 2020, which, for obvious reasons. But I'm just wondering, outside of that, has the department looked into perhaps, the reasons behind why this rail line has not seen additional ridership?
I'll ask Ben Limmer, the bureau chief, to come up as well on this one, but I think there's a few different issues. One, the demographic profile, the working demographic profile of individuals on Shoreline East are slightly different from the Waterbury branch line or the Hartford line. And the new profile is they're not going into work 5 days a week necessarily. Some of them are, definitely. But when we still had 66% service levels, we saw that they weren't necessarily commuting 5 days a week. And then, obviously with a reduction in service, you're not going to have the same level of ridership potentially, but Ben has done extensive work with the advocacy group out there, and I'll let him talk about that. Introduce it.
Yeah, good morning still. Ben Limmer, Bureau Chief of Public Transportation. Yeah, so kind of two more parts to that. One, myself, as well as the rail operations and planning team, has done some boots on the ground work with some of the stakeholders and customers on the Shoreline East corridor, as well as elsewhere throughout the state, to really try and put our fingers on the pulse on who's riding, how often, where are they going, what type of trip purpose do they have, etc. And so that insight really drove our customized schedule for the Shoreline East service, not only this fiscal year, but into the future. When talking with the customers and the stakeholders, we did commit to them that we would do a routine review of what the ridership patterns were. Were they going up? Were they stabilized? Do we see particular trains or times of day or days of the week with more activity? And then we could pivot and further customize this specific rail schedule for them going forward, given the limited resources on the table to provide day-to-day rail service. And then as we look further out, we do recognize that people are traveling much differently today than they were in 2019 and possibly even as recently as 2021 or 2022. So we are looking at further enhancing our data collection means, what types of ridership data are we getting, how often, and really using that to help build what our future rail schedules might look like on all lines throughout the state. So I hope that adds some clarification to the question.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I mean, and certainly I'm a supporter of Shoreline East, and I'd like to see the funding go back up to pre-COVID levels. I guess my concern is that the rail line, and people may already think this, that the rail line is just going to have a stigma that it's not efficient, it never runs, and I think that would be a shame and actually reduce ridership even more. So I'm hoping that we can, do whatever we can to get those numbers up. And, I look forward to further conversations on this topic, but thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you. Ben, can you stay there for 1 second? Thank you, Representative Carney. I did just want, we're all done, I think, with questions from the committee, Commissioner, so you can prepare yourself to go testify in front of, oh, I'm sorry, Representative. We do have one more question. So I did, just as a follow-up to Representative Carney, there were a couple of questions I had. Commissioner, you had mentioned that the date we set forth in the bill of July 1st would be difficult given the federal hearing process that's required. Could you illuminate the timeline that would be required through the federal hearing process so that we have that in our back pocket?
Generally, if there are resources available, including staff resources, generally we require around 6 months in order to turn around from when we are notified of gubernatorial legislative, action to when we can institute a change on the railroad. It's very difficult it's not like a bus operation, which can be pivoted pretty quickly. Rail operations, you need to ensure you have the trained staff. You need to hold the hearing process. Then you also need to negotiate for slots on Amtrak-owned territory. As again, this is not rail territory owned by Connecticut. So we have to negotiate with Amtrak, one, to get them to operate the service, but also give us slots in their schedule to operate.
Have those slots since been filled since we have cut the rail service?
Not necessarily. They have increased service on the Northeast Corridor with additional Amtrak trains. They may have plans for future additional service. They're looking at adding service, just as we are looking at adding service into Penn Station, New York. So that is something that we negotiate with them almost monthly basis. We meet with them to talk about lots of other issues. And this would be added to the agenda if that's the direction we're given.
So we talk a lot about congestion on our highways and relieving congestion. There's been some suggestions about road widening. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's the department's position that road widening doesn't necessarily work, but only brings more congestion. Is that correct?
If you add a lane to the entirety of a highway, that's called induced demand, where you free up capacity and then it will just fill back up. It will divert people from other modes or other paths. So, but what our position is we look at what our operational improvements, maybe between two exits, adding an auxiliary lane to avoid weaving to prevent crashes. In this part of the state, through the Pell process that we're undertaking to study I-95 east from Branford to the state line. Those are types of things that we're currently looking at. Can you make those operational improvements to reduce weaving, which results in a ripple effect of congestion?
And would you say that the department, in order to reduce congestion, has made a concerted effort to enhance public transportation?
Looking at in our state, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I will say, Senator, though, looking at some of the initial data, most of the congestion caused outside of summertime, most of the congestion caused on I-95 east of Branford is caused due to people using the highway as a local road. That's what initial origin and destination data is showing.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. Hi, Commissioner. Nice to see you. Just to follow up to some of my colleagues' questions about 5328, which is about the work zones. I certainly recognize the intent of this bill is to expand the pilot. And as someone who, part of my district is one of our significant highways, I-84, it's not lost on me, certainly, how this could impact that roadway and so many of our highways around the state. Could you just give a little more clarity to myself and anyone listening, how you all, intend on pursuing an expansion of this program and how it could really affect speeding, particularly in all of the work zones around the state? So that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Farrar. So the pilot program is no longer in effect. The legislation only gave us specific approvals for a certain period of time. We concluded with the previous construction season, so it's no longer being utilized in our state. We're proposing to make it a permanent program where the department would then have to go out and do a competitive selection process to find a vendor to then work with us to institute a program in our agency, similar to what Maryland and Pennsylvania DOT do today. We would then work with them to establish parameters following the statutes as it's laid out. And then we would work to continue to maintain public notice of where these cameras would be deployed, have the advanced signage, multiple advanced signage to indicate to drivers that a camera is ahead. We've actually learned quite a bit from the pilot program that having just a stationary sign as well as a dynamic flashing sign telling drivers there's a camera ahead is most impactful on getting them to slow down before they even hit the work zone. So those are the types of learned experiences that we'd like to implement through this process.
Thank you for that. And I'm glad to hear that, as you noted, we're learning from other states. And I certainly have been encouraged by folks that have really seen that it could make a difference in regards to speeds in their neighborhood. So thank you so much, the commissioner, and thank you, the chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. And seeing no other questions from the committee, thank you again, Commissioner, and everybody at DOT for being here today. Next, we have Representative Candelora, who I believe is bringing up some folks. So we'll be giving everybody a little bit more leeway in terms of time, because I know everybody here signed up to testify at different points. So we actually appreciate you all sort of consolidating your testimony. Yeah. Welcome, Representative, and Mary and Alex and Sam. So glad to see you all here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Cohen and Lamar and Ranking Member Kennedy. I just want to thank you for raising, it was Senate Bill 279. I want to thank Senator Cohen for working on this issue. And I'm just going to, you have my written testimony, so I'm just going to turn it over to Mary, Sam, and Alex for their testimony.
Good morning. Thank you so much for hearing our opinion of this bill, and thank you for considering it. I sit before you a very proud mom. It's one of my biggest assets are my 2 adult kids who have lived most of their lives with a progressive genetic disability, and decided that access has become so difficult for them to be part of the community that they wanted to start doing something about it. So I, being an able-bodied person, gets an opportunity to see what it's like to be granted access like everyone. And I also spend a lot of time with them and see the struggles that they have. So we have my son, Sam Bodie.
Hello, my name is Sam Bodie. And hello, Commissioner and Representative Delore, Representative Lopez, and Representative Kelly. Did I miss anybody else?
No, I think you're good, Sam.
So my name is Sam Bodie. And I've been working since fall of 2014 at my local high school at North Clifton High School. And I'm a paraprofessional at North Clifton High School, so I work with the seniors and the juniors at council. And yeah. And I'm also in support of this bill because I think we need to stop the rule doctors from randomly just giving out these accessible placards.
Yeah. Al?
Thank you very much. I'm a bit boy and seven. For and,
So Alex runs a profit called Peace Love Accessibility, advocating especially for accessible parking access.
I definitely do guys do for this bill. Thank you.
So as you can see, as a family, we're asking you to support SB 279.
And just to summarize briefly what the bill does is, you know, right now the handicap placards are issued through your doctor's office. Physicians will issue them to patients. The bill doesn't specify, or the law currently does not specify that it needs to be your treating physician. And with the world of the new technology, there are online platforms that can allow for people to actually register online, pay $150 or some other fee, and get access to a handicap placard without even going into a doctor's office and filming your disability and sending it into the doctor. I don't know if you want to just summarize
Sure.
the experience that they had.
We had a friend approach us who said, I'd like to try to get a placard. He's an able-bodied graduate student. So we said, that's great, take on the challenge. And he was able to, there's two, in our research with Peace Love Accessibility, we found 2 programs where you could pay to get your placard in Connecticut. He applied for both. One never responded to him, but kept his money. The second one guaranteed a telemedicine visit. He was assigned a physician in Hawaii, never spoke to the person. It was via text message. They finally got back to him and asked him to videotape his gait. He videotaped a very obvious fake limp, and he was informed on Friday that he qualified for the placard and he'd be getting a Connecticut handicap placard.
Well, I just want to first and foremost thank you all for being here. For those of you that don't know, the Bodys and Mary Caruso are also a shared constituent with Representative Candelora. So I've witnessed firsthand the advocacy for the disability community on the whole. And I just want to thank you for that, for helping so many people across the state of Connecticut. And some of you may recall that this committee passed a accessibility placard council. We've been a little bit frustrated that it hasn't quite gotten off the ground yet, because, you know, I think it will be enlightening for that council to meet and to really dig into some of the issues around the disability community, challenges to parking and accessibility to our venues throughout the state of Connecticut. So I'm eager for the work of that council to begin. But in the meantime, I think hearing about some of these egregious circumstances where folks are being disingenuous about a disability to get themselves a placard and be able to park in handicap spots throughout the state of Connecticut is really concerning. And I know that there's some other issues that we need to address in terms of lifetime placards. Again, I hope that, you know, together with DMV and you know, together with my co-chair, we've really been urging DMV to convene these meetings, and I'm hopeful that that will happen very, very soon now. I know a number of the appointments have already been made, but I think in the meantime, this bill really highlights some, you know, some important, I don't want to say low-lying fruit, but it really is, and to some extent, there, we know that there's an issue here. We're seeing it proven. I know Representative Candelora and I were in a meeting the other night, and he showed me, you know, about this particular physician that you mentioned. So I don't have any questions. I just really want to highlight your good work and advocacy. I appreciate you all so very much for doing it. It's because of you that we have this council. It's because of you that there's more awareness around this issue. So in gratitude, thank you all for being here and for testifying today. Representative Kennedy, followed by, oh, did you have any questions? I'm sorry, Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, Co-Chair, Representative Wynn.
Very quickly, thank you again for your years of steadfastness and work on this, both Sam, Alexandra, Mary Caruso. I really appreciate you coming up here today. And I recognize, and I think committee members recognize, that this has been years of work to even get to this point. We're still recognizing there are a number of unscrupulous people who will take advantage of the system, who exploit any loophole that we have. So hopefully we can get this working group together so we can more quickly identify these problems as they arise and not force you guys to come all the way up here and testify and then spend 3 months arguing. Ideally, the working group would be able to recognize that there are unscrupulous actors in this space who are taking advantage of the laws that we have in place, taking advantage of the fact that things move slowly in government, and trying to either enrich themselves by going through this process, this patently illegal and immoral practice of like treating people via video that clearly are not handicapped as if they were, and taking up valuable real estate of being able to park in front of stores and visit doctors' offices and just go through your daily lives and have people with unwarranted handicap parking placards it infuriates all of us. Like I've heard from people on this committee, it infuriates us on a daily basis. We hear from constituents about what they encounter when they try to park in front of a local establishment that they need access to and they don't have it. So you've taken this on in a way that I know has taken up a lot of time and effort and energy in your life. I know you've dedicated a lot of your personal time to this. It is having a profound positive impact for people across Connecticut, and I thank you for that. I think sometimes when you're just fighting the next battle, it's hard to recognize sometimes that you've already had a tremendous positive impact for people, but you have. So we got more work to do, no doubt about it. We got to get this better, but you've already improved the lives of so many people, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your family commitment to this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sam and Alexandria, for coming up today to testify. Thank you both for also submitting written testimony. Sam, SB, I really enjoyed reading your testimony, so I do thank you for that. And it's true, it's unfortunate that so many people would abuse a system that is meant to help those who really are in need. So just a quick question for you, Mary. With the amount of people that it seems that are abusing the system and have not, really don't have the need, can you tell me how many times that's impacted you as far as trying to find a handicap space? Have you had to wait for a space? Have you had to try park further away? I mean,
So a multitude of things have happened to us. And I want to say we don't focus on, it's not our decision as to whether or not someone needs a placard. That's between a physician and their patient. But one of the things that happens very often, we have a ramp van because Sam and Al both use power wheelchairs. Many times they will go somewhere, they're able to get a spot because 1 out of every 4 spots is ramp accessible. So they can't park in just any spot, but we'll go somewhere, we'll finally find a spot, we'll open the ramp, we'll get out, we'll go to where we have to go, a doctor's appointment or work or site visits because I'm helping Al with her nonprofit. We'll come back to our van and there'll be a car parked in the access aisle, which is only next to a ramp spot so that we can get in and out. There's confusion among law enforcement. We've called law enforcement. They just don't know if they can give a ticket because the person may or may not have a placard. So we feel education is a huge piece. Public awareness can be a huge piece. We're working on a PSA right now with Quinnipiac University. We're hoping to bring more awareness. We have a very active Facebook page where we're trying to educate people. We're getting a tremendous response, positive, from the general public saying, I had no idea. Like, nobody told me. So we're working on the different reasons that people have problems with access. You know, we're always also hearing from a lot of the disability community who say, we don't even go to the grocery store anymore because it's so frustrating to try to find that spot. So there are a lot of ways that we can all work as a community and a state just to improve access by learning about it and being more mindful and understanding the importance. It isn't just to run in somewhere. The other thing I'd like to point out about the online mechanism, I worry about the senior citizens that don't know how to get a placard. They Google it, they find this program to get a placard online. They have no idea that you can get a placard and there isn't a cost. So they're paying an online mechanism in meeting, not even meeting, getting connected with a doctor from somewhere else. They don't have to pay a fee to get that placard. So that's another important issue, is taking advantage of a population, whether senior citizens or the disabled community, that don't always have that kind of money. They don't have to pay that money.
Thank you so much, Mary. Those are really very valid and important issues that you brought up, and I hope that we will get this council finally together. We certainly do need more public awareness. We need more education. And not only is it certainly probably frustrating, it's also probably dangerous. I would imagine very dangerous. And I know there's so many people that don't understand that just because that the ramp next to it, you have to be able to get your ramp to come down so that the person can then
Right.
exit the vehicle. And so, you know, hopefully the council can also address the law enforcement portion of it.
We've
So,
been visiting police departments and it's been very well received.
well,
And we have surveys out also. So, you know, we're gathering a lot of data to try to find out really where, you know, the overriding sentiment is there needs to be public awareness and education from all our surveys in our visits with police departments.
well, thank you so much for that. And again,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Sam and Alexandria. And we look forward to getting the work done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. Representative Chirko, followed by Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all very much for bringing this issue to the attention of the committee. Now, I know that in general, there are not enough handicap spots available at almost any location that you go to. And then I've personally witnessed individuals without any placard parking there, whether they think it's temporary, that it's okay to be able to run in or something like that to the bank or use an ATM, which is not appropriate. Or I've seen people park and then just disappear, you know, illegally. So we already have that problem. And what you're explaining is people getting these placards that don't have a need for them, but in a legal way, really shows that we have to close that loophole and fix that. The one question I just had, though, is just to make sure there's no unintended consequences here. I could foresee a reason why somebody legitimately needs to use telehealth to get approved for the placard rather than having to go physically somewhere. So with this proposed legislation, the way it's written, prohibit anyone from doing that as long as they're going to their attending physician?
No, I mean, an attending physician could do a telehealth visit and they would have the history of their patient. You know, a lot can also be done online. So the DMV makes the prescription, the application available online. And then if you had a person like Sam or Al could have a telehealth visit with their own physician to discuss. So at least the physician knows the patient.
video telehealth.
Right. So I don't think it would prohibit someone from having a telehealth visit with their own physician.
Great,
But
thank
you
you.
could speak to that better than me.
That's correct. The bill would just specify it has to be your treating physician or practice. So you can't just get a stranger off the internet, like in this situation where they're in Hawaii, have no patient-doctor relationship, and they're issuing placards.
Thank you very much for that clarification, and thanks so much, everyone, for coming here today, your advocacy on this important legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Turco. And I do think it's important to speak to intent because we are in an age where there's more and more telehealth visits, and particularly in the disability community. Certainly, telehealth has become more normal when you have difficulty getting to and from appointments. So we really want to be clear on intent here, and we'll be working with our LCO to make sure that we have the language in a good place so as to not prevent folks having telehealth visits with their physicians here, particularly in Connecticut, but perhaps they see a physician in a specialty outside of the state as well. So we really want to be clear on that. Representative Branco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Gandelor and the Bodie clan for coming to testify today. Now, this seems like a no-brainer, and it's sad that we even have to address this with legislation, that there'd be people taking advantage online. But unfortunately, that is the day and age we live in. And I'm interested in this because I've run into a similar issue with service animals and support animals with tenants. And you can go online, buy a certificate from anybody who is licensed and registered and pass that off to a landlord and say, I need a service animal. And that law is written and it already does say, and so the onus is on the landlord. Basically, it says it has to come from a local provider. So, landlord can stop it if it's from someone, if you're in Connecticut and this comes from a provider in California, So I guess my question is here, maybe you can fill me in because I'm not really sure how these are issued, but I'm wondering how this is enforced. Because we can say it has to come from a physician within your practice. Obviously, that's great. But I don't think if this doesn't eliminate bad actors, how do we enforce this?
Yeah, under the statute, the current law has a criminal provision. So if a doctor is signing under penalty of perjury, they can be charged with a misdemeanor. So I would think if there's an out-of-state doctor that's doing this illegally, the enforcement is criminal right now. But certainly, I think we could look at if that practice continues going through DCP or the Attorney General. But I'll say when we dealt with the telehealth, the optometrist issue with issuing prescriptions online, it was before public health a number of years ago. There was sort of a similar setup requiring, the in-office visits. So we didn't replace it with online. We didn't need to do enforcement provisions because the market just listened to the law and corrected itself. But I would think that we might have to look at a different provision other than criminal if these online platforms continue to market itself in Connecticut, if this law were to pass.
Thank you. And I agree. And we can kind of correlate this with service and support animals because it is a problem. But I guess the person who's using an out-of-state platform, they're not going to tell on themselves. So I guess who would be responsible for reporting the online platform and how do we stop that? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think we'd have to look at that. I think probably, DMV would have some level of enforcement, but I would think the Attorney General's office would probably have a flexibility in going after these out-of-state companies to prevent them from having these platforms in Connecticut. So I think it would sort of be a civil action.
Okay, thank you for that. And I agree. I think it's a good cause, and I'm sorry that this is even something that you have to deal with. So I hope we do take a look at this and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And seeing no other questions. Oh, Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Leader, for your testimony here today. I will say I'm going back and forth between judiciary, but it is so frustrating for me to see people getting out, parking in handicapped spots, and clearly not needing the handicap spots. And I've seen it multiple times at the mobile station in the Merritt going back and forth where, you know, there's people taking up the handicap spots that don't deserve them or need them. And then there's none available for those that truly need them. So I hope we can do something about it because there's nothing more frustrating to me. And I'm wondering, did you look into how we can increase the penalty and fines and make it easier to enforce? Like what exactly is the overall goal of this private right of action? I didn't get a chance to read the entirety of the bill proposal.
So enforcement general all the way around is a huge problem. And we're excited about the advisory council at DMV because I think they can start to address that. We're visiting the police stations and we're hearing from every department that it is a problem and they acknowledge the problem. Some of the departments are considering like even a one day where they would focus on being out in the community and enforcing. So we were thinking if we could get 300 police departments across Connecticut, that would be every day. But I think the advisory council, when it does meet, this will be a big conversation for them because it is a problem and everyone has to figure out how to do that enforcement piece.
I will tell you, I've taken video of people that I believe are improperly parked in handicapped spots and sent it to my police for investigation. And unfortunately,
So there is a multi-tier issue here. And if someone has a legal placard, the police really can't do anything about it. So we're also talking about an education piece with the physicians who are authorized to give a placard. We haven't had the same level of success visiting doctors' offices. We've had some very interesting conversations. Many physicians don't realize there's criteria to give out a placard. But that's a huge endeavor that we do have as our goal. But we, as a nonprofit, we are trying to get into physicians' offices just to enlighten them that there is criteria. And the state of Connecticut has it listed right on the application. Some physicians don't know that there are specific physicians who are supposed to be writing that placard out. It's not your medical assistant and it's not your secretary. So it really, I think it's even a bigger issue that this committee can even tackle. But in just 1 year, we have found so many areas to improve in the placard. One is visiting physicians, one is visiting police departments, then giving them what they need to enforce. You know, better visible expiration dates on a placard. Ours are very tiny. And an officer just can't go placard to placard checking them. So there's a lot of easy ways to improve. It's going to take work. We're taking it on as our nonprofit. So hopefully by talking to the people who can give out the placard, explaining to them that there are specific criteria. I mean, the overlying criteria is a person can't walk 200 feet without stopping to rest or with an assistive device. That is on the top of the application. So there's a lot of work to be done, but I think little by little, we can see an improvement. And I'm sorry.
No, sorry, go ahead.
No, I think by seeing improvements, you're going to make people within the community that have disabilities that are under the criteria, they're going to feel better. You're going to see them out there. It's just going to make for a better society for everyone. As able-bodied people, we can recognize the need and we can be more mindful and we can follow the laws, and it's going to help the disabled community.
And what's the website I can donate on?
Oh, we're not asking for donations, but you can go to the Facebook page. The nonprofit is called Peace, Love, Accessibility, and that's how we want to approach it. We want to work together. We want to see improvements. We want to pass some laws, and we want to make things better.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alex said, start the conversation.
Right, that's what Alex says, just starting the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you so very much again. And I don't see any, Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Majority Leader Candelora, thank you very much for bringing this family here. I've never heard you guys speak before, so thank you very much for enlightening us. I think that the placard, that's issued legally by the state of Connecticut, when you come back to, I think a couple folks already touched on it, the actual education piece. I believe that people think that this is for life, and it's not. It's for the person that it was obtained for, and it has a sunset. But most people believe that and you can see it all the time when you pull up any store, an 18-year-old girl jumps out of the car and runs in with the placard on. So that's grandmas, dads, uncles. So I think the education piece is very important, and I think that it could be a bit of a stretch asking police to get involved with some of this, because they're dealing with other quality of life issues that affect us on a day-to-day basis. And but I do like what you did mention earlier. I do like the targeted approach, just like we do the seatbelt check and the speeding check and the sobriety checks. We can also do a legal handicap placard check. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We really appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you so much. And again, Alex, Sam, and Mary, I really appreciate you coming up and for all of your hard work and advocacy around this. I will just say once again, thank you, Alex. Sorry to interrupt you. Did you want to say thank you? Oh, that's nice. I did also just want to say and reiterate one more time that it is, this committee's hope that this council that we passed as a legislative body last session will come to fruition very shortly. So we urge the diligent DMV commissioner who also wants to see this happen. I've spoken with him recently, that we would urge the DMV to get this started as soon as possible. Again, that's outside of this legislation here before us today, but appreciate you being here and testifying for this particular legislation that's in front of the committee today. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Next, we have Senator Summers.
That would be former ranking member of this committee, Senator Summers.
I was just going to give them a minute. Is that all right? Okay. Good morning, or good afternoon, actually. Good afternoon. Chair Lamar, ranking members, and wow, distinguished members of the committee that are dwindling today. I'm here to testify on two bills today. The first one is SB 277, which is an act restoring the services on Shoreline East Rail. And I have submitted written testimony, so I'll just sort of summarize what I would like to say, which is, as many of you may be aware, Shoreline East is not just a transportation service. It's a lifeline for our communities in Eastern Connecticut. It connects people to our largest employer in the state, Electric Boat. It connects people to education, healthcare, and most importantly, it connects people to the #1 tourist destination in our state, Mystic, Connecticut. The pandemic had a profound effect on people riding the train. With the cuts that we've seen, it makes it almost impossible to really make this train useful because the service has been so diminished that you really can't get from point A to point B. So restoring Shoreline East to a full service is not simply about getting trains back on the track, but it's about reinvigorating our economy, providing greater access to jobs, and enhancing the quality of life for our residents. It's about ensuring that our #1 tourist destination is accessible to all, thus bringing much needed tourist dollars into our local businesses and our flourishing economy that will help the state. If we can't get the full restoration of Shoreline East, there is another bill that I hope you will consider, which is just restoring the trains from Memorial Day to Labor Day, increase the trains coming from New York directly to Mystic, Connecticut, the #1 tourist destination, on Friday nights, and have additional trains going back to New York on Sunday night. This will help our massive parking issue that I'm sure many of you have heard about in Mystic. We have millions of cars that visit us on 18th century cow paths, really. Just to give you an example, the Mystic Aquarium will see 7,000 people a day and has 500 parking spaces. It's a huge problem. Restoring this or increasing train service, if you get off the depot in Mystic, you can walk everywhere. The second bill that I'd like to testify on today is 5330. And this is particularly in section 3, which revises the general statutes that permit for certain activities, including dredging. And I just wanted to touch base on dredging very quickly. There are still numerous challenges concerning marinas and dredging in the state of Connecticut. We've made some headway, but New York is holding up our permits, is rejecting our permits, and it's causing a huge economic impact of marinas along the shoreline, not just Mystic, from Mystic to Greenwich. We spent $3 million at DOT budgeting to look at a study for dredging. Lamont visited our marinas in southeastern Connecticut, hearing that. We have silt in eastern Connecticut. Long Island does not, so everything fills in. We get all of Long Island silt. We need to be able to dredge. We have agencies talking to each other for the first time here in New York and Connecticut, which is great. The Port Authority has signed a memorandum of understanding with Army Corps of Engineers for a critical overview of dredging needs for the entire state, which will help our small marinas and our deep harbors. And there's also the decision that was made in the Second Circuit Court of Appeals that upheld the process that established a disposal site off the end of Fisher's Island. It's located 2.5 miles south of Groton, but we have not been able to use that facility because New York rejects our permits. So I wanted to bring that to your attention because it is a huge issue still. It's been an issue for years. And I would ask that maybe you would consider last year's bill 5421, which has to do with small harbors and funding for dredging, that you maybe consider that in your language in this particular bill. So I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Senator Summers.
Being on this committee.
I know, I was just about to highlight like everything you just referenced in relation to that bill, stuff that you took as a priority in your time as ranking member of this committee. I was glad that we were able to pass a lot of that as part of your tenure here together, working together with you. And it is sad situation that we find ourselves in constant fight with the state of New York with respect to frankly, what is a shared resource that they've taken advantage of for numerous years, but have blocked our opportunity to remove dredged material and silt into that disposal site. That's clearly in the interest of Connecticut, and clearly Connecticut is burdened by, as you said and noted, debris from Long Island itself. So it's a deeply frustrating aspect of intergovernmental relations. We have limited role that we can play in those negotiations, except to continue to push our federal delegation to fight more on our behalf. I know you've been in constant contact with Representative Courtney on that regard. He's shown a great interest in continuing to fight for us there. I appreciate your bipartisan leadership with that in that respect. And I appreciate your time here as we worked on this together. When it comes to Shoreline East, I think that ideally, the ideal solution is to return service back to 2019 levels. Like public transportation relies on frequency and reliability. I mean, that's frankly what a commuter is going to rely, if they're going to make a choice whether or not they need a second car for their family, or can give up that second car because they can rely on transportation to get into and out of New Haven. If someone who maybe works 3 days a week at Lawrence Memorial, but 2 days a week at Yale New Haven Hospital, they don't need to buy that second car to drive to Yale New Haven Hospital because they can just hop on the train. or individuals who have to come into my city from yours, maybe they can make that choice. It's a little bit easier if they have reliable public service that takes them at normal working hours, something that we used to have just a few years ago. So I think you're right that that's got to remain the priority, is frequent and reliable transportation for the vast majority of commuters. But there is something for those of us who exist on the South Shore that we see all summer long, which is our highways, our parking lots. You cannot get from my house to your house, which would normally take 45 minutes to an hour. In the summer, that's an all-day affair. And we need to, at the very least, at the very minimum, think about how to create a summer service that reflects the tremendous demand that we have to get into and out of those South Shore towns all summer long. So we will consider that as a component of this as well. But I think you and I share the same priority, as I know the leadership of this committee does, about getting back frequent, reliable service to 2019 levels on Shoreline East. So again, thank you for your leadership and steadfastness and in your time here as ranking member.
Thank you very much.
Tony. Next, I have a member of a public, Paul Audette. Is Paul here? Paul. Followed by Representative Zullo.
Hi, my name is Paul Audette. I am a member of the CMRA, also a co-chairman. I'm here to object to section 19B on HB 5330. And I'm asking that you do not propose any more helmet laws, mandatory. And that's about it.
Excellent. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate your testimony today, sitting through a couple hours with us. I saw you were here when the commissioner spoke.
Yes.
There is something I think we're struggling with, right? Is like, how do we get to, and I think we've reached a consensus that maybe not every rider needs to have a helmet at all times, right? I think that's a general consensus that perhaps we're a bit overreaching in that regard. But there is this fact that remains stubborn in my mind, and I know my co-chair's mind, that the overwhelming majority of motorcycle accidents happen in that very beginning window when someone starts riding a bike. And why isn't it at least appropriate for us to look at that timeline as being appropriate for requiring helmets? Like you're a lifetime rider. Like whether, no matter what weather you find yourself in, no matter what roadway conditions, you've got experience on your side to make smart decisions in difficult moments. But for that new rider who hasn't seen the things that you've seen on the roadway, why isn't it a good policy choice for us to say, hey, look, while you're learning, let's have a helmet?
Well, while you have your learner's permit, you have to wear a helmet. The point is the 3-year limitation on this helmet is just like opening the door so that they can pass further legislation to make it mandatory all the time. And we have to worry about that because that's what they try to do.
Any other questions for Paul? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Paul, for appearing today. I think, as I articulated, I fully support and advocate wearing of helmets for safety as a motorcycle rider. I think I made that clear.
Yes.
But I also am challenged by and echoing Senator Austin, the libertarian perspective of personal choice. Can you kind of articulate, and I think it's important, we're about safety in this committee and preventable tragedies and accidents and deaths. But that being said, it's also personal behavior that is a huge factor in reckless driving, whether it be a car or motorcycle. So I think two questions for me is from a libertarian personal choice perspective, but I think the second point would also be, how do you mandate personal behavior and reckless behavior and reemphasize that as a member of your association and as your bike riding association and colleagues, safety is preeminent in following the rules and learning how to be safe on the road as a motorcycle rider. As CMRA, talk about your advocacy in regards to reinforcing safety and safe behaviors, because reckless behavior exists on the road for everyone. Why would you be lumped into that?
I believe you need to have education. And from what I've seen, when my children got their licenses, when they went to driving school, there was no emphasis put on motorcycles. Nothing. So we need more education to educate the people that are around us and also the riders. But I don't see that happening.
Well, I appreciate your advocacy, and maybe you could elaborate a little further. And if there's nothing you want to add to that, it is from a libertarian choice, personal choice and behavior.
Yes.
Listen, I think every one of your members want to get from point A to point B safely. No
Correct.
doubt.
Correct.
But you're making a personal choice to be a bike rider. You're making his personal choice to travel when you're in a car. And how does that idea of personal choice, in light of kind of governmental belief in safety, balance each other out? Maybe you can articulate a little bit for me, because I want to hear from bike riders. I don't ride, and I do believe that, helmets should be written when you're there. But I also am balanced with a belief that personal choice, personal education and behavior, and personal prevention to safety is far, far more important.
Well, I don't know. Personally, it's choice. And we don't want the government telling us what we have to, what we can and cannot do. All right. And I'm an adult, and adults should have that choice. And I think the government just keeps encroaching on our freedoms. I don't know how else to explain it to you.
Well, I appreciate that statement, and that is what I've heard from many of the advocates, and for those that may be coming up to testify along your lines, I'll ask them about that in regards to understanding safety is important, and you take every precaution when you're on the road because it's your own body and limb. But nevertheless, it is a conscious personal choice that you're making. And that is the real crux of it all. So thank you for your insight and commentary. I think when more people opposing this aspect of the bill speak, I'll ask them the same question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, sir, for testifying today. I appreciate your testimony. I just wanted to restate, you're right, it is about choice, but we're talking about 16-year-olds, and the commissioner of DOT said something that, as I stated before, resonated, and that's the fact that when 16-year-olds get a driver's license to drive a motor vehicle, they do have restrictions in place. So these are just temporary restrictions, and hopefully that, young riders learn to ride in a safe manner. And I understand your concerns about future, that you're thinking we'll reopen this bill or, amend it further down the road. But that's not something that I don't think any of us are looking at this point. I think we're looking at the safety of our young motorcycle riders. But I do thank you for your comments today, and thank you for waiting with us this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I comment on that?
Sure, Mr. Audette.
As a 16-year-old, you are required to wear a helmet till you're, I believe, 18 now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, till you're 18.
Thank you. That it?
That is all, Mr. Audette. Thank you very much. Next up is Representative Zullo, followed by Eleanor Murray.
Thought it was on. I'll reiterate, good morning to all of the distinguished members, including the good chairs. I'm State Rep Joe Zullo, representing the 99th Assembly District, which includes most of the town of East Haven. I am here testifying today to share my thoughts on HB 5330, an act concerning recommendations of the Department of Transportation, and to oppose the bill as it's currently written. I'm going to align my testimony this afternoon with that of Mayor Joe Carfora, the mayor of the town of East Haven. He submitted written testimony this morning. I'm going to expand on some of his thoughts as well. As you heard earlier from DOT, under current law, applicants are individuals that seek to conduct regulated activities in deep regulated areas like inland wetlands or tidal wetlands must get deep authorization to do so, generally through an application process, which includes the opportunity for a public hearing. This bill modifies the permit application process by allowing the Commissioner of Deep to dispense with that public hearing requirement in certain new circumstances. If the project is a TOD, a transit-oriented development, or transportation or other infrastructure projects that don't include or are not located at an airport. And as you also heard earlier, they can dispense with that public hearing requirement only if the federal government has required some type of public participation process. The people or person proposing the regulated activity sought that input, public input in that forum or some type of equivalent to what we have now. And the applicant submits all of the testimony and information that was gained during that process so that the commissioner can take a look at it. I'm concerned if the commissioner dispenses with this public hearing requirement, interested or impacted parties are going to be in a difficult position. This bill really does stymie public input and participation in the governmental process. As a prerequisite to triggering a public hearing, it requires members of the public who are mostly lay and do not have a lot of experience in areas that we do or other public officials do. It requires them to submit a very nuanced petition, okay, to trigger this public hearing. They have to understand concept like the public trust, which is an ever-changing area of policy, which is it's a high bar to expect from a member of the public. Additionally, it reduces transparency. Our job is to make it easier to participate in the governmental process, not harder. This bill actually makes it harder. Finally, and my biggest concern is there are a number of terms that are very broad and poorly defined and that are unclear. Specifically, it allows dispensing of the public hearing requirement with respect to transit-oriented development projects. That is defined under current statute 13B 79 KK. However, it is unclear whether a TOD actually includes an airport. And I'll tell you why that's important. The second part of that section that I'm referring to that would seek to dispense with this public hearing requirement says that it would dispense with it with respect to transportation or other infrastructure projects, but not a project located at an airport. The first part says it dispenses with it with respect to transit-oriented development, but it doesn't contain the qualifier, but not a project located at an airport. A TOD does not have to be residential. Our statutes define it as something that can be commercial. And so because of that, I am worried that this could have the unintended consequence of dispensing with the public hearing requirement with respect to an airport, if an airport is considered a TOD. I can elaborate on why that's a problem if some of my colleagues would like to. I'm probably approaching 3 minutes, so I'm not going to push my luck, but I'm hoping some of my colleagues may have questions so that I can finish up. Thank you, Madam Chair or Mr. King.
Thank you, Representative Zullo. There wouldn't have to be an airport in your district, would there? I just want to, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the commissioner's testimony earlier this morning. I do think that there's some clarifications that you highlight that we may wish to get further articulated by the commissioner about the very specific examples that he's concerned about. I do not envision the agency's proposal to be as serious as your concerns indicate. So I hope there's an opportunity for us to kind of sit together, work it out, have the clarification that I think both you and the mayor of East Haven are seeking at this moment with respect to that. But I did want to give you an opportunity to go a little bit further into what your worst concerns are, so we can have those articulated fully for our conversations with the commissioner and what we're trying to prevent. So with that, Representative Zullo, please proceed.
I appreciate that. I won't tie you up too much longer. I know you've already been here quite a while and you're not as far along as you probably hope to be. So I appreciate the opportunity. I did have an opportunity to listen to the testimony early on by DOT. And I heard that federal public participation processes are robust and meaningful enough to substitute for what we currently have, the adjudicated hearing process. And I'm going to politely disagree. I'm going to entirely disagree, but do it so politely. I have witnessed firsthand in East Haven the disjustice that federal process can sometimes render. And, you know, jokingly, yes, I do represent a town, and particularly one of my sub-districts, that it has an airport located in it. And there are 900 people who submitted written testimony in opposition to plans to expand runway 9-20 who feel like their voices were not adequately heard in that public federal forum or in that federal forum. And if this proposal were to be passed, I have grave concerns that an avenue for additional public participation through this adjudicated hearing process would be eliminated. And those 900 people's voices would continue to be silenced when they're already feeling as if their voices were not heard. Now, keep in mind, this is with respect to a proposal to not only expand the runway, but a proposal that also implicates adding a new 80,000 square foot terminal to the east side of the airport, which is located in East Haven, and creating about 4,000 new parking spaces, which will vastly increase impervious surface in the area, exacerbating flooding and runoff issues that are already taking place there. So at a minimum, what I would ask of you is that the bill be clarified to make explicitly clear that despite the definition of TOD under our current law, that for these purposes and the adjudicating hearing process, TOD does not include airports or projects located at airports. More so, I would request that if you're inclined to change the petition standards, in other words, the things that people have to prove in order to trigger a public hearing, that they be relaxed. Again, these are lay people who have grave concerns, but absolutely do not have the same understanding of a lot of these nuanced concepts that you and I do, or that many other subject matter experts do. We cannot put this in place and erect barriers to people participating meaningfully. Better yet, finally, if you really want to do the right thing, which I feel is the right thing, just eliminate sections 2 through 4. Leave the adjudicated hearing process as it currently exists. We really shouldn't be sacrificing public input for a little bit more inconvenience. As I understand it, this really has not posed a significant problem, except in a couple of very limited contexts. And in my opinion, I think it's more important that we foster public participation rather than stymie it. And for all of those reasons, I'm going to, again, I request that you revisit this, take a look at it, see if maybe we can get to a compromise on it. Thank you again for the indulgence.
Thank you, Representative Zullo. And I think that from the commissioner's standpoint, the agency standpoint, this bill only addresses those very limited circumstances where it's been exploited, right? Because it still allows an avenue for the continued adjudicated process so long as there's an impacted party as a component of that complaint, right? So it's like, in my feeling, like you'd have, of those 900 people who submitted concerns with respect to what's happening on Tweed Airport, like you'd presume if this scenario were applied in this circumstance, that one of those individuals would be an impacted party and would thus have standing for that adjudicated process. So I think there's some conversation point here between yourself, leadership of this committee, and the agency to ensure that we are getting to the fruit of this issue, which is the sort of outlandish last minute delay of a project by people who are not in any way remotely impacted by the project, but are just seeking to delay for some other reason, right? And so hopefully we can save the energy, a lot of time, a lot of money in these very remote circumstances, while also protecting the individuals, right, impacted parties to have adjudicated hearing process in addition to the federal process. So I think there's a space, an avenue here for conversation where we can ultimately end up on the same page. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for being here today. I am honored to be a member of the East Haven delegation as well, and while a relatively new member since redistricting, I, have read through this. I've read through Mayor Carfora's testimony. I'm listening to you today. And I think probably you heard from some of my questions of the commissioner that I share some of the concerns, and I want to make sure that we get this right. I think there is a legitimate reasoning behind wanting to bring this legislation forward on the part of the Department of Transportation. I also get the distinct sense that they want to make sure that they are accepting airports from this process. And so if there is anything that's not clear enough, I think we'll want to make sure that there's clarity around that with respect to that section on TOD in particular. So we will certainly take a look at that further. In terms of the public process, I think we did hear, as my co-chair just mentioned from the commissioner today, that it's not their intention to stymie public participation, but rather than having folks from all across the country, because they're with a particular advocacy group that can just send out sort of an email saying, hey, this is happening in Connecticut. We just need 25 names on this list, that there are real folks involved in this. And certainly in the case of the airport, we have more than 25 people impacted in the area. So establishing such a petition wouldn't be incredibly difficult, as is evidenced from the 900 or so participants in the petition submitted to the FAA. That said, again, I do want to make sure that we have this right, that we're doing what's good and right for the residents of the state in terms of being able to leverage the important federal funding for infrastructure projects, but also so that the folks of our great state have a voice, as we move forward with these projects. So again, just more comments than anything. I appreciate you being here. Sounds like you want to work collaboratively with the committee to also ensure that we get this right. So thank you, Representative. Appreciate that.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Representative Zullo. Thank you for your testimony. And it's also important to note that as the ranking member on planning and development, you're very aware of the interplay of this bill as it relates to municipal governance. And I think your discussion points on transparency and public participation. And I know the commissioner's exchange with this committee really reinforced that, as articulated by the chair earlier. But to me, the adjudication of this discussion is in the jurisdiction of the DOT. So to me, it took away, in my mind, the accountability and the engagement of the conservation department, the watershed area, the local governance. You may petition, but the reality ultimately is this decision will be adjudicated in the department. And whether, as the other part of the exchange occurred, whether it's in the Connecticut DOT or Connecticut DEEP, the fact is you're taking away the local engagement process. So can you articulate a little bit about that when you said transparency, one, but two, public participation in a real engaged through point? I know there was a mention of outside national advocates, and they're well and good, but in the example you just gave and the example I had as an exchange related to the UI monopole situation, it is those very constituents that felt as though they didn't have a voice in this process. Could you articulate a bit about the importance of public participation that 1 through 4 really is troublesome?
Sure, and I appreciate the thoughtful question. So DOT, just like UI or just like any private person or entity, may end up conducting activities in a regulated area, right? So that's why they would make this application to DEEP in order to be able to work in wetlands or, get their approval, right? And again, as you noted, and as I noted earlier, this proposal, if it were to be passed into law, would limit the public's ability to participate in that process in certain circumstances. If the commissioner determined that a hearing was not required, and if certain other criteria were established. And I think it's a great point that the chair's brought up about having one person on that petition who's actually impacted. I actually wholeheartedly agree with that requirement. That's not a requirement that I have a concern about. My concerns are about the other two parts of that of the petition process and how those are, I believe, going to stymie public participation and perhaps decrease transparency. When you submit one of these petitions to trigger a public hearing, you have to be able to articulate how the regulated activity involves conduct that has or which is reasonably expected to have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state. That was a mouthful for me to say. Now imagine a layperson having to sit down and articulate that. You almost sound like you have to be a constitutional scholar in order to be able to articulate something like that, particularly because it's going to be subjected to scrutiny by the commissioner. It's going to be subject to appeal or objection from the person seeking to conduct the proposed activity, the regulated activity. Additionally, the person submitting the petition has to show how the relevant statutory or regulatory provision, which the petitioners claim such proposed regular activity does not satisfy. So you have to show somehow how the regulated activity isn't living up to essentially current law. That's a lot for somebody to have to do. And even if you articulate all of that perfectly, the commissioner may not agree with it. The person seeking to conduct the regulated activity may submit an objection, which the commissioner may agree with. In the end, we are erecting a lot of hurdles to triggering a public hearing, and we are making it a lot easier for the public's voice to be silenced, all believing that these federal processes, these public participation forums, whether they be through NEPA or something else, are going to be sufficient. And as I stated earlier, there are 900 people in and around East Haven who would sit here and come here today and say that those processes are woefully insufficient, who feel that their voices were not heard. And so for all those reasons, I believe that this really does take away, you can even say it takes away local control, right? You're taking people who know the most about their local government and the most about their towns and saying we're foreclosing, we're potentially eliminating an avenue for you to be able to weigh in on these processes.
Thank you. Not only a legislator, you're a lawyer as well, right, sir? I understand why the commissioner and for us as a committee leadership to raise this bill with those languages. We knew we were going to get some feedback. And obviously one purpose of that is to be able to expedite projects. We're woefully behind in our ability to do infrastructure projects. And I understand the intention of it. But you also raise very, very important and to me critical elements of challenges. Can you offer some suggestion in regards to compromise that could allow us to be able to expedite worthwhile projects to improve our infrastructure that's sorely needed, but at the same time, respect the concerns and the processes that you raise as a point of concern? Is there a balance? Is there a solution?
Sure, and I appreciate the question as well. I very quickly glossed over a couple early on, but I'll focus back on them. And again, and I agree with the chairs again, we don't want obstructionists, right? We don't want people or advocacy groups coming in for the sake of delay, for the sake of antagonizing, to delay these processes. We want to be able to advance our infrastructure needs. We want to be able to advance the key proposals that are going to make our state more competitive for wages and jobs and all of these things, right? Improve our economy. But what we don't want is to, again, stymie public participation in those very processes that are going to advance our state. And so because of that, what I mentioned earlier is at an absolute minimum, we need to make sure that TOD is well defined. It's defined under state statute under, I want to make sure I say it right because I'm terrible with numbers. It is defined under 13B-79KK. But that definition is not explicitly clear about whether or not TOD includes an airport or not. And I reference that in the context because, again, this is an issue that's close to home for me and very important. But think about that. I mean, we talk about TOD a lot in P&D in the context of residential. But what if it's something commercial? You know, what if it's some kind of transportation hub in your town, right? And it has some kind of public approval process at the federal level, but your residents don't necessarily feel that they had it adjudicated well, that their voices were heard. This could potentially foreclose their opportunity to be heard before deep. I don't know that anybody here would want that. So at a minimum, I think we need to clarify that. Secondarily, I think we need to relax those petition standards. Again, I have no issue with somebody having standing. They have to have, you know, some kind of articulated, you know, hardship or impact from what's going on, one of those 25 petitioners. What I do believe, though, is that we really need to make it easier to bring this petition. You know, again, don't make it have to be so someone has to be a constitutional scholar in order to actually trigger this. Make sure you can weed out the true attempts to delay, but permit those attempts where, you know, concerns can really be articulated.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Representative Zullo? Representative
online.
O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, Representative Zullo, thank you for your testimony. I didn't see any written testimony. Did you submit written testimony by chance?
I did not submit written testimony. I probably will in follow-up just to make sure that it's on the record. But I did align my comments again with those of Mayor Carfora. He very much substantively treated most of what I talked about as well.
And if I understand your testimony, if we specifically excluded from this legislation TODs at airports, that would satisfy your concerns? Am I understanding you correctly?
If we made sure that TOD was explicitly understood to not include projects at airports, I would have less of a concern. And if we amended the petition requirements to make it a little bit easier for people to bring these petitions, I would be even more satisfied.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for your testimony, and have a good one. And congratulations on your award as a alumni award from Providence College, my alma mater.
Thank you very much, Representative.
With that, thank you very much, Representative Zullo. Next up, we have Eleanor Murray, followed by Jim Gilday. Oh, Peggy Lyons? Oh, sorry. Sorry, we have Eleanor Murray, followed by Peggy Lyons, followed by Jim Gilday. Whew.
Do we have Eleanor?
Eleanor's not on yet.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so now Peggy Lyons to be followed by Jim Gilday. And I apologize, Ms. Lyons, for overlooking you. My good co-chair has you highlighted because she has some questions for you. I took that as that you were not here, so I misread the notation on my sign-up sheet. I apologize for that.
I hit that. No worries. Thank you. And I guess I better be prepared for some questions. Well, I want to thank you to the distinguished members of the committee for providing this opportunity to discuss SB 272 and service reductions implemented to Shoreline East. As the first selectman of Madison, I'm here to represent many Madison residents who use or would prefer to use the train and would benefit from the restoration of its service. Good train service is critical to our economic viability. We have many residents who regularly commute to New Haven and other cities to the west. They work at a variety of large and small companies and nonprofit groups that are essential to our region's economic success. These include Yale University, Yale New Haven Hospital, along with a range of businesses and government services, ranging from Biohaven, WTNH, to the federal court system and the FBI. Almost all these employees commute by car along I-95 because rail service is so infrequent for busy professional schedules that can change frequently. Interestingly, the CT RIBE's website touts Shoreline East as a fast, convenient, and frequent service along the busy I-95 corridor between New Haven to London. Yes, it is fast, 27 minutes for a Madison person by train to New Haven versus over an hour and 15 minutes by bus, which can include 81 stops along Route 1.
However, frequent and convenient are not necessarily accurate descriptions right now. To get to work from Madison by 9 a.m., you have a choice of only 2 trains, one at 7:05 or one at 8 a.m. There is nothing after that until 10:30. When leaving work, you have a choice of leaving at 4:28 or at 5:35. Otherwise, you are stuck in New Haven until 8:45 in the evening. This is not convenient, frequent service and not practical, realistic options for most Madison commuters. Since the pandemic, Madison has also seen a recent influx of new residents from Southern Connecticut and New York who often travel to Stamford and New York. The state is promoting Shoreline East as an easy option to connect to Metro North, but the connections are extremely limited. Most often, our residents drive to either New Haven or to West Haven, and parking can be difficult, particularly in New Haven, and expensive. They pick up the trains to New York, and then adding to the I-95 congestion along New Haven because they're driving in to then take the train, which seems kind of counterproductive. Ridership data does not capture these displaced train riders when you just look at the totals of people riding Shoreline East. Reductions in service are also a direct conflict with all of the state's strategic investments around climate change, housing, and improving transportation options for residents. Some investments the state is making include the I-95 corridor improvement plan that was just referred to this morning from Branford to Rhode Island border. Better Shoreline East service is an easy way to reduce congestion along this corridor. Rail service expansion plans, billions of federal dollars are being directed toward rail service as a climate-friendly form of public transportation, and DOT is targeting these funds to expand rail service throughout the northeastern part of the state. Shoreline East is an existing line that can offer a critical link. DOT is also investing in a new train station in Madison right now, with plans for constructions to begin in 2025. Recent service reductions are in complete conflict with this investment. And then a lot of discussion about transit-oriented development. The state is promoting transit-oriented development projects, and Madison has embraced this. We've been awarded over $2 million in state grants for transit-oriented capital projects to improve our downtown area and offer easy access to the train station and create more housing around the train station. Service reductions disincentivizes communities like ours to invest in TOD projects. The town of Madison is following the state's lead and are grateful for the funding support we've received to further our initiatives. However, the need for convenient, frequent shoreline service, as is touted, is critical to these policies and investments being a success. So I respectfully ask the committee to restore service to pre-pandemic levels at a minimum and consider even further service expansion in the future. The health, safety, and economic well-being of our residents depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons, for your testimony and for your advocacy on behalf of residents, not just the town of Madison. As you know, you're speaking for residents throughout all of the shoreline in Eastern Connecticut. I think, as a committee, we are in full agreement with you. One of the challenges in this building is in the Transportation Committee, I think you'd have a unanimous vote in just about a month and a half or so to get this bill out of here. We run into a problem once we get over to appropriations and trying to weigh the costs associated with providing this service versus bus service versus other rail lines. And that's where we have to continue to fight even beyond this room. So hopefully we can enlist you in that fight as we move beyond the Transportation Committee, hopefully with an affirmative unanimous vote in a short period of time. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to my Senate co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, First Selectwoman Lyons, for being here. Really appreciate your testimony. You know, we hear so often, especially since the line has been cut, that ridership just isn't there, housing along the corridor isn't there, transit-oriented development just isn't there. Would you mind highlighting for us your thoughts on that and what Madison may or may not be doing with respect to development around the corridor?
Well, we have had quite a lot of development over the last couple of years. We've added several hundred housing units in Madison, and we've probably had close to, I would say, 50 or 60 units that are kind of considered in the TOD district. I think obviously towns like ours, though, do have a lot of constraints to adding more housing units, and that's because we don't have infrastructure. So as a shoreline community, a lot of towns don't have septic systems or sewer systems. So we rely on septic. And septic prevents how many housing units you can add. Probably you can top out at maybe 30 to 40 before you have to go into a much more expensive sewer treatment plant. So we've made incremental improvements. We've also added affordable housing. We have our newest affordable housing project that is underway that will be done by the end of this year that's offering 24 affordable units. That is along a bus route. That will connect hopefully to the train station. So we are making a lot of efforts on that. I think part of the problem is that, you know, it's a chicken and egg thing with train service, as we all recognize, right? It's, you know, if you offer a lot more options, people are more likely to take it because they want flexibility when they travel. I looked at I don't get the Shoreline Rider numbers, but I do get the parking lot counts of what we have at our train station. We get those on a quarterly basis. And so the last ones I got were like November. We had 15 cars in our parking lot at Shoreline East. If you looked at that same number in November 2020, it was 187. So it shows you dramatic changes, and obviously that'll vary depending on the time of year. But the service cuts have really just basically taken the confidence out of the system, and people aren't seeing it as a real option for them.
Thank you for that. And I, as somebody who worked alongside you in encouraging DOT to develop the other platform in Madison to make it an easier place to not only leave from, but to come home from as well. At the time, the hope was once we get that other platform that the riders would then come back to the area because they were going to just the surrounding shoreline towns, be it Clinton or Guilford, because there was that connectivity that they needed, whereas Madison residents. So I share in your frustration, certainly that now, we had sort of hoped that that would be one of the keys to getting the riders to take the service from Madison, and really frustrated to see that, with the service drop off that we are, as suspected, seeing ridership decline even further. I think folks have all but given up on it. And I appreciate you citing a number of workplaces that folks from Madison go to. Yale, certainly. I know we have a lot of residents in the town of Madison that work for Yale. You mentioned Biohaven, a lot of small businesses up and down the shoreline, and that, easily with fast, reliable transportation service, they could hop on and not be sitting in traffic on I-95, polluting our air. So again, just want to reiterate my thanks to you for being here in support of expanded service. I hear it all the time from my constituents, so I would suspect you're hearing it frequently from yours as well, which is why you're here today. So again, thank you so much for your testimony.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the time today, and I appreciate it. Look forward to seeing a unanimous approval of the funding. So thank you.
Well, that's the part we can't control. So that's the part we'll need your help with. But I do appreciate your time today and your testimony. And thank you again for spending today with us. Jim Gilday, you're up next.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lamar, Chairman Cohen, Ranking Member Wong, and Kennedy. My name is Jim Gilday. I'm chairman of the Connecticut Transportation Council. And it's nice to see you guys. I felt like we just did this. So it's nice to see you all. I am here to testify on behalf of Senate Bill 277 and that concerning Shoreline East Rail Service. I'll try to be brief and not reiterate all the points that you're going to hear. I'm speaker 9 of 56 and the 4th hour in, so I certainly have a lot of sympathy for you. But truthfully, here, service builds ridership. Steady, frequent service builds ridership. That is the most basic tenet of public transportation. It is not the other way around. Ridership is not necessarily come first. Let's look at the Waterbury line, of which I'm a passenger, fierce advocate for through the years. going back to when Commissioner Euclid was OPM secretary, worked in there, and they did the passing sidings. The Waterbury branch was given a 44% increase in service. It is the only branch in the state of Connecticut, and I know there's a lot of buzz around Hartford, and there should be, but let me say that again. It's the only branch in the state of Connecticut that has exceeded its pre-COVID ridership for the whole year of 2023. And the reason things like that happen is because it was given steady, frequent service. I will tell you, I'm a rail buff. I'm a rail advocate. I've been doing this job since 2011. No other line had to meet these bizarre, arbitrary, random ridership metrics to get service, to get their 100% service back. One line was given that kind of random, arbitrary, you must get metrics before we give you ridership back. So this has always been about zoning. I heard the former the speaker before me talk about some of the housing along the line. Saybrook Station, 186 multifamily housing complex. Madison has the Bradley apartment complex and the Wellington. Guilford has Eagle View in the residence, and Westbrook has Lexington Partners, which are proposing a $425 million housing and retail complex. So TOD is coming to that branch, to that line, but the service needs to be there. I will just tell you, and I'll conclude my comments here by saying the Shoreline East was once a vibrant, bustling line pre-COVID that served employers, employees, tourism. It had more ridership than some of the other branches. However, COVID did impact it. And then for whatever reason, it was the only branch that was not given the 100% service. And so the ridership spiraled. At their 66% level, we gave them 44 and it spiraled again. There is no reason, absolutely no reason why that line cannot be the vibrant line that it was in 2021. And the last thing I would say is this. I know we ask CDOT a lot of questions about Shoreline East, but you know what? They want to provide rail service, but they enter to the 4th floor. So, it's almost not fair to ask them about ridership because they would provide train service all day long. So they're in tough spots though, because they're being told by the 4th floor and those they report to, they're given their marching orders. I'm sure that the ridership would be there if we provided service. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jim. I really appreciate your testimony here today. Senator Wong, followed by Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gildea. We're very proud of the Public Transportation Council that has been created, and I think it's important you represent the viewpoints of commuters and public transportation utilizers, not only in rail but also in buses as well. So I think you will find that in this legislative committee we are fully supportive of restoring the full service to the Shoreline East. And I think you mentioned up to the 4th floor, and I want to clarify, this is the office of OPM as well as fiscal analysis and a budgetary measure. I mean, you're going to have legislative support, but what do you say to that from a standpoint of financial commitment to the investment of public transit, particularly rail service, and also how that fits in regards to our statewide initiative in reducing pollution and getting cars off the road?
Thank you, sir. And I'm sorry, let me clarify. By the 4th floor, I meant the governor's office, which certainly CDOT reports to. So they're never going to they're going to do their best not to argue with their boss. But I will tell you that in addition to all the things that I cited, I do believe, and I can only speak to the water, to see, you look where success is and you try to follow success. So the Waterbury branch has been an economic boon to every downtown that train goes through, from Waterbury to Bridgeport. You see Ansonia's downtown is taken off, restaurants, retail shops, housing units, Derby also. Now we're I live in Derby. We now have our third major housing complex going in there. Our grand list has risen by, I think, over 10% in the last year. We have the RAISE grant coming in. So I will tell you, you look where it's successful and you look at where service is given, you look at the Hartford line, and they all have one thing in common, right? They were given service. They didn't have to reach some arbitrary ridership metrics. They were given service, and it's been an economic boon to the valley. And then certainly you cite the environment. Without question, getting off the line, getting cars off the line is a huge impact for reducing our carbon footprint and for making our environment and our world a little bit better than how we found it.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification. So you're looking at the governor's office and the budgetary setup as it relates to the solutions that we're looking to restore full service and encourage a steady, reliable, and constant rail service, because it does build ridership. But I wanted to get some clarification. You mentioned that Shoreline East was the only line that faced reductions. I believe the Metro North line, one of the busiest and one of the most economically important commuter lines from New Haven into New York City, also experienced service cuts. Obviously, not as dramatic as Shoreline East, and schedule changes in addition to fare increases. So can you talk a little bit about how that impacts? Now, one of the rationales that's been given is the fact that COVID ridership has shifted and there's less demand and we're adapting to Friday schedules. But nevertheless, if our mission is to get cars off the road, to build a greater and more resilient and dependable mass transit system, making any of the cuts that we implemented in the past year is actually counterproductive. Would you agree with that statement?
I would, and I would, and I just want to say one thing, if I could. The ridership on the New Haven line was at 100% until the last legislative budget that had passed, that the budget that had come from this body that reduced ridership to 86% on the New Haven line and reduced ridership on the Shoreline East to 44%. But prior to that, the New Haven line did have 100%, and that services and that funding has been restored. Now we don't know what that 100% is going to look like. The funding that's there, if it will be the same thing, if there will be Friday cuts. But I will tell you, and listen, I'm an advocate for all public transportation. Please don't take this any other way. But both the New Canaan line and the Danbury line hover around 50% of their pre-COVID ridership, and they're at 100% service. They were at 100% service before the budget this body adopted last year, and it's going back to 100% service. So I just want to state that they were at 100% and they still hover around 50. So if I'm a Shoreline East rider and I heard Senator Austin talk about, hey, we feel a little bad up here in the Northeast section, well, I get it, right? Because again, you're the only one that had to these fake numbers that you had to hit. But getting back to what you said, I do think that although these branches, are not at their pre-COVID ridership except for Waterbury, they all show signs of coming back. And I do think that last hurdle and will be, in fact, what you say is getting that service to be steady and being something that people can rely on again.
Thank you. And I understand the commitment that the governor's administration has focused in increasing speed and reducing commute time. I know that's an important part, but also for me, I think we have to build a system that is constant, reliable, and dependable, because ultimately for those that need mass transit, they need it to be on time. They need to be able to depend on it. Otherwise, they're going to get in the car and congest our roads. We've already seen that challenging environment occurring. And obviously, one of the big concerns in this committee is traffic safety. But ultimately, we need to make an investment as a public transportation council. What do you say from a standpoint of us making a commitment? I know in the next coming budget year, we restore 100% funding in Metro North, but nevertheless, we need to do more to build in a system of resiliency and dependability so we can get people off the roads, reduce air pollution, and create greater efficiencies. Making any kind of cut is almost taking one step forward and 3 steps back. Would you agree with those kind of sentiments that I just shared?
I do. And, being a Fairfield resident, I remember years ago when General Electric left Fairfield and they went to Boston, and everyone said, "Oh my God, how could they go to Boston? Their taxes are high." But you know what? They have a world class and an amazing transportation system. So yeah, I do think a lot of these things going hand in hand. You have that corridor of the world where you have, Pfizer and Electric Boat. I mean, there's just a ton of jobs there. And I do believe, to your point, that once we make the commitment to provide steady, reliable service, we improve the economic conditions of those communities. We increase the tax base in those communities. We get better employees to those communities. And I think it's short-sighted. I'm sorry, but I think it's short-sighted to not make the commitment in public transportation when you have a region there that's just ripe with employers, employees, and tourist destinations.
Thank you for your thoughts, and thank you to
Thank you.
all of your volunteer members of the Public Transportation Council. You are indeed the voice of the public transportation commuters, and I applaud your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We're going to go to Representative Berger Travallo, then followed by Representative Denning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Jim, thank you. It's I feel like I'm just going to kind of pick up on where we left off when you spoke on this so thoroughly last week. I really, it's more of a comment that I'm anticipating you'll probably just agree with. But when we're having this conversation, and a lot of my colleagues who come from parts of the state where I am, which is in Fairfield County, we tend to talk about, it is often brought up that if we do this, then this must be the only thing we're going to do. And by this, I mean restoring the service at Shoreline East. But I just want you to clarify and say out loud that you are not in any way advocating for this and only this. This is not a Shoreline East restoration and nothing else. This is just a first this, and then we are able to accomplish more, because we all agree that getting more people out of their cars and onto trains is a great thing for all of the reasons that you've mentioned. So if you could just kind of speak to that, or tell me that I'm a liar.
Oh my God, I would never. I would never. So Representative Gavrilo, I will just tell you that sincerely, I'm like the eternal optimist, right? The glass is always half full for me. So yes, I think we can do it all. I think I love my town. I love my state. I love everything about it. And so, yeah, I'm an optimist. I think we can do it all. I think we could have a best-in-class bus system. I think we could have a best-in-class first mile, last mile. I think we have certainly a robust Shoreline East. I think we could do it all. I think that this state, when they make a decision that they're going to commit to something and they're going to invest in something, we do. And so it is not an only, and truthfully, I'm just a rail advocate. I mean, I don't live in the Shoreline East. My daughter lives in Brantford, and so I go there quite a bit. But I just see the potential. I'm a Waterbury Branch user, but I just see the potential and what it's done for us, and I would love to see the same thing happen on the Shoreline East.
Thank you so much. As a person who's planning for a quick commute by train from Ridgefield to Hartford, and by quick, I mean, I think we established it was 3 hours and 24 minutes for me to do that. And I'm going to do it this session, but I really appreciate your advocacy and your commitment to the whole.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As another representative of the Danbury line, I just want to echo everybody's comments and how much we really do need more regular, reliable service. And we lost one of our trains in the morning this year. And as soon as we can get this done, I do believe it will accomplish a lot of goals economically, ecologically, and rebuild Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say one thing, if I could, to Representative Deming, as a Danbury line advocate, as a Waterbury line user, I always kind of feel like we're partners, like we're big sister, little sister, big brother, little brother, because so much of our lines are close, right? We're both diesel. I'd like to see us electrify it now, right? Representative Berger, Gavrilo, wanting more. I'd like to see us electrify at one point. So I just always thought the Danbury line and the Waterbury line were connected. So thank you.
Excellent, Jim. Thank you so much for your testimony today. Thank you so much for your continuous advocacy on behalf of all forms of public transportation in the state of Connecticut. I do, as we've mentioned before, I do really appreciate the role that you play, the role the membership of your council plays in helping to push for public transportation investments of all kinds across the entire state. So thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, everybody.
Next up, we have Daryl Johnson to be followed by Travis Woodward. Is Daryl online? Saw Daryl online.
Hello.
Good to see you, DJ.
Hey, how's it going?
And you froze at the worst possible time. Mr. Johnson's been online for about 3 hours, so we're going to give him about a couple seconds here to see if he can reconnect real quick. I'm going to go to Travis next while hopefully Daryl gets back on. Travis, you available? Oh, Daryl's back. Okay. Daryl, the floor is yours.
Sorry about that. I think it's
That's
my
quite all
system
right.
here. Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy, and members of the committee. I'm Daryl Johnson. I'm a legislative rep for the Association of Commuter Rail Employees, or ACRE for short. We represent 2,000 conductors, engineers, rail traffic controllers, assistant station masters, power supervisors, and yard masters within the Metro North Railroad system. And I'd like to comment on 3 bills. First, regarding Senate Bill 277, an act restoring service on Shoreline East. The legislation will have DOT return service levels to what they were prior to the start of the pandemic in 2020. We strongly support this bill. Let me first state that we truly appreciate your commitment to commuter rail funding. Last year, we saw the potential for significant cuts to service levels on the New Haven line. Yet all the stakeholders worked together to mitigate and reduce these cuts as much as possible. We really appreciate that. As far as fiscal 2025, however, we remain concerned about the lack of full funding of Shoreline East. Reduced or spotty service causes a lack of connectivity to other trains in New Haven, which incentivizes travelers to just go to their locations or get to their locations by driving. We believe that if service levels return to 100%, you will see many more passengers use Shoreline East. More passengers means more fare dollars collected, with the extra revenue reducing the needs for subsidies. We would like to provide a parallel example. Although it has taken some time, the New Haven line has been moving up toward full service. Commuters have responded nicely. Our conductors report that the trains are very full at many points in a typical day. People are returning to their office and they're returning to the trains. Let's keep the progress going by investing in the system. Regarding Senate Bill 280 and that concerning train crew size requirements and the installation of hot box detectors, I realize that this probably just pertains to freight trains, but in the event the legislation were to apply to commuter rail, we believe the minimum crew size should be 3, comprised of a conductor, an engineer, and an assistant conductor. And finally, we want to comment on House Bill 5330, an act implementing recommendations of the Department of Transportation. We would note the changes made in Section 18 pertaining to the M8 rail car fleet. And we want to thank Commissioner Euclid and his staff for all of their hard work on this. We believe that an effective transportation system with a fully funded commuter rail component that provides safe, on-time, reliable, and frequent service is a sound investment for the people of Connecticut. And with that, I just want to thank you for this opportunity and your commitment to those goals I just mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I thank you too as well for your work with me over the last number of years, continuing to advocate for expanded and better, more reliable service for our constituents who ride the trains, but also your members who are working those trains through a lot of difficult conditions that you've been experiencing the last number of years here in Connecticut. So again, I know I do this when we have our small conversations, but I want to do it publicly as well. And just thank you and your members on behalf of this committee. And here in the General Assembly, we're deeply appreciative and thankful for the work that your membership does for Connecticut constituents every day here in our state. Are there any questions for Mr. Johnson in his testimony? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you, Representative. And ditto. We appreciate what you guys do as well. And I will relay your message to our members. Thanks again.
Next, we have Travis Woodward.
Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer for the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm also the president of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 25,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired public and private sector workers, including over 1,000 DOT workers, many of whom work next to the live traffic on our highways on a daily basis. I offer the following testimony in support of House Bill 5328. I always end every meeting I chair with a simple but important message: drive safely and slow down for work zones. However, our work zones are not the only places where workers perform a crucial duty next to live traffic on our roads and highways. Might seem like an unnecessary reminder, but every day, law enforcement, fire and rescue, emergency responders, tow truck operators, and highway workers are risking their lives because of distracted motorists. Even though I've worked behind the traffic cones for years, every time I visit a work zone, I'm still shocked by the speed of the cars going by. No matter how many days you spend working next to traffic, that uneasy feeling never subsides. Each and every accident is another reminder of the dangerous working conditions our highway workers face just to do our jobs. Between January 1st, 2020 and December 31st of 22, there are 2,566 crashes in work zones. It's important to note that the work zone accidents are more likely to result in serious injury or death. In 2020 alone, there were 538 work zone accidents, which resulted in 220 injuries and 4 fatalities. On behalf of the members of CSEA, I'm supporting HB 5328 so we can reduce these injuries and fatalities due to speeding and distracted driving. This bill is an important step in honoring the lives of everyone who was taken too soon while on Connecticut roadways, and it will no doubt protect countless lives of workers and motorists. Everyone has a role to play in road safety. We all need to do our part to make safety a priority so that those who work next to live traffic can come home at the end of their workday. I urge the committee to support HB 5328. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis, for your work on getting this passed originally. I know we've had this conversation in this committee for a number of years. You worked very closely with the Commissioner of Transportation and other leaders in our state to help get this passed as part of a deal a few years ago. And I know that are continuing to move from a pilot program into a successful long-term program. It comes with the advocacy that your members have always put into this. So I appreciate your role you've played. Are there any questions for Travis? The message here collectively is stay safe, Travis, and I'll wish your members our best and our deep gratitude for the work that they do on Connecticut roadways on a daily basis.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Randy Collins. I don't see Randy in the room. And then we have Sierra Audette. Sierra? She's not here. Next, we have Thomas Gradell online. I don't see Thomas.
Thomas isn't in yet.
Okay. Next, we have Richard Faulkner.
I'm here.
Richard, I knew I could count on you to be here.
Yeah. It's like a trip down memory lane, or maybe I should say a nightmare. Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, Chairperson, members of the committee. I'm here, as I've been for the last 40 years, to oppose the proposal embedded in House Bill 5330 specifically and only the language that deals with motorcycle helmets and this concept of a graduated type license. First of all, I would like to correct the DOT commissioner. He testified that motorcycle crashes, fatalities resulting from motorcycle crashes were 63. That's true, but that was in 2021. Okay. In 2022, they fell to 58. And in 2023, they fell to 43. Now, I'm not suggesting that, that's still perhaps an unacceptable number, but despite all the other road users that are, whose statistics are going through the roof, ours are coming down. And the same thing is true with respect to the number of crashes, motorcycle crashes, where an injury is sustained. That number hit a peak in 2020 of 964. Then it came down to 930 in 2021. Then it rose slightly in 2022 to 941. And then it dropped precipitously in 2023 to 828. And by the way, I didn't compile these numbers. These numbers are verifiable. You go to UConn's website. In my testimony, I have the link, and you can see them for yourself. So motorcyclists are actually doing far better than the motoring public, and unfortunately pedestrians who seem to be getting mowed down, which I think was the basis for giving Vision Zero almost everything they wanted last year. And which, by the way, we didn't object to. So, Mr. Chairman, I think I understand your concern. I think you're a thoughtful man. I think you're a good legislator. And I think you honestly want to try to work to bring these numbers even further down. Okay? But good legislation, in my opinion, always rests on approaching an issue based on a principle. Okay. And in this case, the principle becomes, are we going to legislate adult choice? Okay. With this 3-year concept.
Mr. Pochner, just a heads
Yes.
up with 3-minute marker.
Oh, it's interesting. I hadn't heard that all morning, but okay. So again, I'll make my final point and we can go hopefully into further dialogue. But to take away the right of an adult to make that choice, if you want to move forward with this, my suggestion would be either study it or change it such that it only pertains to those 21 and under. Okay, and you and I have had long discussions about our willingness to compromise the existing helmet law to under 21. And the reason for that is it's not about helmets. It's about the age of majority and respecting that. Okay. If if this committee wants to.
Mr. Pochner, once again,
Yes,
you're past your 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Richard. I do appreciate your testimony on this and the intellectual consistency you apply to this. It has long been a conversation point for us with respect to the age of majority, whether or not 21 is appropriate or not for us to regulate below that level or above that level. And I think you've heard, you and I kind of reached a compromise on that a number of years ago. We did not have the support generally in the General Assembly for that compromise. So there's this continued back and forth about how to regulate this issue. And so I continue to struggle with it. I continue to think it was a reasonable consideration at that point. I know we'd heard from some law enforcement professionals that they didn't like the compromise because they felt it was hard for them to determine while a motorist was driving by whether or not they were 21 or not, and how they would selectively end up enforcing that regulation. So I think there were some challenges with that, just like I think there might be some challenges with law enforcement being able to determine if someone's had their license for 3 or less years as they're driving by, right? There's the same challenges are with that regulation as well. So I think there's some thought that we need to have behind this legislation if we can reach that final point. But I have a couple questions. I know there's more questions for you as well, so we're going to be able to continue this conversation. I don't know if you've seen the data that suggests that an overwhelming majority of motorcycle accidents happen within that first 3-year window. 3 years after someone receives their endorsement, that's when the vast majority of these accidents happen. And I know your organization has done training in the past. Probably the best example of motorcycle training in the state is happening through your organization. Is there anything else we should be considering for riders in those first 3 years, like that window of time, given that the high propensity of accidents that occur for motorcycle drivers happens to those drivers? Like, how do we, if I can't protect them by making them wear a helmet, like what else can we do in those first 3 years when you have largely inexperienced riders out there who haven't confronted the myriad of on-road challenges or weather challenges or experiences that you've had that protect you? Like, how else do I protect them if I'm not at least saying, gosh, if you do end up in an accident, I'm glad you're wearing a helmet?
Okay, well, very thoughtful question. I appreciate it. Let me try to respond. First of all, no, I have not seen this data that the commissioner referred to, which indicates that there's a high percentage of crash victims or operators that have less than 3 years of experience. I would very much appreciate if you or your clerk could, give us a location we can go to actually look at that. So it's difficult for me to comment on, well, let me put it this way. It's difficult for me to accept that at face value, okay? Because this whole issue has been distorted for 40 years with numbers. And one of the points I always make is that after 40 years of experience, not only in Connecticut, but throughout most of the states with helmet laws do not show any significant improvement in terms of surviving a crash. Oftentimes, it's the difference between, sustaining injuries, from the neck down versus the neck up. So, I mean, this issue is just crazy with respect to competing numbers. And I think what I find convincing as a 68-year-old CPA professional is that I've never been able to hear somebody that is a proponent of universal helmet laws explain why our numbers have come down significantly while not changing our helmet law status, and why the same thing is not discernible in 32 other states. So now I think to the heart of your question, you asked me what could be done, what is an alternative. I'll be honest with you, I don't have an answer to that. I guess we could consider in the first, just like we do with a learner's permit, putting some kind of restrictions on nighttime driving, or maybe, reducing the BAC level to 0. Okay, because I don't think anybody disputes the fact that alcohol intake is a significant contributor to all crashes, including motorcycles. And I know you have a bill before you to reduce the BAC down to 0.05. And to tie that in here, conceptually or philosophically, let's make it 0. Okay, if we're going to tell adult motorcycle riders who, somebody who's 35 years old and gets his license, that for 3 years we're going to make him wear a helmet as an adult, then, why are we not imposing restrictions on other adult behavior that is clearly risky? Smoking cigarettes, consumption of alcohol, our diets. I mean, where do we draw the line here? I know that's not the answer you want to hear, but that's the best I can offer.
Thank you, Richard. I really do appreciate the thoughtfulness you put into this. I'm gonna, like, as you know, you and I have talked for hours over the years about this issue. I don't think this issue will ever just go away without additional thought into what we can do. Like, it's always going to be something that a legislator or a member of the public will experience in a new way, and it'll seem preventable, right? When you read the newspaper story, it'll seem preventable, and it forces legislators and safety advocates to at least put thought and concern behind this. I appreciate that you've always approached this issue and treated me, who might be opposed to you on this specific issue. I think we both respect each other and respect where we're coming from. And so I do frankly appreciate the conversations that you and I have had over the years on this issue. And this might not be the right answer. It might not be the right answer, but I think we're going to probably spend some time over the next few months trying to see what else we can do, if not this, to kind of get behind what we recognize as really awful tragedies that happen on our roadways, and whether or not there's a government intervention necessary, just like with seatbelt laws or other restrictions we put on operators of vehicles. When it's safety minded, I think the conversation is going to continue. And that's all I have at this point. Like, I know you and I may not agree fully on this one, but I think we're going to continue to work on this one together.
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
comment something you just said, or make a suggestion. If you're going to rely upon the commissioner's testimony that there's this vast overrepresentation among novice riders to justify the 3-year restriction, I would suggest that you include in that a requirement that the DOT present year-by-year study of whether or not this actually turns out to be effective. I don't see how that could be construed as anything but reasonable. So I'll offer that.
I think that's great. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Faulkner. And I have bear witness to the exchanges between the both of you, and I do want to applaud you. You guys are both passionate about your beliefs, but you've conducted yourself in a process that is a great model for public discourse and debate engagement. So I want to applaud both of you. But Mr. Faulkner, can you tell me a little bit? We've heard from Mr. Audette, CMRA, the Connecticut Motorcycle Riders Association. How many people participate and is part of your membership?
I don't know the exact number, the current number, but we traditionally have been somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200.
Thank you. And I've asked Mr. Audette the same two questions I'll ask you. I think first and foremost, for you as a Motorcycle Rider Association, there's a passion and a love for it. You choose to ride it and you enjoy it. You choose to ride instead of sitting in an SUV or a car. Talk about how important it is for you as an association to educate your riders on the importance of safety, and that rules and engagement law on the road is absolutely critical for respect of others, but also the safety of your members to enjoy a pastime that they love. How important is safety, education, and awareness important to members of your association and those that advocate for the freedom of choice?
Well, that's a great question. I thank you. Because I'm very proud of what our association has done. And I'll try to just hit the highlights, but back in 1981, the Senate, I don't recall if she was the Senate chair of this committee or the House chair, Christine Niedermeyer, who I believe came from Fairfield. When we testified against reinstating a universal helmet law, she said to me, look, we got to do something. We got to come up with a plan, and we got to address the problem. I met with her and a few of my other CMRA members down in Stamford at her law office, and we convinced her to support our effort to enact a motorcycle rider education program. It did not exist in 1981, prior to 81. She got behind it. We offered to pay for it through a user fee so that it wasn't going to cost the state any money. And it was voluntary at that time. Since that time, we were successful in getting legislation passed that required a minimum 10% insurance discount in order to raise participation in the safety course. A gentleman by the name of Ray Gorlin was the head of it at DOT back then, and he was outstanding. Since that time, that rider education course has replaced the old licensing test. We've done numerous PSAs, to try to educate motorcycle riders as well as the motoring public. Check twice, save a life. Don't drink and drive. Education ultimately always becomes the long-term solution that works, but it does take time. And I think that the numbers that we presented, I presented in my testimony today, are a testament to the fact that we have reduced motorcycle fatalities, crashes resulting in an injury, and perhaps most importantly, crashes resulting in the most severe injuries, to the tune of 40 or 50% from what they were when we initially enacted the rider education program. So, I mean, we have been firmly committed to making motorcycling safer, and we remain committed. Is that it? Okay.
Thank you. And I asked Mr. Audette the same question. I think in meeting many of your members in past testimony, motorcycle riders have kind of a unique esprit de corps, and there's a unique kind of a culture that kind of draws these motorcycle riders. You enjoy the air in your face and the freedom of riding. Now, one of the things I've said repeatedly is I am, for one, a believer in helmets, and I do not ride a bike, but if I did, I would always encourage anyone that I know to ride with a helmet, and that includes bicycles as well. But saying that, I think what's at the core of this conversation is ultimately a personal liberties right, a libertarian perspective that, full disclosure, all the unique challenges, the dangers of the road, and it's a choice that you make. Of course, I would always encourage anyone I know to wear the helmet, but nevertheless, the core of this conversation for many years has ultimately been a personal choice and government override in regards to people's liberties. What do you say to that from a standpoint of representing many of your members, and how important that kind of a libertarian perspective? They know full well they're grown adults, they make their decisions, but it's their decision, not the government's decision.
Well, I think you've put your finger exactly on the issue, and that's why 32 states allow adult riders to make that choice. I mean, I'm a believer that good legislation targets a need, but also does not trample on the rights of the person or persons that are going to be affected. Okay? You could tell me I can't smoke, okay, because this is a public health hazard. Okay? You could tell me that I should be limited as to how much alcohol I consume because that's a public health issue. But that tramples on what is the cornerstone, in my opinion, of our democracy. And remember that all of you as elected representatives, you govern with the consent of the governed. Okay, you're not there to be our nanny. And will some people make a poor choice? Yes. That's the price you pay in a free society. There will be people that will drink and drive. There will be people that, you know, if they had worn a helmet, instead of a head injury killing them, you know, maybe it would have been a broken spine. Okay? But the point is that we value in our democracy, in our republic, we value individual rights. And that's what this issue clearly is.
Mr. Parker, thank you. And I appreciate the additional prop piece of a carton of cigarette. And I also believe that cigarette smoking is bad for you as well. But again, you're right. We give people that freedom of choice. And I segue a little bit at the indulgence of the chair. It frustrates me and exasperates me that we as a governmental entity approve the legalization of marijuana and created opportunities and pathways for impairment. And at the same time, I remember being part of this legislature that reviewed that legislation. It did not go to public health. It did not go to public safety. It went through finance. So when we talk about sometimes government decision-making isn't always in the best interest of individuals or sometimes common sense, you just segued to me with the display of the carton of cigarettes that sometimes we make laws that aren't always the wisest. So again, I apologize for the segue, but I couldn't resist when I think about some of the decisions we make in government may not be in the best interest. But I will go back away and saying, how do we find a way to create safety on our roads? And if there's education, then so be it. But also, I think we need to recognize that government doesn't always have the solutions and that we have to, some aspects, retain personal choice and liberties as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Faulkner, and all of your members for your viewpoints and thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I comment on what you just said, Senator?
Sure. Yes. Just to finish up, Mr. Faulkner, feel free to.
Yes. Look, I think that we are fortunate here in the state of Connecticut to have legislators like many of the members on this committee. I don't know them all, but I have gotten to know quite a few of them, especially over 40 years of being an advocate. So I thank you all for giving this careful consideration. And, you know, to reiterate Senator Wong's point, there is a very fine line that you should not cross between adults and minors and regulation and trying to regulate behavior.
Thank you, Mr. Faulkner. And again, thank you for your time today and over the years on this issue. If I ever write a book about my tenure as transportation chair, you will certainly get a chapter, that's for sure.
Thank you.
With that, thank you again. And we'll move on. Eleanor Murray, I see you're back on and able to speak now. So Eleanor, the floor is yours, to be followed by Dave Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time that you're allowing me to take what I represent are the point of view of some seniors in Connecticut. I volunteer for Senior Resources, which is a Connecticut-wide organization that helps seniors with Medicare issues, including frauds. I'm a volunteer with and a member of Groton Senior Citizens, and I also advocate for Ledyard Housing Authority disabled seniors. One of the things that I wanted to talk about today was expanding the Shoreline East rails. And I'm sorry, I apologize for what I've done here. Oh, God, isn't it difficult to work with seniors? The Shoreline East rail system, and that's because seniors have a difficult time driving. They can't drive after dark because they can't see very well. We all know that our ability to drive becomes more impaired as we age. We recognize it. And having access to a senior rail system to go to Westerly and to Norwich to expand our recreation access is so important to us. There's limited access. I live in Gales Ferry, and so we'd have to drive to one of the stations anyway, but as long as there's parking there, we can get on the train and travel safely to these other areas to have more recreation, to be able to have an opportunity to take advantage of our senior years. And we're all living a little bit, well, most of us are living a little bit longer and enjoying our time in other areas. I didn't live here before COVID, but I'm happy to know that there was more rail opportunities before then. I come from New York State, where I used to take the train happily from upstate New York down to the city to shop, to go to Broadway, to enjoy time there. And I can tell you that allowing more access for seniors to Westerly, to Norwich, to other parts of the Amtrak train rail system is just to expand their horizons and to give them more safe and affordable access to Connecticut overall. So I encourage you to consider this expansion as it was before COVID, and I thank you for letting me take the time to talk about that. I do want to touch on one more point. Poor Mr. Faulkner. I was in a motorcycle accident in New York State before helmets were a law. The injuries I had then plagued me the rest of my life. I've had numerous back surgeries, migraines. It changed my life. I had to drop out of college for a time. I will tell you, Mr. Faulkner, it was the worst thing that ever happened to me. And wearing a helmet, sure, not comfortable, hot, tight, but it would have changed my life had I worn one. So I firmly oppose anybody who says you shouldn't wear one. It should be a law. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, folks, for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Murray, for your testimony today and for highlighting the interconnectivity between the services and needs of communities throughout all of Eastern Connecticut. I think, as you say, it's not really an expansion, right? It's a restoration of a service that formerly existed that we all believed in, and we all still in this committee still believe in. So we're going to have our work cut out for us, and I'm glad to have you as part of the team advocating for continued investment in Shoreline East and bringing back the level of service we had just a few years ago. Are there any questions for Ms. Murray? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony today and hanging out with us this few hours. Next up, we have Dave Stevenson.
How you doing? My name is Dave Stevenson. I'm the legislative representative for Smart Transportation, Local 0898. And I'm here to testify in support of SB 280. And while I'm here, of course, I'm in support of restoring service to the Shoreline East. I have been a railroad conductor in Boston for 18 years. SB 280 would ensure that there is a certified conductor and a certified locomotive engineer on all trains. Having at least 2 crew members is the safest way to operate trains. Positive Train Control, PTC, is a $15 billion safety overlay system that has been recently implemented on the nation's railroads. Large freight railroads point to this fact as the reason why trains can be run by only 1 crew member. But as the Federal Railroad Administration admits, PTC does not and cannot perform the functions of an onboard conductor. It cannot provide the benefits of 2 human beings working in collaboration inside the cab of a locomotive. I have personally been on trains that have struck cars at crossings and that have unfortunately struck people. These extremely common emergency situations require a two-person crew. Once this happens, the conductor turns into a first responder, rendering life-saving aid and relaying critical information to emergency dispatchers. The engineer remains with the train, and he can begin to secure the train with handbrakes, or if necessary, I can instruct him to move the train out of harm's way, or as needed by as instructed by emergency responders. Freight trains in Connecticut can range from 5,000 to 11,000 feet long, weighing upwards of 10,000 tons, carrying oil, propane, and other hazardous and flammable materials. In years past, freight crews consisted of an engineer, a fireman, conductor, and 2 brakemen. Technological advancements have allowed for a reduction in crew size over the past 35 years. We have conceded to some of the downsizing, but reducing the size of an operating crew to a sole person is very simply a public safety hazard. It is an unnecessary risk that benefits railroad profits and puts whole communities at risk. A 2-person crew maintains the current standard. It does not create an additional work in the industry, and it is not an undue financial burden for the railroads. In closing, the safest way to move freight trains in Connecticut is with 2 crew members, and I urge you to pass this bill. I appreciate you letting me speak this afternoon.
Thank you, and I appreciate your testimony today and helping us inform this conversation. For a lot of us, this bill represents a good educational opportunity for the needs associated with running the line in a safe and efficient manner. So I appreciate your testimony and testimony we received on this bill in total. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Dave, for your testimony, for hanging out with us today. Next up, we have Michael Whalen, to be followed by Don Schubert. Mr. Clerk, I don't see Mr. Whalen in. Am I missing him?
Mr. Whalen is not on yet.
Okay. Next up, we have Don Schubert, who's here in person.
Good afternoon, chairs, members of the committee. My name is Don Schubert. I'm the president of the Connecticut Construction Industry Association, and I'm here today to support Bill 278, which deals with reporting the receipt and expenditure of funding under the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. I could tell you right up front, we typically oppose bills or express our concerns about bills that add reporting or extra analysis or extra oversight or approval of DOT projects. But we think this bill is important. We think that it will help give a clearer picture of the money that's actually coming in through the IIJA and also how that money is being used, if we're using the money efficiently and effectively. This money came to Connecticut, to improve mobility, to provide safer travel, to protect the environment, to create jobs and economic activity, and really just basically to improve the quality of life. And I think, I heard the commissioner's comments earlier today about inflation in the construction industry and how 1 year could make a big difference in millions and millions of dollars of costs on a lot of these projects. We also don't think this bill goes far enough. I think this bill should also require reporting on reprogrammed funding. We've received some pretty significant federal discretionary grants for rather large projects in Connecticut that already had state and federal funding programmed for them. And we don't know if and when the original funding has been reprogrammed and put to efficient use as well. So in general, it's just our opinion that this is an important bill, and it may lead to a broader discussion about how we can all work together and try to improve some of the processes and different things at the Department of Transportation to try to move this money a little bit quicker. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schubert, for your testimony today. And again, for your work on behalf of the construction industry, generally making sure that our roadways are safer up to new industry standards, getting people to work here in Connecticut, and making sure that we're making investments in the future of our state. I do appreciate what you do, both here for us locally, but your presence down in DC on our behalf and throughout the state lobbying for Connecticut and construction industries has been tremendous benefit for us here. And so with that, I want to say thank you. To the bill specifically, I think we're struggling with how do we ensure that the projects that we articulate in our long-term and short-term transportation agenda are fully funded, and that we have a sense for where the priorities of the administration are, the priorities of the agency are, and how we're going to actually pull down and bond for the construction of those projects, right? And so the deep frustration that I think you feel, that members of this committee feel, that members of the general public feel, is how aggressively are we moving from an ambitious 20-year transportation project to how quickly we're getting people on the ground, money spent, construction projects done. I know that's a frustration you all feel. And I think it underscores what this bill really is about is, okay, when is this going to happen? Why isn't it happening now? All this money out there, this seems to have been a priority for a long period of time. What's going on? So I think you're right that maybe the needs of this bill are under thought through. Maybe there's more we should be requiring of them. And like, I know you're constantly speaking to the governor's office, you're speaking to the agency itself, telling people like, hey, we're going to miss out on some opportunities here. Hey, we're not going to have the workforce that we need if we don't do this a little bit more strategically and a little bit more aggressively. And it's sad that we're talking about a report, frankly, instead of just like, okay, when is this project going to get done? So, you've informed me quite a bit. My first term as chair of this committee a number of years ago, we sat down in my office and went through a lot of deficiencies that we thought we needed to tackle. And I thank you still for that moment, that time that you gave me to help educate me on some of the STF concerns and construction and what wasn't happening at that time. And so I thank you now. I know you've done that for a number of committee members as well. And I really appreciate it. I just want to say, like, I hear that frustration. I know that's what underlines a lot of this testimony, a lot of this concern. And so I just want to say thank you again for that. And I know Senator Wong has a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Don, I echo all the compliments the chair cited. And I also wanted to add to it that you represent the men and women who work on our roads and in construction, and you've advocated for their safety and their success. But you've also taught me that success in the construction trades business is success for the economy, for jobs, and good for Connecticut. I think I've also understood one of the biggest frustration, the impetus for this bill is we have $5 billion of federal infrastructure money. It's sitting there. We don't have enough workforce to accommodate those goals. We don't have a comprehensive understanding. And then we get surprises on our municipal level. And as I articulated with the commissioner, sometimes what one hand knows, the other doesn't. And the frustration is many of the projects that are being contemplated are shovel ready because they don't really understand where they are on the pipeline. We have that frustration of money everywhere, but nowhere is it being spent on infrastructure projects and putting men and women to work. I think the focus of this bill was brought forth to the commissioner, and the commissioner articulated that multiple reports were sent out to COGS, to various entities, and to a plethora of entities, but none to the Transportation Committee, none to the Committee of Cognizance and the legislature members that could take this information, go to our local municipalities, work through the permitting process and get things shovel ready. Nowhere was all of that report compilated and shared with this Committee of Cognizance. So I ask of you, thank you in support of this bill, and thank you from not a legislative process, but also of the men and women who want to get to work, and that they're being frustrated by delays and standstills that because we're not getting the information that's needed to get to everyone. That's the crux of this bill. And can you articulate on how I've shared these concerns, and are they consistent with men and women within your industry?
Senator, I did watch that exchange between you and the commissioner, and I think the fact that we're the third year into the biggest infrastructure bill we've seen that provides tremendous opportunity for the state of Connecticut, and it's pretty apparent that we weren't ready for it, and there's a lot of very cumbersome rules and processes in place that may not add value to the process at all, that will probably need to be addressed. And I think that it only behooves the Department of Transportation to share important information with this committee, because I think we're going to need your help as we move forward in a very productive way to try to figure out how to make Connecticut more efficient when we get these opportunities. There's a lot of things that come into play here. There's administrative agency procedures and there's laws. I was here for contracting reform many years ago. I remember all the rules and all the protections that we put in place during that time. And I also noticed the culture at the state of Connecticut during that period shifted to for some state employees, it was a culture of fear, I think I called it at one point. But I think we went into a very compliance-oriented culture. So there's a lot of things that happened that affected our ability to respond in an effective manner when we have an opportunity like this. And I think it behooves the Department of Transportation to share real information with this committee, because it may be incumbent upon this committee to play a very important role to try to make the adjustments and the amendments that we need to move forward in an effective manner with the money we have now. And, once Congress sets a funding level like this, I've never seen them reduce it. It's always only gone up. For 20 years, we fought to get it up this high. And my expectation is that, the demands for infrastructure investments in the United States are going to increase for a good generation now, whether it's electrical infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, you name it. And I think that this committee will probably play a very important role and should have a very open and honest dialogue with the Department of Transportation so we can identify the things that are slowing things down. And we can move more quickly, not only with this bill, but to prepare ourselves for the future.
And I appreciate that. And in fact, you talk about 2 years of the infrastructure funding being available. There was an error in drafting the language of this bill because it looked to get a report out by October 1st, 2022. And it shows that time has elapsed and time is money and frustration is building on all ends. And we also saw in the part of the Commissioner's Department bill, the expedited review process that kind of, in my opinion, bypass a lot of the local input conservation, because I think he is trying to expedite permitting processes. So I appreciate that. And for me, I think this would be a helpful tool to be able to be more transparent and have all the engaged actors understand that we're all striving toward the same goal, which is infrastructure improvement, while at the same time respecting all the unique challenges we have and what makes Connecticut an environmentally beautiful as well as structural place. So I think we're all rowing in the same direction, but I think the difference is what the priorities are being placed. And I think I am fully cognizant the goal is to get our funding into real projects, putting men and women to work, improving our infrastructure and our roadways. But nevertheless, I think this is a good complement, Senate Bill 278, toward that goal in regards to transparency and a helpful communications. And we're not replicating it because from what I just had my exchange with the commissioner, they're preparing reports to 8 different entities, but one to our committee and to the legislature. So I want to thank you for your time and effort on this, but this is a constant conversation, unfortunately, and time is of the essence. So I appreciate your work and I look forward to more engagements, and hopefully we can have this list of projects that is reviewed. And I also say that it can't be just siloed with the CTDOT. CT Deep needs to be in play. We cannot operate in a silo environment because all of the decision-making, all the projects that need final approval require all the players to row in the same direction. So thank you very much for your leadership on this effort. I look forward to working with you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don, it's good to see you. Seems like we're talking about the same subjects we've been talking about for nearly a decade, but the difference is, as you put it, the money on the table. And even though I'd love to see these level of funding sustained indefinitely, I do think it's going to run out in a period of years. This is our opportunity to take advantage. And I certainly take your point that we were not prepared for this degree of largesse for a variety of reasons. You've always been diplomatic with this committee, but you've also expressed with some candor your real feelings about how we might make things better. And recognizing the limitations that are currently in place, whether they're cultural or regulatory or just related to the complications of advantaging ourselves of federal funds. You did allude to the fact there might be some things we can do in the nearer term that would still afford us the opportunity to take more advantage of the federal dollars currently on the table. You alluded to getting quality information from DOT, particularly data. I was hoping you might elaborate a little further either now or provided subsequently as to what questions we as a committee ought to be asking to get the most relevant information for both the legislature and DOT to make good decisions.
Well, Representative Steinberg, there are several things on my mind right now, and I might be getting a little bit ahead of myself because I've scheduled a meeting with a group of industry people. One thing we have right now, and I think everybody's pretty aware of it, we have the best DOT commissioner in the United States. I think there's no question about that. He has very talented deputy commissioners in place that know how to get things done. And I think that there's an awareness now at the upper levels of the department that some of the processes and things like that need to change. Working hand in hand with them, I'm scheduling a meeting with both the engineering community and the construction community to try to come up with suggestions just like that. Trying to figure out from our perspective, what are the things the department can do a little bit better and help improve the process to aid in project development, project design. I don't think there's any question that if a project gets on the street, it gets built. That one of the biggest missed opportunities that I've seen over the last 20 years is the Connecticut Department of Transportation has a tremendous amount of talent out in the field. We saw it from all the way back to the Hartford New Britain Busway project. They can get things done, and they've been very successful. They're very talented, and we want to make sure that we take full advantage of that. So the sooner we can get work out, the better off we're all going to be. But we are having those discussions right now. I think it's really important, and I was rather surprised with the leadership at the department reaching out to other people saying, okay, make some suggestions, go find some things that we can do. And I think that the department is also, I don't want to speak for the commissioner, but I've heard through the grapevine that they may be reaching out to a consultant to come in and try to look at our process and see how it compares to what other DOTs are doing around the country to see if there's ways to improve it. But we're 3 years into our biggest opportunity ever. We don't have a lot to show for it. We know we're behind. It's identified that we have problems with our process. And I think this bill, just the very simple question is how much money came in and how much are we actually expending? We hear a lot about how much we obligate. We hear about how much total contract value we put out every year. We hear about different things that we obligate money from other states that they don't obligate, but we never talk about how much money is being expended and where. And I don't know if that's the best measure. Sometimes I think maybe we should measure yards of concrete or pounds of rebar or something like that. But I think if we just take a picture, this simple picture of what's come in over the last 3 years, how did we do expending it, and what can we do to do a better job, would be a very simple exercise for everybody that may yield some very big benefits for the state.
If I might, Madam Chair, just as a follow-up. You mentioned the context of taking advantage of the dollars, but I guess the question I have is, are all projects created equal? In other words, I'm sure DOT has criteria for prioritization of the many, many projects that are in the queue. But, given this opportunity, and I think what we're all trying to do is inject, as you are, a sense of urgency that there's still opportunity there if we can act more quickly. I love the idea of a consultant. That could take a year, who knows what, it's still worth doing. But are there opportunities today for us to perhaps rejigger our prioritization in order to get greater bang for the buck, take advantage of more dollars? Are we looking at every project pretty much equally, or are there buckets in which we can better understand where the priorities are?
Well, I think over the last over the last 5 or 6 years, we've been exploring different things, right? We explored design build, and everyone thought that design build would be a faster way to get work done or accomplish projects. And we realized that it takes over a year just to select the design team, and then it takes another year before you can even start construction. So in some situations, design build may not be what we thought it would be. We thought about bundling projects. Instead of approaching each bridge project individually, do you put out a group of bridges together? It gets a little bit, I think the formula itself needs to consider a lot of different things. And I think we need to be able to approach all the different levels and types of projects at the same time. We've done certain things for years. I don't know if you remember, the FAST Act had a provision that if your bridge decks reached a certain number of bridge decks that were in good condition, you'd be able to flex your bridge money. So we spent 10 years focusing on bridge decks. Well, now less than 15% of our bridges are in good condition. And to move a bridge from fair condition to good condition is a superstructure replacement or complete replacement. So yeah, we did spend 10 years running around patching bridges so we could meet a certain criteria under the FAST Act, but at the same time, we completely neglected the hard work that had to be done. Now we need to figure out how we're going to confront that. So I think instead of just approaching one thing at a time or putting all our focus here and putting it there, we have to have a Department of Transportation that can focus on all the different aspects of building a transportation system that will improve mobility across all modes at once, at the same time. And I think that, we've got a great lineup for talent right now. And I'd love to see this committee working closer with the department on a very serious discussion on what you could do to help them at this point. And if that was an open and honest discussion, and this might be the basis, the reason why this bill caught my attention is I thought, looking at the ARPA analysis that's in my testimony, maybe that's a good indicator of how we're doing overall. And maybe this will be the catalyst for that discussion. That's why I'm here today.
Well, thank you for that. And I do agree with you. I think that by dint of necessity, DOT has always had a sort of an informal triage plan on which projects to move forward.
Exactly.
But perhaps given the extraordinary opportunity, we need a different triage plan because of the federal dollars, which would require us to, as I said, sort of rejigger criteria and priorities. So I think maybe this is a good start. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here. I have a quick question following up on my colleagues' questions. And again, appreciate all the information you've been able to provide. In addition to the data you provided us today, I personally can't help but think about another data point I think we're very interested in, which is, in many ways, how many jobs are we maintaining and creating in this work, right? And I think that's something we are very mindful of as a state as well as we look at this infrastructure funding. On that note, I know that one of the challenges that has been brought up often about us spending down these dollars is our workforce and the need for greater workforce development in many of the fields that are needed to implement these federal dollars. And I just wanted to give you a chance if you could speak to that particular challenge and if that has been a part of any of the discussions you've had thus far with DOT. Thank you.
Thank you. We've been focused on workforce for almost 20 years now. And there's some things going on in Connecticut that I'm really proud of right now. The Connecticut Technical and Education and Career Systems work-based learning programs. We've been having very serious discussions with them over the last year. And I can tell you today that there's a high school student that's a registered apprentice as a carpenter working for an employer in Connecticut. We almost had two, but the other student was stole by electric boat. They upped the ante. Can you imagine being a high school student and having that kind of opportunity? But right now, we're focusing on this whole program. We think that high school juniors and seniors could be apprentices. I want to see people graduating high school, making more money with better benefits than their parents. This is our opportunity to do that. Our employers are willing to make the investment. Our apprenticeship training programs, we have one so far that's willing to drop their entry criteria. Typically, to get into a union apprenticeship program, you have to be 18, you have to have a high school diploma or GED, you have to have a driver's license, and you have to pass a drug test. In order to get in the carpenter's apprenticeship program today, you don't have to be 18. You don't need a driver's license. You don't need a high school diploma or GED. And the technical high school system's taking care of the drug test. So we're really doing some innovative things that are interesting. And plus, our workforce, I think, is going to come back to Connecticut if we can get these projects going. You know, the boom in New York is slowing down. The Tappan Zee Bridge is built. A lot of my employers right now, believe it or not, are trying to find work to keep their employees busy, which is something we haven't seen in a long time. So I think that, you know, we're really good at workforce. We have very mature apprenticeship programs. We can very easily take them to scale. The building trades are very good at going out into the communities and recruiting people. We're working on retention. We have an asphalt technicians program right now that's underway. The Department of Transportation is working with the Department of Corrections on a program that's going to, it's a pilot program that's going to train 6 or 8 currently incarcerated people to be asphalt technicians. And we have employers ready to interview them upon release, or maybe even before release. We're doing a lot of innovative things. It really makes me feel good because, you know, the work we're doing with the technical high schools in general, they are absolutely amazing. And they've actually created, you know, in a technical high school, the construction curriculum is usually residential. They're so innovative. They've created a building and heavy civil curriculum. And they've bought their instructors into a heavy civil apprenticeship training program to start teaching their instructors what transferable skills the students are going to need to work in heavy commercial construction. So they're doing a lot of different things. They recently created a career center where we have one-stop shopping. Instead of going to all the different schools looking for students, it's almost like a closed LinkedIn where our employers will be able to interview students and recruit and things like that. So we're working on our workforce. We enjoy it. We're looking towards a challenge where, you know, we'd have to do a little bit more and scale things up. That would be really nice for us. But we're ready. We're ready to go.
Thank you. To your point, I think there is so much opportunity that we need to maximize with these federal dollars, and training more folks to pursue these incredibly valuable and high-paid jobs in our communities only makes sense. So I appreciate all that you're doing, and I hope we can demonstrate more of that as we, again, draw down more of these federal dollars. So thanks again for being here.
Thank you for your comments. And I can tell you from personal experience, it's not just the job itself in construction that does pay well and provides a living wage and good benefits. The career pathways are endless. You know, I tell younger people these days, you know, when you get into the construction industry, the sky's the limit. There's going to be enough work for a generation now. And their opportunities are going to be endless, and our employers will invest in potential. They love to. And I think that the opportunities are just great.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Mr. Schubert, for being here for your testimony and for all your work in doing what you're doing to develop our workforce and matching them up with these good paying jobs. And, you know, again, we're always available to you to collaborate with and understand the needs of your industry so that we can move Connecticut forward from an infrastructure standpoint. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you all very much for your time.
Next, I believe we have Michael Klein. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on 5330. I'm here representing the 125 scientists, land use staffers, and local commissioners of the Connecticut Association of Wetland Scientists. We support the public interest by contributing to public policy based on the scientific understanding of wetlands. Raised Bill 5530 is not sound public policy and is detrimental to the public interest in a healthy and productive natural environment. Connecticut, through the General Assembly, has been a leader in wetland and environmental protection since the early 1970s. The Tidal Wetlands Act and the Inland Wetland Act require public input and consideration of alternatives with less destructive impacts. 5330 dramatically restricts the public hearing process for transit-oriented development, transportation projects, or any other infrastructure projects other than airports. This bill will turn long-established statutory requirements on their heads, waiving public hearings unless a petitioner meets very specific standards. The public would be required to prove their claims in writing to obtain a hearing. DOT would then be allowed to rebut environmental claims without further public scrutiny. The public would be required to make a complete record before being granted a public hearing. We believe that science-based review of impacts to waters and wetlands best occurs in the public. DOT must be required to demonstrate that they have considered alternatives and mitigated environmental impacts. The public review and permit procedures under the Tidal Wetlands Act and the Inland Wetlands Act have been in place for half a century. This rollback of their protections is unwarranted. Moving along from my comments on basis of on behalf of the Connecticut Association of Wetland Scientists, I'd also like to comment based on my personal experience as an expert witness in contested public hearings at the DEP and at the local level. The problem that DOT is trying to address is that the format and pace of DEP hearings and decision-making is, to put it mildly, glacial. Local hearings for highly controversial projects are completed in 2, 3, or 4 sessions, and final decisions occur under strict timelines. DEP hearings have no such time restrictions. I agree personally with DOT that DEEP's highly structured format consumes an unnecessary amount of time and staff resources. While it's certainly contributed to my personal economy as a consulting scientist, this does not serve the public interest. I suggest that the committee focus its efforts there in terms of improving.
Mr. Klein, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Sure. Suggest that you focus your efforts on improving the DEEP's process, not on restricting public participation and shifting the burden of proof to the public.
Thank you so much, Mr. Klein, for your testimony. We've heard from several others today. I don't know if you've been here the whole time and you've been able to listen to some of the testimony. From what we gleaned from DOT's testimony, I think it's not their objective to hamper public participation. But, certainly, the way it's outlined here would require a petition, maybe not a whole justification of, what they want to see at public hearing or why they want to see it, but a petition from interested parties. I did ask DOT earlier, who would make that determination that they're a party of interest? Because it seems pretty broad to me. Certainly, somebody living in Connecticut may have a vested interest in just seeing wetlands throughout the state of Connecticut because they improve, everything from ecosystems to air quality and everything in between, just quality of life here in the state of Connecticut. So it is sort of a broad definition of what could be considered a vested interest in a particular project, I presume. I just want some clarification. Are you concerned specifically with the section related to transit-oriented development, or are you concerned on the whole of this process of streamlining public hearings?
Both our organization and myself personally are concerned with the process of changing the burden of proof to require that the public prove their case prior to being admitted to a public hearing, prior to requiring a public hearing, and also that the DOT is then permitted to rebut those claims outside of the public process to the DEEP, who admittedly makes the final decision, but is, in my personal experience, likely to defer to a sister agency on a regular basis.
Perhaps so. Although I have not necessarily seen that here. Agencies often work within their purview and are passionate about that purview. So often don't like to sort of hand over the reins in these circumstances. But perhaps this could be the case here, and we can't necessarily speculate on how it would all play out. But I do want to thank you again for your testimony. Certainly a lot to consider as we move forward. Do you see if something like this were to move forward, would you foresee folks like yourself or others with a public interest in this taking more of a vested interest earlier in the process through the DOT hearing process rather than petitioning to have other public hearings? Or because right now, as the process stands, there's a DOT hearing, there's DEP hearings, there may be a public hearing because the public has come forth and said there should be. And so sometimes the more environmental concerns come later on. They may be addressed in DOT hearings, but diving in deeper may happen at a DEP hearing. Do you foresee folks sort of shifting their focus to come in earlier in the process should something like this go through?
The DOT is the advocate for the project, and they're running the hearing. That creates tension within that institution. And it's a public participation process. It's not a public hearing. It's open to the public, but it doesn't have the weight of a public hearing with a formal decision record that can be scrutinized further at other levels. Again, there's no question that most people are very frustrated by the pace of the DEEP's hearing process. It's structured in a very cumbersome way and can take weeks of hearings. And I'm not talking about calendar weeks. I'm talking about weeks of sitting in these hearings. And there certainly is a tendency for some to use that process to obstruct, the joke is you can get 25 people in Connecticut on a Saturday morning and sign a petition for anything in the world you could possibly think of. So there needs to be some burden placed to eliminate those frivolous petitions. But the idea, as far as I read the legislation, the burden of proof is entirely shifted to a member of the public to prove their case in writing prior to even the start of a public hearing in order to be able to get that hearing. There's a tremendous amount of waste of resources in these hearings if those resources were dedicated to providing more hearing officers at DEEP and to change the structure. The DEEP hearings sometimes make court proceedings look fast. And that's just a waste of everyone's time and money. It's a waste of the money that is sitting there in the infrastructure bills and waste of my clients' money if I'm there testifying, sitting around for hours and hours and hours. So I think that's a place where some significant improvement could be made. I will tell you that Ms. Lassay, who testified earlier for DOT, reached out to me afterwards and said, let's sit down and talk about some things we can do to improve this process and maybe address causes, concerns, and I look forward to doing that. I think that the present proposal is an overreach.
Okay, I appreciate that. And certainly I was chair of the Environment Committee for 4 years and, worked closely with our Department of Energy and Environmental Protection on processes related to public hearing and permitting and all of that. And I certainly, I'm just trying to delve into this a little bit deeper because I, like you, have some concerns, but I want to make sure that this is balanced in approach because obviously we want projects to move forward across the state of Connecticut. We, having redundancy in government is not necessarily a good thing. So we want to make sure that we don't have redundancies that are holding up projects, but certainly want to do our due diligence to make sure that we're making sure that environmental considerations are being made, what have you. The DOT commissioner mentioned the National Environmental Policy Act. Certainly, there are also a number of agencies that need to weigh in, particularly when you talk about wetlands and wetlands replacement in the state of Connecticut. There's Army Corps of Engineers, and what have you. Do you believe that I'm hearing you say you believe that alone is not enough? There needs to be further process in place through the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection.
I wouldn't say that their further process needs, I need their process, the DEEP's process needs to be improved and expedited. I think the way to do that is to change the structure of the hearing process, which is Byzantine and requires an inordinate amount of time. If local volunteer commissions can achieve their results, and they have statutory timelines, and they achieve their results in, public hearings have to be started within a certain number of days, finished within 35 days after they start, and decisions are supposed to be come down 65 days later. If volunteers can do that, the DEEP process should be revised to meet similar requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. I don't see any other questions or comments from the committee. So again, thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Uh,
And I look forward to working, meeting with Ms. Lassay and seeing if we can arrive at some common language on this issue.
And please do share if you do come to some
Certainly.
conclusion from that meeting. Thank you. We have Zell Stever followed by Ed Hawthorne. Welcome, Zell.
Didn't have my button on. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. And those three conditions are frequent, reliable, and operating to serve the destinations of interest. So if you don't have all three of those parameters, then you're not going to have a successful. And you have heard today over and over again, reliable, operated frequently, and operated to where people want to go is key. I can only hope the legislature in this session will work with the governor's office and the Connecticut Department of Transportation to reverse these cuts in rail service on Shoreline East and fully restore the service providing the traveling public with better options by July of this year. I'd like to thank you, and I have much more extensive comments. This is sort of a summary, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Appreciate that, Mr. Stever, and special thanks to CTN who just came in and noticed that. I didn't notice either because you carry your voice so well, Zell. So thank you for that. Thank you for speaking up loudly. And thank you for your participation on the Connecticut Rail Council, as well as your advocacy around resiliency and sustainability for the state of Connecticut. It's so incredibly important. And you mentioned the sort of dichotomy of what's going on here. You know, we want to get more and more folks off the roads using public transportation from an environmental perspective. Certainly quality of life, improving quality of life. You mentioned the electric rail cars. So as we make these investments in enhancing our public transportation network, it really seems unfortunate that at the same time we've gone and cut this rail line. So again, I just appreciate your steadfastness on this issue. And I too hope that we can land somewhere where the folks who use this rail line can do so regularly with a great deal of efficiency and connectivity forevermore. Does anybody in the committee have any? Yeah, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be quick and thank you, Zell, for your tireless effort on behalf of public transit, and thank you for your membership and participation in the Public Transportation Council. So just a big thank you from me, sir.
I see no other questions. Oh, sorry. Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Representative Cohen. I'd also like to thank you for your work on this project and your work on the other projects you're working on public transit. Zell, have you seen a difference locally or heard of folks who have been dismayed against using the public transportation due to the cuts being announced?
Well, yes. I mean, it's actually, I think, measurable without having a regular frequent service. People have turned to cars, and it's for anybody who's ridden on 995 over the last couple of years, and particularly over the last year. Not only have the speeds in the cars gone way up, accidents have gone way up, and we have a real problem because people had nowhere to go. You can't walk to New Haven from Groton. You can't ride your bike to New Haven from Groton. You got to basically jump in a car and go. And so I think this has had a really negative effect. And it's not only commuters that this is involved with. For example, in my own personal situation, I used to be able to go to New London and get a train to, at almost any time, to New Haven, where I can go then to New York. Now I'm forced to get in the car and go all the way to New Haven or to West Haven in order to get those trains to go to New York. So it's a really important, and it's not just going to New York that's important. And I think, as you all know, I was involved with the feasibility study to look at extending Shoreline in the other direction toward Rhode Island. And I think there's a big groundswell in Rhode Island, which I think you'll see some testimony being provided today, suggesting that's very important. And while New York is one direction, we do have another direction called Providence and Boston, which are equally as important. And our facility that has precipitated a lot of this is the Electric Boat. And they have added over the last 2 years, last year they added about 5,300 new employees. And these employees are not only in Groton, they're also in New London, and they are in Quonset, Rhode Island. So those people need to be connected up in a responsible, regular, frequent rail service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quick. Thank you, Mr. Stever, for being here. Being new to this committee this year, I really appreciate your wealth of knowledge, information, and your vision for the rail service. And I'm not sure this is a question you could really answer, but what do you see as the turnaround to get us back to ridership levels that we may have been pre-COVID? Or
Well, if you can tell me how soon you can get the rail back in service, then I could maybe answer
Okay.
the second question. There's no question you have to get the rail service operating and people feeling comfortable with it, which includes advertising and making it clear to the public that it's out there and it's going to stay there. Part of the problem, I mean, everybody blames it on COVID, but I should also tell you that the rail decline on Shoreline East happened before COVID because the transportation department had to do a bunch of repairs, and they substituted buses for trains. And let me suggest to you, and now I sit on the council that deals with both buses and trains, buses do not equal trains, and trains don't equal buses. They have different functions and they do different things. You simply can't get from New Haven to New London at 90 miles an hour on I-95, and you can do that on the rail. So they have different functions.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I think it was well worth having everyone hear you say that. And I'm sure, of course, it's been said earlier, steady service will help build those. So thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much, Sal, for being with us today.
Thank you very much.
We've got Ed Hawthorne online up next, followed by Parker Rodriguez. Hi, Ed.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, a federation of unions representing nearly 250,000 workers here in the great state of Connecticut. It's on their behalf that I testify in favor of two bills today. The first one, HB 5328, an act concerning automated traffic safety enforcement in work zones and municipalities. As we all know, the men and women employed as highway maintainers at the Department of Transportation are dedicated public service. They plow the roads, trim the trees, make the repairs to our roads so that Connecticut residents can travel safely. But we all know that almost all too often it's dangerous and even life-threatening work because motorists fail to consider their safety. With fewer state police on the roads, there's increasingly distracted drivers by our mobile devices. DOT workers risk their lives every day when they go to work. In 2021, the General Assembly passed legislation authorizing DOT to establish a pilot program to operate speed safety cameras in select highway work zones. We're proud to say it was a success. The registered owner of the vehicle captured speeding by the safety system, reissued warnings or citations. This was between April 10th of 2023 and December 31st of 2023. I know I saw them out there and I saw a lot of people slowing down. During the pilot program, more than 24 or almost about 2,500 initial warnings were issued, but fewer 750 fines were levied. The low percentage of what happened was they were initially issued a warning, and then if they violated again, they were actually issued a fine. So the low percentage of repeat offenders demonstrates that the program worked in the 5 work zones where these cameras were. Distracted driving is not safe, and people speeding through these work zones aren't safe, and we urge the committee to support this bill to protect our highway maintainers. Second bill is SB 280, an act concerning train crew size requirements and the installation of hot box detectors. In 2022, there were more than 1,100 train derailments across the country, according to data from the Federal Railroad Administration. That equates to an average of 3 train derailments every single day. Staffing has been decimated, as I'm sure all of you have saw in the news. It's a cost-saving measure, which equates to an unsafe rail system. As of October of 2023, the Federal Railroad Administration has recorded 742 train derailments. The most publicized was Norfolk Southern Freight that was carrying hazardous materials in East Palestine, Ohio. Train caught fire, sent smoke in particular matter into the air while running off into nearby waterways. Evacuations were ordered. We don't have to wait until a disaster like what happened in Ohio happens here in Connecticut. SB 220 would help prevent train derailments by requiring two-person crews on freight trains that move throughout the state. Ground-based employees cannot respond to prevent train derailments like people actually on the locomotive cab. And quickly, hotbox detectors also should be installed. These are detectors that sense the temperature of the components, which is far above the ambient temperature, and it alerts the train crew that something is wrong and they may want to inspect the car. So we urge the committee to invest in rail safety and also invest in the safety of our DOT workers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ed, and appreciate all that you do on behalf of workers throughout the state of Connecticut. I do have a couple of questions for you. First, on the bill that you just spoke about, SB 280. I'm not sure if you heard the commissioner's testimony earlier, but he was talking about how the DOT has not submitted testimony yet, although they anticipate doing so very soon, and they will not be testifying in favor of this particular legislation, mainly because of the shutdown required in order to do that. And so I absolutely hear what you're saying in terms of safety. Why would we sacrifice the safety of our workers and the individuals on these trains because of some short-term inconvenience? But I wondered if you could speak to that a little bit, because it did sound to me like, well, this is an initiative across the country. The Federal Railroad Administration has been putting in other safety mechanisms and requiring those of the states because the process of putting in these hot boxes can be so onerous. So I wondered if you could speak to that at all.
We often in the labor movement preach on pay, pension, and healthcare, but none of that matters if you don't come home safe and alive. And this is a safety measure that, although maybe inconvenient, is necessary to ensure the safety of not only those on the trains, but those surrounding it. If you look at what happened in East Palestine, Ohio, that affected an entire community that's still feeling the effects of it now. We shouldn't wait for a train derailment to happen and be reactive. We should be proactive, and we should find a way to make this happen.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments. I see it that way. Also, certainly after, hearing what had happened there, and then also having another rail safety issue immediately following that in another part of the country. So I certainly appreciate your comments. Obviously a balance, and we need to dig in a little bit more to figure out what's required there in order to install these hot boxes across our rail lines. In terms of the two-person crews, do you know of any workforce issues that would prevent this? Because we also hear that there's trouble getting folks to work on the line. So I just wondered if we'd encounter, if we required that, if there would be any problem in terms of making sure we fulfilled that requirement on the rail side.
After communicating with the folks that represent this industry, this unionized industry, I haven't heard of any concerns involving getting more people on those trains. So I don't believe that's a concern.
Okay. And I just want to also reiterate, thank you for testifying in favor of, making sure folks are slowing down on our roadways, especially where workers are involved. Those are some of the more dangerous positions that we have out there. And we want to make sure folks are mindful as we do have road work and construction going on across our highways and roadways across the state of Connecticut, that folks are really slowing down and being mindful of people's lives being on the line out there. So thank you for that. I don't see any other questions or comments for the committee. So thanks so much, Ed, for being with us today.
Thank you again.
Next, we have Parker Rodriguez, followed by Glenn Weston Murphy. Welcome, Parker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Cohen, Chairman Lamar, ranking members Wong and Kennedy, and all the members of the Transportation Committee. It's nice to see many of you again. I am an attorney for the Housatonic Railroad, which is a freight railroad in Connecticut, and I am also this year's chairman of the Connecticut Railroad Association. And it's on behalf of the Connecticut Railroad Association that I'm here testifying today. The association is made up of 8 member freight railroads in the state, and we stand with the Commissioner Eucalipto in opposition to raised Bill 280. I want to say first off that railroad safety is of the utmost importance to us, as is our public-private partnership with the state, which I know this committee is well familiar with. Many of us operate over state-owned rail infrastructure. We work closely with DOT and the Commissioner on matters of safety, operations, maintenance, and capital improvements. In general, we believe that the 2-person crew rule lacks merit. I submitted written testimony this morning stating that in 2019, the FRA concluded that accident and incident data does not support a train crew staffing regulation. Essentially, studies have been done which looked at derailments and accidents and that involved a 1-person crew and looked at whether having a second person would have prevented the derailment or accident and found in pretty much all cases that was not the case. And again, I'll leave it at that for now, because there's plenty of more material in my written testimony about why we don't believe that the 2-person crew rule has merit. More importantly, we believe it's preempted by federal law. In general, state and local regulation of railroad operations and maintenance are preempted by the Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution, the Interstate Commerce Act, and the Interstate Commerce Commission Termination Act of 1995. So with respect to operations and maintenance, railroads are not subject to state or local regulation, but are instead subject to federal law. Regulation and enforcement is vested in the Surface Transportation Board, the Federal Railroad Administration, and certain matters the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And when you think about preemption, the reason for this is we have freight railroads that are operating in interstate commerce. They're crossing state lines every single day, and if we don't have uniformity of regulation, it would just become, if you had a different crew size requirements and all different kinds of regulations every time you cross the state line, it would just be it would be impossible to operate in the freight business, and it would be disruptive to interstate commerce. In 2019, after over 5 years of study, the Federal Railroad Administration issued a decision to affirmatively not require trains to have 2-person crews. And in that decision, they stated that they intended for that to preempt state law. The state of Illinois passed a 2-person crew requirement. It was challenged in federal court on the basis of preemption, and the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Illinois struck the law down in summary judgment, and then again in appeal on the basis of the fact that it was federally preempted. In addition, the FRA is currently re-examining the possibility.
Mr. Rodriguez, just a heads up, you have the 3-minute marker.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to wrap up. The Federal Railroad Administration has said that they're considering putting out a rule right now about 2-person crews, which would preempt any state law. And with regard to the hotbox detectors, as my understanding is that they already exist on the Amtrak line everywhere, every 20 miles between Boston and DC, and also on the Hartford line. So I'm not sure which, if any, passenger lines this would affect in the state of Connecticut. Maybe the Danbury and New Canaan and Waterbury branches of the Metro North, but we're concerned about it because we have a member of our association that runs excursion trains that are for tourism. They have a dining car, they run at slow speeds, it's seasonal.
Mr. Rodriguez, once again, you're past your 3 minutes.
Sure.
I'll just jump in and ask you if you could, I'd like to hear what you have to say. So if you could just expand upon that with respect to hotboxes, what are your concerns on hotboxes? I hear that they're already installed on many of the lines across the state, but that's your understanding. We have to do a little bit more digging on that, obviously, on our end. But if you could just expand upon your concerns with respect to the slow-moving rail lines, more the tourist rail lines.
Yeah, well, these hotbox detectors, I mean, for us, for one that covers a single track, and bidirectionally, they cost about $150,000 installed, at a minimum. And so if we have a railroad member that's again doing holiday excursions, doing a dining car, riding at slow speeds, I mean, this is really good for the local communities. It's you know, a lot of families with children ride on them. It's a tourist attraction. And this would just, you know, requiring hotbox detectors of something like that, which is not traveling nearly at the speeds of your average Amtrak train, it would make it economically infeasible to continue running those excursion trains. So I would suggest that if this bill is going to go forward, that it be tailored a little more narrowly to affect commuter and you know, large passenger trains that travel at high speeds.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And just for clarity's sake, is it $150,000 per hot box detector?
Yes.
Okay.
Minimum for one track. And, you know, in many areas, we have double track and trains traveling in multiple directions at the same time. And, you know, everything has to communicate with each other. The train, the hotbox detector, the signal systems at grade crossings. And so it's, you know, the more trains and tracks and crossings you have, the more complicated it gets.
Have there been any indications that the Federal Railroad Administration may be looking to require these on certain lines across the country?
I'm glad you asked. So not at the FRA level, but there is currently a bill called the Railway Safety Act of 2023, Senate Bill 576, that's currently on the legislative schedule in Congress. And this would, I think, if I understand correctly, would grant US DOT the authority to make decisions about requiring hotbox detectors. So that, again, along with, you know, similarly to the FRA proposed rulemaking that's currently being considered, if anything like that were to be passed by Congress, it would certainly preempt any state law.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Just for clarification, so you had stated that you weren't necessarily in favor of the hot boxes, but you said the Railway Safety Act, SB 576. Are you submitting testimony against that then?
No, that's a federal legislation. What I'm saying is that that's a pending legislation that if enacted, it would preempt any state law. To be clear, it's not a prerequisite that there be a federal law addressing a certain area of railroad regulation in order for a state law to be preempted. The courts have said that federal regulation of railroads is exclusive and plenary. It's difficult to imagine a broader statement of Congress's intent to preempt state regulatory authority over railroad operations. That's a quote from the Second Circuit Court. And basically anything that regulates transportation by rail carriers and rather than incidentally affecting them has been stated to be under the exclusive jurisdiction of the federal government and the appropriate federal agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Denning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for my own question, when you have one person on a train, I'm assuming they're riding in the front of the train. And if they were to have a medical emergency of some kind, what happens to the train if you don't have somebody else?
So now I will say that at my railroad, we don't have any one-person crews operating. I understand that in general, this is rare in Connecticut. It happens in small, nuanced situations, but it doesn't happen on my railroad at all. So I'm not very familiar with that, and I'm not sure that I can really give an informed answer to your question. Although I do know that positive train control is essentially a software mechanism for locomotive safety and train safety, which reduces a lot of the risk associated with single person crews.
So you're saying if you reduce, and this is a broad generalization, if we reduce the number of people on the train, then we need to increase the amount of technology to protect people on the train and the communities they go through.
I would agree with that. But that's something that we are constantly doing in the railroad industry. New measures are constantly being put in place. We're not in general, as an association, we're not opposed to safety measures by any means. I mean, on our railroad, we're having a hot box detector installed right now in Massachusetts, which the state has funded, which is great. We're thrilled about it. But these things are a little more nuanced than just, okay, let's put a hot box detector every 20 miles, because everything has to communicate with each other. All the software has to be able to work together. The locomotives have to be outfitted for certain safety mechanisms. So it's just not, it's a complex thing.
Well, I understand that it's very complex in today's world, everything is, but if we're going to go down to one-person trains, then a hot box could actually give us additional safety.
Well, not really, because a hot box is related to the heat of, if I understand it correctly, the heat of the wheels and the axles of the train as it's moving. Sometimes the wheels may be getting too hot and then they can fail. That really has nothing to do with the number of people that are in the cab of the locomotive.
Except that you wouldn't have that extra set of eyes looking to see if your wheels are overheating.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
I mean, if you have two people in the train, I'm assuming that if one person missed the overheating wheels, the other person would pick that up and say, hey, we need to do something about this. Whereas, the technology is kind of taking the place of that second person operating the train, giving you a backup.
I think in the case of something like positive train control, that's true. But again, with the defect detectors, I'm not sure that and I'm not an operations guy. I'm just a lawyer, so I really am ill-informed about some of these things. But my understanding is that I'm not sure that the heat of the temperature of the wheels can be detected from inside the cab, which is why these defect detectors exist.
Okay, thank you very much. My son is a lawyer, so I guess I failed too. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. All right, seeing no other questions, thank you so much, Mr. Rodriguez, for your testimony.
Thank you very much for your time.
Next, we have Glenn Weston Murphy, followed by Jeff Viscount.
Glenn is not currently on Zoom.
Okay, do we have Jeff? Perfect. Welcome, Jeff. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate that.
All righty. Good afternoon to all the members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Jeff Viscount. I'm from Milford. I'm a 6-year veteran of the U.S. Navy, having enlisted at the age of 17, honorably discharged at the end of my service time. I'm a life member in the American Legion, VFW, and lastly, AMVETS. I again find myself up here today, as I have a number of times in my past, going back well over 30 years, this time to oppose language in HB 5330. What I'm opposed to specifically is Section 19B. You're in essence here proposing that there is a predetermined distrust of every licensed adult motorcyclist to make an adult's decision in respect to their own safety. Make no mistake about this. It's just a foot in the door and attempt to implement a full mandatory helmet law in the future. What I find very interesting enough is that 32 states currently allow freedom of choice for adult motorcyclists in respect to wearing protective headgear, and the newest state was Nebraska that just repealed theirs at the beginning of January. Now, we've seen a number of U.S. states over the last 15 to 20 years repeal the helmet law in each state, but here in Connecticut, we have bureaucrats that want to take things backwards, that either have the notion that they know what's best for those of us who ride motorcycles, rather than leaving the choice to us, or just plainly don't like motorcyclists, lumping us into some bizarre category of a fringe element of society that enjoys too much freedom. And they either supply no statistics and flaw statistics, and I will get to that point in your questions. These particular bureaucrats seem to be hell-bent on opposing those of us who are not only represent the motorcycling community, but they appear to feel it is in our best interest to listen to them. Bringing up another point of interest, how are we to handle a transplant motorcycle from another state that has 30 years experience there. He's got to be treated as a novice. I don't think that's fair to him. Okay, there have been significant advances in motorcycle awareness that have been structurally introduced and implemented into the DMV licensing system here in Connecticut, driven by individuals such as myself in the past years. And there's virtually no difference between accidents involve motorcycles with fatalities or an individual was either wearing a helmet or not. I myself am testament to not wearing a helmet and being in a terrible accident and survived because a helmet would have impeded my peripheral vision and the situation would have most likely turned out far worse than it did. Let's face it, motorcycles are dangerous, even if, especially if you operate them recklessly or in heavy traffic where people are not concentrating on the roadways, but are rather distracted by things such as cell phones. And I do not believe for a minute that any motorcycle rider that is a victim of a horrendous accident would want to end up being a quadriplegic with a working head. Okay, this is no quality of life, and that is what these people who promote helmets don't seem to either understand or care about, especially those who don't ride and are depending upon individuals of higher education to dictate to them what is good and what isn't. In closing, I'm against the language in Section 19B. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out.
Thank you, Mr. Viscount. I really appreciate your testimony. I think, we on this committee take safety on our roadways very seriously. And I recognize the opposition and that you have been in opposition to this. I hear for many, many years. I have to say, I am a little surprised at the opposition to this language. I thought that, when we sort of were reviewing the language presented by the Department of Transportation, and I should just speak for myself, I thought it seemed like a really good compromise and that there was some new data showing us that, most of the motorcycle accidents were happening with new motorcycle drivers. If you could just let me finish, I will absolutely give you an opportunity. Okay. Thank you, sir. So I did think that we were going to land in a better place with this. So I quite frankly am a little bit surprised to hear what you're saying. I think, I too would liken it to sort of our seatbelt laws, right? Where, along the way over a number of years, when I was a kid, we rode in the large sort of bucket seats in the front. We never wore our seatbelts. I was a baby, I didn't have a car baby safety seat like we have now. We didn't require seatbelts in back seats. We've now determined that should be required. And so I think we take this sort of charge of safety very seriously while balancing making sure that freedoms aren't infringed upon. So I absolutely hear what you're saying. And I do have concerns when you say that motorcycle helmets would impede peripheral vision. That's something we should certainly be taking a look at too. Are there other requirements that should be made on motorcycle helmets to make them easier to wear, to make sure that visibility is enhanced? Because that's a concern. I haven't heard that before. So I appreciate you saying that, sir. And it sounds like you have a response to my comments. So I'm happy to have you respond.
No, I'm itching to. Okay, the DOT commissioner came up here and gave his whole spiel, and he has statistics. How come those statistics aren't available to people like myself or Richard Faulkner for us to review? We have statistics compiled by UConn, and I think the DOT was involved years ago, that shows there is virtually, and it was comparing Connecticut to New York, which has a helmet law. There's virtually no difference in fatalities between wearing a helmet and not wearing a helmet. And there is a graph on that. And I know that Richard and this other guy, Ryder Fitzgerald, have both submitted that. Taking a little bit further, when the commissioner came up here, he said I think he said there were 56 fatalities. Okay, how many were wearing helmets and how many weren't? Okay, that's number one question I have. Number two, what was the age of the riders that were killed? Okay, number three, was it day or night accidents? Okay, was speeding involved? You cannot legislate personal responsibility or safety. It's just not going to happen. It's called common sense. Okay. We in the CMRA had actually thrown out there like a bone, for a lack of a better way of saying it, where we said, okay, we'll say any riders up to 20 years old or 21, under the age of 21, to wear mandatory helmets. Okay. where my problem is with all of this, okay, I started riding motorcycles on the road in 1975, okay? And the helmet law got repealed that year, the year I got my driver's license, okay? I was in the Navy at 17. I was in charge of multi-million-dollar equipment at 19 years old on ship. I'm being told I can do that, but I'm not responsible enough to, at 19, to, be responsible for my own safety, and reflects to riding a motorcycle, riding a motorcycle. I find that kind of bizarre, okay? You join the military, you can put your life on the line, which I did for 6 years. And then I'm told, oh, no, until you're, been 3 years into riding a motorcycle, we don't trust you, so we're going to do this. Okay, I'm not saying I totally oppose this. I just don't like the foot in the door. And I think 3 years is a bizarre length of time. Okay, do we do this to novice people to get their regular driver's license? 3 years? We do 3 years?
We do 2 years.
We do 2 years if they get their license at 16, right?
That's correct.
Okay, what about when they get their license at 18, like my daughter did? There was no restriction.
Thank you. I do want to say thank you so much for your military service to this country as well. I see Representative Smith has a question for you.
That's what I was waiting for. Okay, Frank, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Jeff, for coming up to Hartford. I wish I could. I'm monitoring 2 committee hearings while I've been listening to the testimony. And I had a couple of questions that you may have already addressed in the past few minutes when Chairwoman invited you to comment further. There's been a lot of talk today about the quantity of different types of vehicle crashes, deaths, and the traffic fatalities in the state of Connecticut and elsewhere. Just to take a sample of, say, 3 to 5 years, what you seem to have statistics here that weren't necessarily shared through the same metrics of DOT. What are the Connecticut statistics with regard to crashes, deaths, and injuries over the past 5 years? Do you have that information?
Yes, we do, and that was submitted by Richard Paulkner via an Excel spreadsheet, okay, for this hearing. And it's deaths and serious injuries involving motorcyclists, but that are actually on the decline compared to other vehicles and pedestrians in Milford. And we do have that, okay, and it has been submitted.
Jeff, you testified there were 32 states that permit adult riders to choose when and where to wear a helmet. Are these 32 states all like rural states, not like major metropolitan areas like New York, California?
No, it's all across the board. It's you've got states like in Chicago, you can ride with a helmet. Philadelphia, okay. I'm sorry, Dallas or Austin, okay. Miami, Tallahassee. There's no helmet law, so you're in big cities there, okay.
Those are all city jurisdictions, not state jurisdictions.
I understand, but you asked if there were municipalities.
Metropolitan areas.
Yeah, metropolitan areas. Okay, so those are them. Okay, so it's really strange how this is. If you look at a grid map of the states that have helmet laws and the ones that don't, I provided a list that I brought here with me for the committee. And the only exception on that list, and it's kind of a unique one, is Missouri. It has a helmet law, but until you're 25 years old. So I kind of included that in the mandatory helmet law, even though once you turn 25, it no longer is, viable. You don't have to wear a helmet. Okay, but if you look at a lot of those states, they're rural states, okay? Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, those are all rural states that have helmet laws. Okay.
I know the helmet, the saga of the Connecticut statutes regarding motorcycle helmets goes back to when I was in college. I think the biggest rally ever held at the state capitol grounds was that era in the late 70s. And I remember
1975.
The news clip of Senator Gunther riding on the back of somebody's Sportster around the plaza there up in front of the state capitol building. This is way back before the LOB, so it's seared into my memory. If I might, Madam Chairman, I just had two quick other questions, if I could just follow up, if I may.
Sure, please proceed.
Jeff, seem to have the grasp of the history of this. What was the last time that any state reinstated a helmet law for adult riders?
1989 was the last time a state reinstated a helmet law. It was Nebraska, and they just repealed it as of January 1st of this year.
But we're not the only state that goes all over on this subject.
Sorry?
I said, we're not the only state that goes back and forth on this
Yeah,
subject.
yeah, but that's what other state is there?
When was
Nebraska.
the last time a state repealed its helmet law for adult riders? The last time?
Well, that was Nebraska, and it was January 1st of this year.
And then they reinstated
They got rid of the universal mandatory helmet laws of January 1st. But there have been a number of states over the last 15 or 20 years that have repealed their helmet law. I wish I had those stats with me, because it used to be about 50-50, and now we're up to 32 and basically 17 with full helmet laws. Missouri, like I said, is the oddball one. You have to wear a helmet till you're 25, and then Washington DC requires it too.
It's very complex, and obviously there's some merit on both sides of this. I'm still not quite sure how I feel about it. I have a brother-in-law who is a senior paramedic with American Medical Response and several other ambulance services, and he's an avid motorcyclist, restoring a lot of offshore motorcycle Triumphs, Goldwings, and the like. And he, interestingly, is a lot of motorcycle accidents, so in hundreds of them in his lifetime. And he always used to say on a nice sunny day, this is the most dangerous day. This is the most busiest day for EMTs and paramedics, because this is when people are all out, not just on motorcycles, but in cars, recreational driving. And he always wore a helmet. So, and I've mentioned that to you in the past too, but he also understands the civil libertarian view on this as well. And I think that's important, should be taken into account. I appreciate it, Jeff. Thanks again for coming up.
Can I
Thank you,
just
Chairman.
offer one more thing, Frank? In respect to his nephew, I know Frank's brother also rode a bike too. We all are from the same area, grew up together. His nephew says is an EMT, so is my nephew, okay?
My
And-
brother-in-law.
Oh, brother-in-law, I'm sorry.
It didn't count.
All right, and has he distinguished with those accidents, if there were fatalities, how many were wearing helmets and how many weren't?
No, it was just an anecdotal observation that he's a motorcycle rider and owns half a dozen or more motorcycles that he restores. So he's always out on his bike, but he does wear a helmet, and I can only attribute that to the experience he's had over 40 years of, making emergency calls. I'm not saying that that's a justification for this bill, but it just, as I said, it's just a one-off anecdote that I've always listened. I fell off my Kawasaki 650 when I was 18 years old, and I was discouraged from riding a motorcycle after that because I guess they didn't trust me on it. But yeah, there was just it's somebody that did that for a living, and he did wear a helmet. That's just my own personal reference point. But again, I appreciate you coming up and taking the time to give testimony on this, Jeff.
And thank you, and I'll be in touch.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jeff, for spending the day with us. It's been a very long day. First, I want to thank you for your service to our country. I know how passionate you are about our country, so I appreciate it. Just to clarify, so you sound like you're against it. You're not a fan of motorcycles. You're concerned what the future could hold. But I thought that you said you could work with the bill. I thought that you said that there was, so could you clarify that for me?
What we had offered last year or the year before is that, why don't we just raise the age to 21? Okay, that's as a CMRA, that's what we had offered, okay? And there was nothing ever came of that, okay?
So when you say raise the age to 21, do you mean raise the age to get a license?
No, no, having to wear helmets. Currently, it's up to 18. Once you turn 18, you don't have to wear a helmet, okay? And you're raising everything else to 21, making it the mandatory age, which I think is kind of bizarre in a way because you can join the military at 17 still. And you know, we don't legislate smoking, as Richard was saying, but we concede to 21, okay? Anybody under 21, you know, and I think more stringent studies need to be done because when the commissioner was here, he's throwing out figures, but he's not supplying any data to back it that people like me and Richard Faulkner want to see. Okay, we'd work with him if we saw this stuff. Okay, how many of these people were wearing helmets? Like I said, was it a day or night? Okay, you know, there was a multiple list of questions I had. Were they speeding? What was the age of the rider? So there's a lot of factors that you have to look at. You can't just lump people, say a guy decides to get a motorcycle license at 40 years old and rode dirt bikes when he was a kid. And he goes through the 2-month process with a learner's permit, which I'm sure you're aware, learner's permits, you have to wear a helmet, okay? And then he's told at 40 years old, he's a father, he's got teenage kids, he owns a house, he has a mortgage, a wife, and now all of a sudden he's told, well, you have to wear a helmet because we can't trust you as an adult. That's a little bit of a slap in the face. I mean, would you like to be told something like that?
I appreciate your clarifying that, and hopefully we can work
Thanks.
together to find
Thanks,
the right
Representative.
language so that we do protect, especially our youngest that are riding motorcycles who are inexperienced when they're on the roads. And
The only other thing I'd like to add is this is another piece of legislation that's going to be put out there that the police are now going to have to look at another aspect of, you know, is this guy going down here? Has he had his license for at least 3 years? Do I pull him over? And I understand they can check, and now you can actually, I think the police just running your plate via a camera they have in the front of their car, they can get all the information about you off of that plate, okay? It just seems like additional burden on Connecticut's police departments.
thank you for sharing all your thoughts. They're greatly appreciated, Jeff. Good to see you again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and I just will comment because I do appreciate your willingness to put forth other solutions. I do recall last session us talking about the age restriction. I don't have the data in front of me, but I remember that the data was not supportive in terms of the number of fatalities by age of motorcycle riders. And so I think, you know, we had made a decision at the time that maybe that wasn't, you know, where we should be putting our effort to require it of, you know, the 16 to 21-year-old set. I will say, I don't think there's any reason why the commissioner would be withholding data. I think he shared with us today that the number he shared with us today, he did say were riders not wearing a helmet. Those
I
who-
didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Okay. So we'll have to request from the commissioner that maybe we get some additional data, and I'm sure we'd be happy to share that with you just so.
That I would greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, that's terrific. Thank you so much. And seeing no other questions, I thank you for your time and testimony
And
today. And
thank you
again, thank you for
taking
your
the time to
service.
listen to me.
Yeah. Okay, next we've got Carl Chisholm, followed by Katie Audette. Welcome, Carl.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Carl Chisholm, and I am the president of Connecticut's Employees Union Independent, SEIU Local 511. Our union represents over 6,000 active retiree blue-collar maintenance and service state workers who provide valuable service within our state facilities and our state roads. Most importantly, in this space, our members put their own personal safety on the line every day to plow, repair, and maintain Connecticut state roads and bridges. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of the expansion of Automated Work Zone Control Pilot Program, Although this bill also includes language that speaks to municipal camera use, CUI only supports the highway work zone camera language in line 35 through 104 of this bill. We have no on-the-record opinion regarding municipal camera use. The data received from the automated work zone speed control pilot program that was on some of our limited access highways from April 10th to December 31st of last year showed overwhelmingly that highway speed cameras are remarkably effective at slowing down motorists in work zones. Not only did the data show that speeds declined in 5 work zones over the course of the pilot, but at all 4 and 5 locations, speeds continued to reduce throughout the enforcement period, demonstrating continued effectiveness. Use of speed control technology over the long period of time is likely to further influence driver behavior, only increasing the positive effect of exhibit over the course of the pilot. During the pilot, more than 24,900 warnings were issued, but fewer than 750 notices of violations with a fine were issued. The overall reduction of speed, coupled with relatively low percentage of repeat offenders, only continues to drive home the effectiveness of this program. Contrary to what some have said about this initiative, this is not a money grab. If the deployment of these cameras across our highways leads to $0 in fines, our mission would be successful. Our only intention here is to encourage motorists to slow down in work zones in order to save lives. According to the Connecticut Department of Transportation, in 2020, 538 work zone accidents resulted in 220 injuries and 4 fatalities. While work zone accidents account for only a small percentage of total accidents in Connecticut, they are more likely to result in serious injuries or death. 2020, work zone accidents accounted for 2.4% of the accidents, but represented 4.7% of all fatalities. There were an additional 2,566 crashes in work zones between January 1st, 2020 and December 31st, 2022, leading to an additional 10 fatalities. As federal infrastructure dollars come into the state via the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the need for more safety measures at highway work zones will only continue to increase. The men and women of CEUI, Local
Mr.
511,
Chisholm, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
are
That's it.
dedicated to talent and skilled public servants who have worked with the common goal to provide safe and well-maintained highways and bridges for the people of Connecticut. They deserve to go home safely to their families. Highway work zone speed cameras will help to make this reality. Thank you. And I just want to say that I do have members from DOT that did put in testimony, but they couldn't be here because they were on the road working and don't have any Zoom out there.
Thank you, Mr. Chisholm, for your work and advocacy on behalf of our highway workers. It can certainly be a very dangerous job, and especially with folks not being mindful of speeds and safety out there. So we want to make sure that we have whatever mechanisms we can have in place to protect these valuable workers across the state. Representative Lamar.
Good to see you, and thank you for your testimony today, and thank you for, gosh, it's been a long time we were working on this, and
Yes.
I think
It's been a long haul.
and I think everything we talked about those many years ago came to fruition during that pilot program, right?
Yes,
Like
yes, it definitely has.
dramatically improved safety. It got people to slow down. Workers felt better about their environment that they were in. They felt more sure that they're going home at night. All the things I remember a cold day in a DOT facility down in New Haven. You and I met with a number of your workers, each of them sharing stories about near misses, friends, family members who'd been hit, and why we thought the rhetoric around work zone cameras was wrong. People were talking about it raising money. People thought about it as a way to get at drivers.
Right.
But you and I and your members knew that this was just about protecting their lives. And
Right.
frankly, that 1 year of data that we have shows it's exactly right. So I want to say thank you for sticking with it, sticking with your workers. Because it was not easy to get to that point, to get that project. And I know you took some lumps along the way.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think it was great that you came down, spent some time with the members. I think one particular story you remember was kind of shocked about it when we had a new employee that started and he was there 6 months. And in those 6 months, he got hit 6 times. I think that was story
Yeah.
sort of
Yep.
shocked you. So, I mean, unfortunately, it happens. And all we want is, some type of protection for our members, because all we want them to do is come home at the end of the day.
And I think over the last few months, last few years, members of this committee have talked about just their drive to work,
Right.
drive to this building. Like you wouldn't believe what I saw on the drive up today. I was driving in my car at 60 miles an hour. You should have seen the guy going 90 past me.
Yeah.
Your members are sitting out there, not in their car, not protected, standing on the side of the road, picking up litter, mowing some grass, repairing a guardrail, whatever they're doing, and having folks driving 75, 85, 90 miles per hour right by them. And this wasn't about generating money, wasn't about generating revenue. I told you those were the concerns that we were hearing, and we had to give some factual data behind it. You and your team went out to Pennsylvania. You helped us get data from different states. You actually came up with some suggested models to look at. We put those in place in this pilot program. And I think it proved the point that we were trying to make so many years ago. And it's time to extend this and provide that permanent protection to your members who are now, at the conclusion of that pilot program, back out on the roadways, doing their jobs,
Yes.
but with no protections in place. So it's time to get this full time in place. So thank you, Carl, for your
Thank you.
work.
Appreciate that.
Representative Conley, followed by Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Speaking of drives, I got the pleasure of driving from Groton to Bridgeport to Shelton to here today, and then hopefully back down to Groton at the end of the day. And as someone in Eastern Connecticut, driving past what's happened in East Lyme when we had the protections out, when we had those signs and when we had the trucks, while some community members didn't really appreciate some of their warnings that they got in the mail, it sent the message that you were driving too fast in the construction zone. And that fundamentally slowed down traffic in that area. And today on my grand tour of the lovely state of Connecticut on 95 and the Merritt and 84, and I was even by Waterbury somehow, because Waze had me go there. I saw kind of what happened I saw a work zone, same thing in East Lyme. I saw people picking up litter. I saw construction. I saw a car accident that was off the road and emergency workers trying to get to people. And what you didn't see was any traffic slowing down. And it's the same people, it's the same drivers. I'm the same driver that I was last year, as were all the cars around me. And what we need, I was on the right lane and I saw a tractor trailer in the left lane speeding past a work zone, thinking, oh my goodness, I hope that driver's paying attention at this moment. Because if they're not, it isn't an accident, it's a catastrophe, it's a fatality for a worker. And what we saw with the data on this plan is that if people were reminded, they generally slowed down. And unfortunately, when the program ended, people stopped being reminded and people are getting back to their normal behavior of driving too fast around work zones. So I'd like to see this program back. I'd like to see folks slowing down on work zones, remembering that while we're driving to whatever important thing we have to get to, there are folks who are working who just want to get home to their families at the end of the day. And we all have to do a duty together to slow down, to protect everyone, so the drivers get where they need to go and the workers get home. So thank you for being diligent in this, and I hope we continue the program.
Thank you. I do too.
Thank you, Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Carl, for being here and for acknowledging all of the workers who are working and can't join us by Zoom today. I did just have a follow-up question, since there
Sure.
was a pilot program based on certainly guidance from you all to make sure the pilot was formulated in a successful way. In an effort to make this permanent, I just wanted to offer you an opportunity if there was anything that you thought we should think about differently as we move forward in making this permanent, anything that you thought worked or didn't work in particular out of the pilot that we need to take into account. So thank you for any answer to that.
No, I think and I worked very closely with the new commissioner, Upolito. Did a great job on getting all the statistics. And the only thing that I had asked him, and at first, we weren't there, but it was a new pilot program. What I wanted to see, and as time went on, we did that, is to get some of the units. I know we only had 3. Get some of the units out there to be out there with our members. Okay. Now, most of the units that they went out, which was fine, on night work. Some of our members are out on that, but it's more contractors. I wanted to get more data on our members out there mowing the lawn, picking litter. They do guardrail, and we did that, and we got the data and stuff. So that was fine. So I think it worked out fine in the long run. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, because like I said, the commissioner worked well with me, and we got it done.
Thank you. Yeah, and certainly, as you noted, we want this to expand and be successful and really drive the behavior of slowing down on our roadways. But we hope
Yes.
you'll make use of having connection point to us as a committee, so we continue to improve this program as we hopefully deploy it statewide as well. So thank you, Carl, again, for being here.
Thank you. And, one important thing is, I think a few of you said that, we want our members to go home, but we also want the traveling public to go home. Just to get their awareness and to understand that, there's folks out there. And the department did a great job of signage and, making people aware of stuff, and it worked. And as I said in my testimony, I truly mean this. This isn't a grab cash. It's just to change people's reaction on how you drive out there. Being aware that there's other folks out there. That's all.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Representative. And thank you for saying that, Mr. Chisholm, because I think that's so important that we're talking about deterrence here and making sure people are just slowing down and they start to recognize more and more. It becomes habit that when they enter a work zone, they know that the posted speed limit is lower for the safety of everybody involved. So thanks again for being here. Thanks for your patience today, and we'll be in touch, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Audette, followed by Dave Webster. Do we have Katie? Yeah. Oh, both of them had to go, or Katie? Okay, okay, sorry. Is Dave Webster with us? No?
Dave Webster is not on the webinar either.
Okay. Sam, you are up. Samuel Gold. Welcome. Thanks for being so patient.
Great. No, it's been an interesting, let's see, 6 hours. So thank you. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Cohen and Co-Chair Lamar, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and members of the Transportation Committee. I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 277, an act restoring service on the Shoreline East Rail Line. My name is Samuel Gold. I'm the Executive Director of RiverCog, the Metropolitan Planning Organization for 3 Shoreline East Station towns, Clinton, Westbrook, and Old Saybrook. As you know, Shoreline East has been slashed. These cuts have occurred while service on other commuter rail lines, such as the Waterbury branch, have been heavily invested in. The results are clear. If you make transit more frequent, it becomes easier to use and more people will use it. If you can't get to work or home on transit, that trip will probably not take place on transit. The relationship between the number of runs of a transit line and ridership is not linear, particularly when a service is cut and becomes much less useful. When transit is disrupted, as was the case for the Amtrak ballast undercutting project and the 2 rounds of service cuts during COVID, riders stop using the service. No other rail line in Connecticut has suffered as much as Shoreline East, and then has been blamed for the resulting drop in ridership. While service has been cut on Shoreline East, there have been a number of significant investments along the line, including a new train station in Clinton and new electric M8 cars. Amtrak is investing nearly $1 billion in a new rail bridge over the Connecticut River, which will increase train speeds and rail capacity. A 2023 Conduct study found demand for expanded rail service in southeastern Connecticut. These investments really do not make sense given the service cuts. that we've seen. Nevertheless, RiverCog and our member municipalities are taking TOD seriously. RiverCog completed a regional housing plan along with municipal affordable housing plans for every municipality in the region. TOD is a major recommendation of the plans, and last year RiverCog was Connecticut's only recipient of a Thriving Communities grant from USDOT. This federal discretionary grant is paying for TOD plans around our 3 Shoreline East stations. These plans will support TOD around the stations, but only if there's sufficient transit service. A major component of our TOD plans are wastewater engineering studies to figure out how to accommodate density around our train stations, where along the shoreline there's no sewer. We are also excited by the recent proposal for the more than $400 million mixed-use development at the Westbrook Outlet Mall within walking distance of the Shoreline East train station. Finally, I'd like to request that when rail service is cut, that alternate options be found for those passengers, particularly through replacement express bus service. Generally, the cost of operating a bus is far less than a train, and although buses get stuck in the same I-95 traffic that many seek to avoid, at least it provides a viable option for people. Today, if you were to attempt to make one of the canceled Shoreline East trips between New London and New Haven by local bus, it would take about 3 hours and require 2 transfers on 3 buses. When Connecticut DOT held its service cut hearing, Estuary Transit District provided Connecticut DOT rail staff with replacement express bus proposals. Unfortunately, a replacement express bus was not pursued. Overall, this session, as was the case in previous years, there are a number of bills that mention transit-oriented development and support it as a solution to many of the state's housing issues. But I shouldn't have to remind you or any legislator that you can't have TOD.
Mr. Gold, just a heads up, you got the 3-minute marker.
Okay, that you can't have TOD with robust investment in T. Transit must come first. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Sam, for your testimony. And as not only Senate Transportation Chair, but also a person who represents a couple of the towns within the RiverCog, I know what an advocate you have been of good, efficient, affordable, and connected public transportation. So I really appreciate you being here today, and for all of your points, they are certainly well taken. I don't see any comments or questions from the committee, so thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Amber Gerard from Yale, followed by Alex Slacky. Welcome, Amber. Thanks for your patience.
Hi, everybody. Pleased to be here. Senators, representatives, members of the committee, I want to thank you for this opportunity to express Yale University's support for SB 277. I'm Amber Gerard. I'm the director of the Office of Sustainability at Yale. As I shared in my written testimony, commuter rail service is important to Yale's goals to reduce single occupancy vehicle usage for commuting. Yale encourages all of our faculty, staff, and students to use sustainable transportation modes whenever possible. Feedback from our employees suggests that timelines and reliability of train service are critical for commuters who use trains regularly. SB 277 would help to address the quality of service on Shoreline East and in turn promote its adoption. Yale has a longstanding commitment to sustainability and robust climate targets. We measure and report our emissions from employee commuting annually. We're working to increase the proportion of our community members commuting using sustainable transportation modes and offer multiple incentives to encourage transit use. Data from our biannual transportation survey indicates that more than 60% of our commuters use sustainable modes, and those who limit their driving alone to work are the most satisfied with their commutes. Unfortunately, Shoreline East has long suffered from inadequate investment in service, which does not meet our commuters' expectations. As Mr. Stever mentioned earlier, in 2018, Amtrak closed a portion of the tracks on Shoreline East for upgrades and maintenance. Combined with a temporary shortage of cars, the track closures led to significant disruption in train schedules. The alternative bus service was also unreliable, which caused widespread dissatisfaction and a drop in ridership. And while ridership dropped again during the pandemic, the steep decline in 2019 stemmed solely from riders' frustration with the reliability and the quality of the service. During the pandemic, Yale employees' use of rail service dropped across the board, but ridership on Metro North is now back to 70% of our 2020 levels, while Yale employees who use Shoreline East, those numbers have stayed flat. The university believes the reduced operating schedule since the pandemic, combined with the history of unpredictable service and the late 2023 proposal to reduce service, have all discouraged riders from coming back to Shoreline East. In addition, Yale employees who participated in our transportation survey last October continue to complain about the reliability of our rail service, especially Shoreline East. So I know you're in agreement that we need to avoid single occupancy commuting whenever possible and benefit from the environmental and health consequences that we can avoid with that. Restoring service to Shoreline East combined with active encouragement by employers and municipalities who use the rail service can promote more sustainable transportation modes along the shoreline. So Yale University encourages the committee to approve SB 277. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gerard, for your testimony and again for your patience. I think, we often underestimate the trickle-down impact that this can have on places of work and on employee satisfaction, right? If they can travel to work in a stress-free manner with ease and efficiency, that can translate into a much happier start to the day, certainly. As you said, as somebody workplace that really promotes sustainability, when there's nothing being offered and yet you're trying to promote that, that's a very difficult position to be in. Do you have any idea how many employees of Yale University are living in a town that is on the line?
We have a number of employees that do live along the shoreline and that utilize or have utilized Shoreline East. The highest numbers of commuters that we have using the rail line come from Guilford, Madison, Branford, and Clinton. And I could get back to you with the specific numbers. We have been doing some studies to try to map out where folks are coming from in order to promote sustainable transportation as much as possible.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful to the committee, knowing where your employees are situated along the line, not only whether or not they take it, but if they're living in a town, one might presume that if it were reliable transportation, perhaps they would choose the more sustainable option. So any information you could provide to us would be greatly appreciated.
Definitely happy to follow up with that.
Okay, seeing no other questions, again, thank you for your time and testimony today.
Thank you.
Is Alec with us? Great. Welcome.
To make sure my mic is on. I have bad memories of last year going through a minute spiel without it. But good afternoon, members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Alex Slatke. I'm Managing Director of Public and Government Affairs for AAA Northeast, but I'm here representing both AAA clubs in Connecticut and here to speak on a couple bills. The first is the Work Zone Speed Camera Bill, House Bill 5328. We are in support of that bill, and I've submitted testimony, but we do have a couple friendly amendments, I would say, to the bill because we know work zone speed cameras have proven effective elsewhere. The data from the pilot seems to be positive here in Connecticut, and we want to make sure that it works as well as it possibly can. And so the couple amendments that we have, one, the way that I read the language is that the first fine is a warning. And then what this bill would do is make the second violation within a year a fine of $75. But if the violation is, say, 13 months later, it would revert back to a warning. And I get there are competing priorities about, wanting to have privacy and data destruction. But to me, the idea that someone could get a ticket every 13 months and never once have to pay a fine for that, for a work zone speed camera violation, that seems off to us, I would say. And so I know DMV, their records are retained for 3 years, or at least points are retained for 3 years. Maybe that's an approach that the bill could take, so that at least there's a little bit more time where we can actually issue a violation. Again, I'm for warnings. We don't want to be giving out tickets, but I think that could be an approach that maybe mirrors what DMV is doing, and then also allows us to have a more effective program. And I think the other, that would go for the municipal speed camera program as well. I think there's a change in there that would allow data retention for license plates for up to 1 year to produce the report required by the legislation last year, which I have to say I thought is really the model legislation around the country for these sorts of programs. So I commend everyone in the legislature for their work on that. So maybe the 3-year model. Look, I think we would probably support specifically license plate data de-identified from any location data. We would probably support it for longer, but I think 3 years maybe is the parallel way to go on that. And we'd also support reporting requirements, just like for the municipal speed camera programs. I think the work zone speed camera program should also have a reporting requirement really annually, just so we can kind of continue to monitor where it's working, how it's working. And I think you've already kind of got the model language for that already in statute elsewhere. So I don't think it'd be too big of a lift to put in here as well. Also, we just wanted to touch on motorcycles, helmet safety. I recognize that we're not necessarily going to convince the folks who are opposed to motorcycle helmet laws, and they're not going to convince us. So, you know, I think we can agree to disagree on that, at least from our perspective, but did just want to share, you know, nationally, at least in 2021, 5,932 motorcyclists were killed. That's the most since 1975. In Connecticut, since 2015, 220 motorcyclists have died without wearing a helmet. And in Connecticut, we see that unhelmeted motorcyclists are more likely to be killed and more likely to be seriously injured.
Mr. Slack, just a heads up, 3 minutes.
Sure. And those are statistics I'm happy to share with anyone. And then just broadly, happy to work together with folks who might even disagree with our position about ways to enhance motorcycle safety, because we certainly know the driver has a big role to play in keeping a good following distance, making sure they're making left turns safely. So it's not just motorcycle safety is about motorcyclists, it's about drivers as well. And we're happy to collaborate in that.
Thank you. As always, Alec, I appreciate your testimony, and somehow you always end up towards the end of the list. So I really appreciate your patience in sticking with us today to provide what I think are some good suggestions that we'll certainly deliberate over and decide whether or not to include them in the legislation. If you could provide that data that you mentioned, I think that would be helpful for the committee as well. Any statistics you can share. It only helps to make our job a little bit easier as we decide how to move forward. So, and Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Alec. Again, like a lot of people today, thank you for the years of work on these issues. As you know, I relied tremendously on the input that your organization has provided over the years to help craft a lot of the camera program proposals that we've seen, to make sure that we have best practices in place. You call what we ended up doing on a lot of it as a model. Well, frankly, I relied on you to create that model. So I'm glad that you think it ultimately bore out the way you envisioned. You're getting at the tension that we're having, though. It's like, how do we collect data and how do we appropriately utilize that data to give people tickets, particularly repeat offenders? But how do we also ensure people's concerns with respect to misuse that we'd seen in other communities doesn't apply here? And so you're right at you understand what that tension point is for us internally, whether it's working with the ACLU, the NAACP, your organization, others who are actively involved in like ensuring our roadways are safe. We want to get to that end result without people feeling like they've somehow been violated. And so that's what that legislation seeks to do. I think you make some smart, reasonable suggestions on how to amend it to make it better and to relieve that tension. So I'm thrilled to take a look at it over these next few weeks and try to get us to a point where we're passing something closer to that out of this committee. But I just want to say thank you again.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for likewise for your years of work on this. And I was going to say it's our favorite topic, you know, time and time again. So appreciate the comments, and I'll certainly share the statistics. Some of them are in my testimony, but happy to share just the raw data that I was looking at so you can play with it as you will.
Perfect.
Right. Seeing no other questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next we have Bob Petzold. Is Bob with us? No. Okay. Ryder Fitzgerald. I see you online here. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. You can go ahead. Oh, can't hear you, Mr. Fitzgerald. I'm not sure why. I see that you're not muted. No, not hearing you. Oh, try again. No. Oh, it sounds like there might be a little bit of a glitch. What, because we can hear you at rapid pace. So, could you try logging off and logging back in, and we'll go to the next person, and then we'll call you right back up after the next person testifies. Thank you. Okay, we have Susanna Gradle. No. Ed Valenti. No. Janet Brooks.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
I'm Attorney Janet Brooks, and I'll use my 3 minutes carefully, and I'll have to rely on my written materials because there's more than I could handle. I was under the impression, in speaking to a legislator, that the impetus for this revision to the environmental statutes was because of monies being left on the table from the Inflation Reduction Act. If that is not true, and there isn't time is of the essence pressing on this, I would really recommend that we pause this process, engage in a thoughtful process where all of the constituencies before deep administrative hearings can be present and can work this out. Okay. That being said, I'm 43 years as an environmental attorney, 18 years spent representing DEP at the Attorney General's office, engaged in numerous lengthy historic administrative hearings, also in court on behalf of the commissioner in major Environmental Protection Act cases. And as far as I can see, this bill would upend the fabric of environmental statutes as we know them from the 1970s to the present. It certainly is the greatest assault on environmental intervention since the passage of the Environmental Protection Act in 1971. And the question is, why did we end up here before Transportation Committee to amend the environmental statutes? And it's because DOT has had difficulties with the deep administrative process. And let me tell you, I think there would be a lot of agreement about that if we had more constituencies here, more than just DOT. And the isolation of public participation and environmental interveners doesn't seem to me to be warranted. I don't see evidence to support that. And I look out in the municipal land use arena and see, in fact, the opposite, where it functions just fine. And you'll have to just rely on what I've written in my testimony. So I think that what we really need to do is impose, in the kindest of way, the way that I never miss a court deadline. I think the commissioner's activities under the adjudications process would improve tremendously with external deadlines imposed on DEEP. And I would say, let's lift the section 8-7D timelines for municipal land use agencies onto DEEP, and we would see productive, effective decision-making, a public hearing process, etc. And interveners will function, will add to the process. And the reason that we don't want to have interveners going first, they are the tail on the dog, and the applicant is the dog. And without the applicant having gone forth and first, having put forth all of its evidence, there's no reason to get to the tail. And our Supreme Court has said that's not how it works anyway under the Environmental Protection Act. So if we really approach this as just DOT's wish list, then we're going to have death by 1,000 cuts. And then next year, it's going to be Yukon wants their permits handled differently. And then Department of Correction wants theirs differently. And then the home builders want theirs done.
We have a 3-minute marker.
So we really need to do this comprehensively. And the place to start is the deep administrative hearing process. And I look forward to any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brooks, and I appreciate your position that this is sort of could be the camel's nose under the tent. Do you not think that we have some protections in place through the Environmental Protection Act federally?
There's no federal Environmental Protection Act.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a really good point. Thank you for bringing that up, though. That is what DOT was talking about. And I'm sorry, Kimberly Lassay, when she was saying SEPA, she was talking about the Environmental Policy Act, which is the state offspring of NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. That's a procedural statute where the agency is getting federal or state money and therefore has to undergo a NEPA or a SEPA, a different kind of SEPA, a policy act, and they just have to establish they considered the environment. So I agree with Representative Zullo, who said, you are not heard. The agency already has their plan. They already are, if calcified is too strong a word, they've already have an idea of what they're doing. So what you really need is the public hearing before the decision maker on a permit. That's the DEEP process. And DEEP couldn't even rely on anything in the federal public hearing process because DEEP requires a member of the public to speak under oath and be willing to be cross-examined, or you can't rely on a member of the public. And so there's only consideration by the applicant. The commissioner can't consider what happened in the NEPA public hearing. It's not a public hearing, it's a public comment process.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate your clarification because it was me that misspoke. I think the DOT did say Environmental Policy Act, and I knew it was Environmental Policy Act. And I think I said Environmental Protection Act. So thank you for that clarification of process with respect to that act and how that works and what your concerns are. I think you've laid them out very well and articulated them so that the committee can sort of go back and deliberate over a path forward. I don't see any other comments or questions. So again, thank you so much, Ms. Brooks, for your time and testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just see. Hold 1 minute, please. We've got a lot of folks on the list who are not with us today, some who are, so we're just trying to determine who's next. Do we have Jay Stange? I don't see Jay anymore. He was here. Okay, we're gonna go to Michael Joyce, followed by Violet Hadlin. And then we will try and go through our list here and see who's online and in what order. I think we've got Kyrie after that. Welcome, Mr. Joyce. Thanks for your patience.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lamar, Co-Chairman Cohen, and all the members of Transportation. So, yeah, I'm here to voice my displeasure with the HB 5330, specifically the 9B that with the would require mandatory helmet usage for adults. You've heard a number of things that have gone along the line. This is a slippery slope, a piecemeal approach that's been coming on and may come on the others. But at the same time, this is the second time now in 2 years that a mandatory usage has been stuck amongst many other bills, an omnibus bill approaching, instead of dealing with that on its own, as we've done for many years. I've been part of the fight for the freedom for adults to make their decision for over 40 years myself now. So it's, I think it deserves its own hearing, not just to be thrown in or somehow approved along with everything else or disapproved. So I guess I'd want that out. Commenting on a few of the things earlier, the guy from the DOT, I think he said the 70% of the accidents, they didn't talk about ages or helmets either in that, were involved in the 3-year window. But now that seems to reflect possibly still more on the education aspect than a helmet aspect. This doesn't do anything to that particular issue. And I'm not sure why, and I'm not sure how many of those 70%, that were involved in the accidents were wearing helmets. We've had a successful rate here in Connecticut with the seat belts that most people, kids growing up now and stuff, are wearing them voluntarily. It's just occurring. And I think the helmet has been the same issue, which is why we're seeing less vocal opposition to it from those that have come up younger, because they're more accustomed to wearing it. They aren't necessarily totally against it. I support, promote, encourage the use of the helmets. It's fine. I don't want it mandated. I have a personal interest. I had an accident in the 70s where the probability of my survival wearing a helmet would not have been. Unique, circumstantial, however it works. The accidents can't be choreographed. We don't know how they work. I can't say that anyone not wearing a helmet would be alive if they were, or that those that were wearing them would be dead if they weren't. There is no absolute on that. We could say if it saves one life. I challenge on the other side, if it costs one life, injuries or death as a result of you mandating it, I find that more problematic. Everyone can take their choice to wear one, and nothing prevents them. I think that's probably it. Or the other side effect along with this is the
Joyce, you're right at your 3 minutes.
Okay, is the enforcement issue. I don't know how that's gonna work with the harassment stopping, the licenses aren't right, but I'm pretty much, that's my point.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce, for your testimony and for staying with us all day today. That enforcement component of it is the part that troubles me a little bit too. Like, how do you actually have an officer know whether or not someone has their operator endorsement for 3 years or less when they see them riding by? So I share your concern with how the applicability of that aspect of it. Ultimately, I think government does have a role in regulating this to a certain extent. I probably disagree with you whether or not I think it's the government's job to tell you whether you should wear a helmet on a public right of way. But ultimately, I'm moved by the enforceability of this and whether or not that challenges our local police departments and then therefore might unnecessarily lead to the harassment of motorcycle riders, which I don't agree with. So I think you and I may find some agreement on aspects of this that are unlikely, even though we disagree on the ultimate role of government in this regard. So with that, any other questions for Mr. Joyce? Seeing none, thank you again for your time today. We're going to take Ryder Fitzgerald online, who got back online, and then we're going to take Violet right after that. If that's okay. Ryder, how are you? You're back?
I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can.
Oh, good. Well, greetings, folks, again. I see you're all the same as you were last year, pretty much. I'm here in opposition to Section 19B of 5330 for all the same reasons that have been mentioned by several people before. Some years back, I was concerned when, as a longtime motorcycle rider, that pro-helmet people kept spouting these absolutely absurd statistics about how wearing, helmet laws reduce serious injuries and deaths by phenomenal percentages. And yet they would never present any evidence to support their position. Their idea of evidence was to say, well, I saw it on a website somewhere, you know, typically on the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's website. And NHTSA is notorious for spreading disinformation about the effectiveness of helmet laws. Decades ago, when they first started proclaiming these 40% and 60% and whatever reductions in damage as a result of helmet laws, motorcyclists challenged them on it, and they just stonewall. When asked to present the data on which they base these conclusions, they just refused. When asked what was their methodology in obtaining data, they were not forthcoming. So I decided to do a study of my own. This is back 2016, and that's in my submitted written testimony today, as it was last year and several years ago. And I compared rates of fatalities and rates of serious injuries between Connecticut and New York, since they're adjacent states with very similar other considerations like road quality and climate and, you know, et cetera, factors that affect, make it difficult to compare states that are very different from each other. And the result you can see in my study, there's no difference in the fatality rate between the two states over a 14-year period, mind you, no difference. And very little difference in the serious injury rate, and the difference is in the wrong direction. The helmet law state, New York, has higher rates of serious injuries than Connecticut does. So my question, why do you keep year after year trying to impose helmet laws on motorcyclists? It's just absurd. Somebody mentioned earlier, I believe it was Mr. Eucliddo, that, oh, it's reasonable to put driving restrictions on new drivers, but Section 19B doesn't do that. It imposes an arbitrary 3-year helmet law on any driver, whether they're any motorcycles, whether they're experienced or not, based simply on the presumption they must be novices because they happen to get their endorsement this year. He and several other people have mentioned, you know,
Mr. Ryder, just a heads up, you have the 3-minute marker.
okay, well, some people had mentioned that study, because I did it in 2016, had old data and the old things are different now. So I also submitted just this afternoon a revised version that brings it up to date, to 2022. And I strongly suggest all of you look at both of those pieces of written testimony that are on the CGA website. The one I submitted today may not be there yet, but will shortly. The helmet laws do not achieve the effects that they're claimed
Mr. Ryder,
for.
just again, you're past your 3 minutes.
Yep. Welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder, for your testimony today and for doing the amount of research that you do. To clarify, like, we'll have to look at a lot of data points on this one, because I think, as usual, you submit some good data points for us to consider as a committee. We used it a couple of years ago, frankly, when we were looking at a universal helmet law, to say, well, maybe there's a problem that does not need this particular solution. I think that ultimately is what led to the crafted legislation the commissioner presented to us today. The commissioner indicated that 81.5% of motorcycle-related accidents occurred within the first 3 years of a rider receiving their motorcycle endorsement. So I think that's the data set that he's using to justify this proposal, is looking at the timeline in which a regulation might have a positive impact on overall injury rates related to bicycle driving. And so I presume that's what it is. I don't see where the reference point is to that data, or what he was looking at. I will certainly ask the commissioner for facts behind that data to sort of.
I question where that data came from, because none of the crash data has any indication of how long a person has had a license or a motorcycle endorsement. You know, where did he come up with those figures from?
Yeah, and I think it's important to clarify that. Like,
another point related to that is, how about operators of cars and trucks? isn't it also true that most of them who get in accidents do so in the first 3 years or whatever of their having a license? Why single out motorcyclists?
No, I think that is fair. I mean, we do have greater restrictions on car operators in their first few years of receiving a license when they're 16 years old. I think,
Well,
I
those
think
restrictions
this is
only
the data.
apply when they're underage, though. They don't apply to the first few years. If a person gets their license at the age of 20, there's no such restrictions. It's only based on the fact that they're underage and therefore not able to perhaps make decisions for themselves. So if you did that, that'd be different. But this 3-year thing doesn't address that. It has nothing to do with their age and nothing to do with really how long they've been riding. It simply has to do in relation to when they happen to get a Connecticut motorcycle endorsement.
Right. And I think what the crafted solution that the commissioner submitted is in recognition of that 81.5% of accidents happen within that first 3-year window. I agree with you that I have no reference point for that data. This committee does have a long-standing relationship with the commissioner in which the data he presents is factual and on point, but I concede that I do not have the data source for that information at this point in time. So I could not disagree with you that that data is not well sourced at this moment. It's not before the committee where the source of that data is. So before I go to the hill on that number, I will say that I will get greater justification for that data. Are there any other questions for Mr. Fitzgerald? Seeing none, thank you again, Ryder, for your work and for your research and the time you put into this issue. I've learned a lot from you over the years, and I do greatly appreciate your advocacy here.
And thank you all for your time.
Next up, the last person who we have in attendance in the room before we go back to our remote hearing, we have one more individual, Violet. Violet, is that your name? Violet, is that it?
Violette
Violette.
Haldane. Thank you. I'm here today in support of House Bill 5331, which addresses the suspension of motor vehicle operators license for failure to pay fines or fees or failure to appear for a scheduled court appearance. I'm the executive director of Advocacy to Legacy, an organization that teaches students how to advocate for themselves and their community. The issues we work on are those brought to us by the community, and the students determine which they want to work on. The issue of debt-based license suspension is of concern as it disproportionately impacts low-income individuals and persons of color in Connecticut. In 2022, Connecticut had over 380,000 active driver's license suspensions for failure to pay fines or fees or failure to appear in court. While the intention behind these laws may have been to encourage compliance with legal obligations, the consequences have been severe and disproportionate. Driver's license suspensions for failure to pay fines and fees disproportionately impacts low-income individuals. This can create a cycle of poverty as individuals may struggle to pay initial fines, leading to further penalties and an inability to drive legally to work or seek employment. 30% of driver's license for failure to pay suspensions were concentrated in 10 zip codes: Hartford, New Haven, Waterbury, Stamford, and West Haven. Barriers to compliance. In many cases, individuals miss court appearances due to reasons beyond their control, such as a lack of transportation, conflicting work schedule, or family emergencies. License suspensions only exacerbates these challenges and does not address the underlying issue. Almost 50% of suspensions were due to failure to appear. 5 of the top 10 zip codes for failure to appear were in Hartford, Connecticut, our capital city. Suspending a person's driver's license for failure to pay fines essentially criminalizes poverty. It punishes individuals who are already struggling financially and can have devastating consequences on their ability to lead productive lives. House Bill 5331 proposes to end the practice of suspending the licenses for failure to pay fines, fees, and failure to appear. We suggest alternative methods for for enforcing compliance, such as community service payment plans based on income or other creative solutions. We also propose that judges use their discretion and consider individual circumstances when determining the penalties. By ending license suspension, this bill promotes equity and fairness in our legal system. It recognizes that people may face challenges beyond their control and seeks to address the root cause for non-compliance. As we know, suspending a person's license can lead to a host of challenges, including loss of employment, limited access to health care, and increased financial strain. Instead of punitive measures, we encourage compliance through supportive measures such as payment plans and community service. We recognize that most people want to meet their obligations but may need assistance in doing so. 25 states have already addressed this issue, including New York. Massachusetts is currently reviewing it. This is a crucial step towards reforming our state's laws on suspension of motor vehicles operator license. By ending suspensions, we would promote fair and equitable enforcement practices. I urge the committee to consider the benefits of this bill for our community, especially for those who are most vulnerable and to the impacts of license suspension. Thank you for your time, and I hope you move this forward, House Bill 5331. I have 7 students who will be submitting testimony. We thought that the latest they would have to speak would have been 2 o'clock, and they are in school because they are high school students, but their testimonies will be submitted through the portal, so you will have those.
Thank you, Violette, for your testimony and for organizing the support of the students and for bringing this to my attention earlier this year. I do greatly appreciate it. We've spent as a committee, both our legislative staff and Senator Cohen and I, Representative Berger-Cavallo and I, our ranking members Kennedy and Huang, sort of impressed by the work that you've put into this and sort of the grounding that this has in other states. And you've put us in a position where I think to not to do anything would be egregious. So I do appreciate that time and effort. In fact, you've got supportive testimony today from the ACLU, the Chief Public Defender, Center for Latino Progress, the students you mentioned. There's one note on here from judicial branch, not in opposition to this, just saying like, hey, let's take a look at potentially some unintended consequences and make sure we're not putting some folks in a worse position by judges being forced to engage in some other bad policy choice. So I think I might reach out to you to think of ways we can work around that concern that they have.
Yes.
But I feel very comfortable moving forward with this policy this year, and I thank you a great deal for informing me of it and giving me guidance on how to do this.
Okay, thank you. Just one thing, people were talking a lot about reporting. For us to get the data, we had to do a FOI to DMV, and we also had to pay for it because this information was not readily available. So as we move forward, we may also consider, how we can track success. Thank you.
Great. Are there any questions? Nope, no more questions. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, back to the run of order online. It looks like Kyrie is next.
Hi, good afternoon. Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, Senator Huang, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 277, an act restoring service on the Shoreline East Rail Line. My name is Katie Ambrosio, and I'm here today representing the Greater New Haven and Quinnipiac Chambers of Commerce. Together, the two chambers represent over 1,200 businesses across 15 municipalities in the region. Our mission is to be an advocate for business, a valuable resource for our members, venue for connections, and a promoter of economic growth that is shared and inclusive. Our businesses are in support of Senate Bill 277. Businesses continue to face workforce-related challenges with critical positions left unfilled. At the Chamber, we're very active in workforce development efforts. We convene 3 regional sector partnerships in manufacturing, bioscience, and healthcare, using talent pipeline management to connect learners and workers to jobs and career advancement opportunities. And we ask the legislature to address the workforce shortages by providing creative solutions for our employers. We understand the impact that wraparound services like transportation have on employees, and a lack of transportation often pushes underserved communities out of the workforce or serves as a barrier to entry into the workforce. We value the need to support employees and expand the workforce by providing them with reliable transportation and services. In addition to the role that transportation plays in the workforce, a thriving, reliable transportation system also serves as a critical component to the economic growth of our state. Robust transportation networks attract businesses, tourists, and residents, fueling economic activity and encouraging travel among communities. It's necessary if we want to retain our residents and attract others from out of state. Restoring service on the Shoreline East rail line is critical to adding to the economic vibrancy of the region and of our state and connecting Connecticut residents to their place of employment. On behalf of members of the chamber, we respectfully request that you support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Good to see you again. Senator
to
Cohen
see
has a few questions for you.
Of course.
Hi, Kyrie. And no real questions. Just want to thank you for your advocacy on behalf of businesses across the region. I know that you've been a strong proponent of enhanced transportation options in and out of the region to support, workforce development and just small business growth on the whole. So I really appreciate that. I said earlier to Amber, who had been testifying on behalf of Yale University, how, we don't often think about how this trickles down into just workforce satisfaction as well. Making it easy for them to get to and from their place of work is a key component in that. So I appreciate your advocacy here today and always on behalf of businesses of the region. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Seeing no other questions, thank you again for your testimony.
Thanks.
Next online, we have Chase Lindeman.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Committee on Transportation. I think it is still technically the afternoon, not the evening. So good evening. My name is Chase Lindeman, and I'm here on behalf of Save the Sound to voice its concerns about House Bill 5330. Save the Sound strongly opposes House Bill 5330, which, if passed, would constitute the biggest rollback of environmental rights in Connecticut since the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act was passed in 1971. Now, I will limit my oral testimony because I have submitted written comments, but there are a couple things I do want to put out into the air. Through what the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, or SEPA, the legislature declared that there is public trust in the air, water, and other natural resources of the state of Connecticut, and each person is entitled to the protection, preservation, and enhancement of the same. This bill, if passed, would eviscerate the public's rights granted by this act in the context of transportation programs. By restricting the public's right to a public hearing, the proposed changes would also limit the public's right to appeal, since Connecticut case law bases the right to appeal on the occurrence of a mandatory public hearing. The destructive environmental and environmental justice impacts of large, poorly thought out transportation and infrastructure projects is well established. The city of Hartford is still trying to undo the severe destruction that communities suffered from by the rerouting of I-91 directly through the city. By restricting the ability of communities to have a hearing on these projects, this bill would restrict communities' abilities to raise concerns and have meaningful voice in environmentally critical decision-making that will impact those communities, the environment, and environmental justice for decades. For significant transportation and infrastructure projects, we should be developing ways to enhance rather than restrict the public's ability to participate. This public participation process is a two-way exchange. The public learns more about the impacts of the regulated activities, and the responsible agencies learn about the concerns and conflicts of the local communities. The philosophy behind this bill can be best described as pave now, ask questions later. With climate change, sea level rise, growing stormwater pollution, and species extinction, we need to be moving in the opposite direction. These times call for enhanced, not diminished, participation in planning on large, environmentally impactful infrastructure projects. Thank you for this opportunity to submit comment.
Thank you, Chase. I do think there's a little bit of, well, not a little bit, but quite a bit of overstatement on what the proposal before us seeks to do. Again, it does not seek to limit public engagement or render the public unable to engage in a public hearing process. This would be after a series of other public engagement process, public hearings take place, whether or not an environmental intervener can come in who doesn't have standing on a transportation project would be granted intervener status and force an additional public hearing. So I think there's some clarification here that the commissioner tried to make in his statement that I maybe not be fully reflecting, but I do think there's an opportunity for us to more finely tailor the proposal that the commissioner has put before us to limit its application, to speak more directly to the concerns that the agency has faced with folks who are non-impacted parties coming in with a sort of last minute appeal, generating 25 petition signers who are unrelated to the project or the project parameters, and then forcing another year-long delay in the project, ultimately not having any impact on the project, but just delaying the project itself. So I think there's some concern that the agency indicated, which necessitated their desire to have this before the General Assembly. I think there's some concerns that committee members have with it. We've heard some good feedback and suggestions from members of the public today. But I don't think it's fair to say that the proposal is a attempt to pave now and ask questions later. I think that's a little far to suggest that that's what the commissioner was going for. So I hope I can assure you that that's not how this was represented to us. In no way represents the commissioner or the agency's projection of this issue to us. And it's my hope that we can more finely tailor the legislation so that you can recognize and your organization can recognize an opportunity to have feedback and consult with us in a productive way. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you again, Chase, for your testimony.
Thank you for your response.
Next up, we have Laura Copeland.
Yes, hello. My name is Laura Copeland, and I live in Ivoryton, which is in Essex, which is along the shoreline. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 277 regarding Shoreline East Rail Service. I was interested to hear Ms. Gerard's testimony, as I often travel to Yale in New Haven for work. My schedule varies, so train service to accommodate my schedule is essential. Furthermore, we are a one-car family, so train travel is vital so that the car is not sitting all day in a New Haven parking lot while my husband back in Ivoryton needs to use it. Reliable and frequent train service is also necessary because, as has been testified earlier, driving on I-95 is often treacherous with speeders and texters and heavy delays. The Shoreline East is a significantly important alternative to driving. It is clean and comfortable and helps reduce gas consumption and carbon emissions. Restoring funding to the Shoreline East to pre-COVID levels of service so there are more trains benefits me and my family personally, the community at large, and the planet. So please support SB 277. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for your testimony today. I really appreciate you hanging out with us most of the morning and early afternoon and offering testimony. I think what you've heard today is a pretty broad-based support for restoring service to Shoreline East to those 2019 levels, which, between you and I and, whoever else is left watching us at this point, wasn't as robust as a number of other rail lines across the state. So getting back to that level at a minimum, I think, is a priority of this committee, and I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you. Good luck.
Next up online, we have Christopher Tyrell, to be followed by Jay Stange.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me testify here today. My name is Christopher Tyrell. I'm the legislative representative for Smart Local 352 out of West Springfield. I've been a locomotive engineer for 17 years, and I'm majorly in support of Bill number 280. I'd like to express the importance as far as safety goes for having a two-man crew today. Let me revert back to 2013. In Quebec, Canada, we had an incident where we ran a one-man train crew. 47 people perished because of that decision, and half the town got burned. The chemicals that we carry through the state of Connecticut are hazardous to people, and a lot of them fall into the environmental category as well, since we run right down the Connecticut River. 2 people is absolutely imperative. I've been doing this 17 years as an engineer, and I'd like to say just having the redundancy of 2 people on the train makes it so we kind of alert each other, we bounce ideas off each other, and we both have the same synopsis as to what's going on. We come across rail crossings every single day. Every single day in America, there are incidents. That conductor is responsible for getting down and basically being the first responder to assess the situation. The train itself, for the hazardous cargo that we carry in the manifest, they are responsible for knowing where every single car is on that train and what is in it. So if there is a disaster, they are to be on the ground. For myself as an engineer, if I were left up there by myself, I don't know that that would be the safest thing to do at all, considering that my job is the safety of that train and also keeping the general public safe for the towns in which I run through. So I'd really like to open this up to you guys to ask me questions about it. This bill has been passed now in Virginia, New York, and we're trying to get it in legislation here in Massachusetts as well. But where we operate, we have 8 freight railroads in the state of Connecticut. And I strongly believe that this is something that you guys really need to look into and pass into law, just for the safety of the people and the safety of crew members like myself. So I'd like to thank you for this time today.
And I thank you. Frankly, this is something that was brought to us very recently in the last couple of months as an idea that we need to consider in the Transportation Committee. And I spent a lot of time learning a lot about it since that period of time. And your testimony and testimony of one of your colleagues earlier in the day has helped inform, I think, this committee's deliberations quite a bit over the next few weeks. I appreciate your time, Chris, and members of our team will be reaching out to you moving forward to get some more information about
Yes,
this.
I would look forward to that, because as of recent, it's been nationally publicized. The term bomb train has been going around, and I like to refer to that as we pull tens of thousands of tons of explosive material, and not only that, but poisonous inhalation gases that are just volatile to the general public. And to have a single crew member, that's just absurd in my opinion. 2 people always make something safer. We can have all the technology in the world to try to prevent these disasters, but the human eye, you can't put a price on that. And I think at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, is trying to save a buck and trying to overlook safety.
Fun. So Chris, is Dave Stevenson is one of your colleagues, is that right?
Yes, Dave Stevenson, he is a representative for Keolis. Him and I work together, and we're trying to get this in Massachusetts right now as well.
Perfect. So I presume both you and Dave will receive a call from me moving forward, so we can try to get some more information as we might need for committee
I
deliberation.
really appreciate that, and I look forward to meeting with you.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jay Stange. After Jay, we have Corey Geisman.
I mean, I was really looking forward to calling you up, so I got your name right this time, but welcome, Jay Stange.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Thank you, Rep. Lamar, ranking members, and the distinguished and maybe somewhat tired Transportation Committee members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I submitted some written comments, and so I don't want to belabor those too much today, except to say thank you for your patience. I'm a father, and things aren't always neat and on time when you're a parent, as I know many of you know. The Center for Latino Progress, Transport Hartford, supports SB 277, the Shoreline East service funding proposal. Please make that happen. Can't wait to support that when it leaves this committee. SB 281, the notice of service changes. We also support HB 5329, road safety audits, which are a really important tool. And I'm really glad that DOT's proposed that. We also, my friend and partner Violette Haldane was here testifying earlier in support of HB 5331, equity in driver's license revocations, which we support as well. You shouldn't be penalized for driving while poor. And we also support many of the portions of House Bill 5330, the DOT laundry list bill. Many of which are excellent proposals. I would like to call your attention to some concerns I have about section 16 and 17 of House Bill 5330. Last year when I testified in committee regarding fare free transit, I was told by committee members and many other folks that their fare prices are not an obstacle for people here in Connecticut that would like to use the bus. And I want to just point out that if that's so, then I don't see why DOT would feel that it's important to expand the possibility for fair, expand the scope of DOT employees for capturing fare evasion on the buses. And I read section 16 and 17 as saying that despite DOT and the commissioner's testimony, which says that this is just a sort of change to become in line with industry standards, it seems to me that this is expanding the scope of the ability of DOT employees and third-party contractors to basically cite people, to write citations on the buses for fare evasion, which we've heard that fare prices are extremely low in Connecticut, and so that shouldn't be necessary. So I'm wondering why we need to do that, I guess is my question for DOT through this committee. So I hope you can look into that. Also in 5330, section 10, proposing bicycle stoplights. I read the commissioner's testimony and I understand and fully support the intent that was expressed there about creating safety lags with bicycle stop signs for people who are bicyclists. And I didn't read the statute that way, though. I wonder about all the thousands of intersections where there aren't bicycle lights. Does that mean that bicycles have to stay at the signal along with cars and that they can't safely cross with the PED signal phase? I think there's a lot of questions, and I'm wondering if this one was even vetted with the Connecticut Pedestrian Advisory Board. I don't think people on that board were fully up to date on this. A lot of these provisions that I'm opposing today were dropped on Thursday, to my knowledge, and I had very little opportunity to really look into them. So if I'm reading the statute changes wrong, my apologies. But I am concerned about those two issues.
A heads up, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. So thank you so much. I'm sorry for my less than usual professional presentation today. I'm a little bit harried, but I really am glad to be here with you today. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jay, for your testimony. Kind of getting a sense for what the concerns are with regard to section 10 now. And I'm seeing Connecticut Bike Pedestrian opposition as well. I do think that may be a fundamental misread of what the proposal is, but I think it's fair to suggest that it could use some clarification. And I know there was another bill on our agenda a couple of weeks ago that people were confused by what the intent was. I think it was an act concerning low-speed vehicles. And like once we had an opportunity to kind of explain where we're trying to go, people were like, oh, okay, I get it now. I think this might be in the same vein. But I do appreciate that this may need greater clarification from the commissioner, so folks understand it's not in any way meant to limit or reduce bike traffic and responsibility. And yeah, so I think there's more clarification necessary to get to some of this.
Yeah, thank you, Rep. Lamar. I think that if the commissioner's intent is fully reflected in these statutory changes, then I'm 100% in support. And I really thank him for that laudable effort to make it more safe for bicycling. But I think the language is unclear. And just if I may, regarding process, I've known this committee for about a year now, and I have a lot of faith in your skills. And y'all do a great job holding hearings and engaging the public. And I wonder if maybe in cases like this one, it might be better if we had another step of public opportunity to understand some of these DOT amendments before they're put out for hearing with 48 hours notice. might be really helpful to gain support for excellent ideas like these, if those are indeed the intent.
Fair enough. I do think it's 5 days generally is the notice provision where they're posted online. But I can see how anyone can lose track of the notice. Again, it goes out in the legislative bulletin versus when they appear online. Like, I concur with a lot of that. The proposals from the Department of Transportation generally go through a series of vetting processes before they end up before us, and then we have to transfer them into legislative language, all before a very specific deadline, way too early in the legislative session. So yes, I hear and understand why the public would be confused sometimes by legislative proposals as they appear in public, and I can't pretend to have a perfect solution in mind, but I am more than willing to hear good solutions if you have them moving forward.
And just one more thing to your point, we do have a listening session set up with the Public Transportation Bureau in the next couple of weeks. So we're working on that relationship as well. Thank you.
Sounds great. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. And I appreciate the Red Sox hat I saw your son walk in with.
Yeah.
Spring training's looking good. Our team's not looking all that great, but spring training's going really well. So I'm hoping you can wear that Red Sox hat with pride moving forward.
Rep. Lamar, when I first started seeing Red Sox games in 1985, and the seats were $7 in the bleachers, we weren't very used to winning.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of, I think a real Red Sox fan shouldn't expect a lot of victories. And so, it's a good test.
Oh, I completely agree, but my children are so spoiled now. I try to tell them about the years I had, never thinking we'd even make the playoffs, never mind win World Series. And now we have 4 of them and they're complaining about it. I hear you.
Days.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jay.
All right. Thank you all.
Next up, we have Corey Geisman, to be followed by Susan Feaster. Corey, good to see you.
Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Corey Geisman. I'm the Executive Director of the SEIU State Council. I live in Manchester, and I come before you today in support of House Bill 5328. Specifically testifying in support of the Work Zone Safety Cameras program. SEIU has no on-the-record opinion regarding the municipal cameras. So, as a state, we really need to be doing more for our DOT crews who are responsible for maintaining our roads and highways. We've heard the statistics throughout the day on how deadly accidents within these work zones can be. They have a much higher rate of fatalities than, your average accident. And not only do these accidents pose risks to, of course, folks driving commercial and passenger vehicles, but they represent a much higher risk to the folks that are actually working within these work zones and doing the public service of maintaining our roads and highways. And when we're looking at these startling figures, really the solution is to permanently implement the work zone safety camera program. We've also heard throughout the day about what this program would do, establishing vehicles in work zones with cameras on them to monitor the speed of vehicles going through the work zones. We know how police in the area would be notified of these operations. There's different levels of fines that are doled out, from warnings all the way up through the first 3 offenses. And we know that this money would help to continue sustaining our roads in the sense that, these fines would then go into the Special Transportation Fund. I won't sort of go into more details than that, but what I would like to point out is that one of the folks that you heard from earlier today, Carl Chisholm, president of SEIU Local 511, the role that was played by this local in advocating for this program and for assisting in getting the pilot program up and running so that we could be here today discussing this. The pilot program was a success. When you look at the facts and the figures that came out of this program, in all 5 of the locations in which the pilot program was held, we saw reductions in speed. There was over 24,000 warnings that were given out during the pilot program, but there was only 750 fines that were given out. That is a testament to the strength of this program, the strength in notifying the public of this program and the impact that it can have on driver behavior. The goal here is really to make our roadways safer, not just for road crews, of course, but for our commercial and passenger vehicles as well. The goal here is not to apply an overly punitive system of fines. There are elements within this program designed to notify the public before they ever get on the roads. Through the Know the Zone campaign,
Mr. Geisman, just a heads up,
public
3 minutes.
information. Oh, of course. Thank you. We can notify the public before they ever get on the roads, and then through our standard road wage signage, they will be notified as they approach these zones. Our DOT road crews deserve to go to work every day with a sense of safety and security. Their families deserve to have that sense of security. This program is not only proven to work, but it is the right thing to do. Please pass House Bill 5328. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Corey, for your testimony today and for the work SEIU, CEIU all did in pulling together this pilot program, helping us by investigating successful programs in other states. I know you have members in other states that were active in lobbying for that as well in those locations. So it's good to see that the pilot program that we all envisioned a number of years ago benefiting and protecting our workers played out exactly the way we thought it did. And like, if we need to get this, we need to get this done this year so that the protections that workers have experienced for the last year don't go to waste, and that people continue to know that they cannot speed through these work zones. They cannot put Connecticut employees, our employees, lives at risk on a day-to-day basis. And so I thank you for extending the political support of your organization on behalf of these workers. And thank you again for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Susan Feaster.
Good evening.
Hi, how's it going?
Thank you. To the honorary chair, Senator Christine Cohen, and co-chair Representative Roland Lamar, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Susan Feaster, and I am the founder of the Shoreline East Riders Advocacy Group. We advocate for citizens who utilize the train to commute to work, school, and for pleasure. I'm offering testimony in support of SB 277, an act to restore service on the Shoreline East Rail Line. Full pre-COVID service must be restored to help reduce greenhouse gases. No matter how hard it is to find the funding, we must, so Governor Lamont can deliver on his campaign promises to reduce our carbon footprint. Fully funding Shoreline East will take hundreds of cars off I-95 daily. Not only will this support the citizens who live in the towns on the Shoreline East service line, New Haven to New London, but those border towns to the west as well, to support and bolster the economy and tourism in southeastern Connecticut. From Yale University and Hospital in New Haven to Electric Boat in Groton and all the businesses in between, consistent and reliable train service helps these businesses to attract and attain quality employees. Mystic, which is the top tourist destination in the state, and all the beautiful shoreline towns draw visitors from within and outside the state who use Shoreline East to get there. Mystic alone draws 1 million visitors on average per year, bringing $15 billion in revenue to the area. To support transit-oriented development, which is also important to Governor Lamont, and we do have it on the shoreline. At the Branford, Guilford, Madison, Clinton, and Old Saybrook stations, you will find multifamily housing within walking distance of each station. In Westbrook, the town is currently negotiating with developer Lexington Partners, who owns Saybrook Station in Old Saybrook, who have proposed a plan to build a $425 million housing, retail, and entertainment complex on the property that currently houses the Westbrook Outlets and Movie Theater. This complex will consist of 600 apartments, 100 townhouses, a hotel, restaurant, and entertainment space. If the plan is approved, construction could begin as early as 2025. These housing developments and the inhabitants need consistent and reliable train service, which was part of the marketing of these complexes. I have heard rumblings lately that low housing density along the shoreline is Governor Lamont's current reason for not wanting to fully fund Shoreline East. Riders should not be penalized by the state for zoning laws that they cannot control and should not get caught in a tug of war between the governor and the municipalities. The disparity of operational funding must stop here and now. The Danbury line is fully funded at 135%, while Shoreline East is at 44%. Let me break that down. That means that the Danbury line has over 35% more than what they need, while Shoreline East has 66% of less of what they need. If that doesn't scream inequity, I don't know what does. To close, your constituents deserve better, the taxpayers deserve better, and most of all, the riders deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, for your testimony today and for closing us out this afternoon on I think a unanimous note that you probably have heard throughout today's proceedings. The committee as a whole is universally and almost unanimously in support of fully funding Shoreline East. We have some challenges when this bill leaves our committee and it goes to appropriations, trying to ensure that we have that same sense of urgency that you share and the same belief in the system that I know you feel, and I've seen your testimony. I've seen your passion for this line over the last few months in a variety of settings. So I know you care passionately about this, and I deeply, frankly, I deeply appreciate the role that you've played advocating on behalf of so many folks.
Thank you.
Southeastern Connecticut. We have a long way to go.
Can I say one last thing? I really appreciate the support. I know that the committee is going to give SB 277. Can I ask that when it leaves the committee, if you can speak with your colleagues in the Appropriations Committee to relay the strong testimony that happened here today? Because I think once it gets through the committee, it might get lost. And I know that they're doing their studies right now for feasibility. And I think anything that all of you can give to them would greatly help. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Are there any questions for Ms. Feaster? Seeing none. Thank you again for your
Great, thank
testimony
you.
and spending the day with us.
Have a good evening.
Mr. Clerk, that appears to exhaust the folks who are in the room to testify and those who are online.
Correct.
With that, I call this public hearing to an end. 7 hours on the clock, it appears. Great job. Thank you very much, team. Noah, Sam, everyone involved in making sure this ran well. Thank everyone. And we will